We begin with Ms. Nikita Madan, Senior Environment Specialist, Climate Center for Cities, NIUA. She will be speaking about alliances for resilient used water management.
Thank you so much. I once again welcome you all and wish you all a happy World Water Day. Like she mentioned, myself, I'm Nikita Madan. I work with the National Institute of Urban Affairs. NIUA is the official think tank of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So we work really closely with the ministry and with various cities within India. And I'll be talking today about certain alliances for resilient used water management. You have been hearing a lot about the situations in Indian cities, and we all have experts around us here sitting with us. So many of you have heard these statistics or probably used them quite now and then. Like only around 30% of the total sewage that is generated in India is treated. The rest goes untreated into the nearby water bodies. I work in the city of Delhi a lot. So while preparing the master plan for Delhi, we realized that the stretch of the river Yamuna within Delhi is less than 2%, and it contributes to more than 70% of the total river population. So all these features are seen not just in Indian cities, but cities across the world. These are the current situation of rivers in India. And cities have been largely responsible for these challenges. So what we say is cities have to be a part of the essential solution. This is a conceptual sketch of how the cities function in a holistic manner. And we've been talking about these red arrows through these sessions which we've had yesterday and day before. The red arrows show wastewater flow within the city. So we have industrial wastewater discharged directly into the rivers. We have religious wastewater going into the river. We have urban slums sending their used water into the drains, and the discharge from cities and going into the water bodies as well. What we're trying to build through these engagements is introduce that yellow color, mustard color arrow that all of you pretty much are working on. The recycling and reuse of treated used water. We are trying to introduce another element wherein the water is circulated through treatment systems, and then the treated water is either reused or sent across to the water bodies as a return flow. So this thematic change in concept, the theory of change as we call it, is what we are trying to come to. For this, I said I'll be talking about some alliance. So the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and the Ministry of Jal Shakti has created a River Cities Alliance. Before I tell you more about it, I'll show you a brief video about the River Cities Alliance.
We have been using our rivers as a resource for thousands of years. But what have we done for rivers? Polluted them, encroached them, damaged them, exploited them, abandoned them. It's time to change this narrative. Cities have been part of the problem. They now have to be part of the solution. It might seem impossible, but we can make this possible by doing it together. Proudly introducing the River Cities Alliance, a first-of-its-kind city-led movement for member cities to ideate, discuss, and exchange information for sustainable management of urban rivers. 30 cities from 11 states across India have been initially selected to be part of this alliance.
We are starting this River City Alliance. This alliance would be a futuristic alliance. It will give a forum for all the cities in Ganga Basin as well as outside Ganga Basin, as it's important to learn the concepts and the best practices from anywhere.
And NIUA will be supporting this alliance through providing tools. Second, providing templates and standards. Third, providing technologies and innovations. Fourth, providing transfer of knowledge.
To achieve this goal, River Cities Alliance will organize support on these fronts. So, what are the benefits for member cities who join this alliance? What is the commitment required from member cities? By following river-sensitive development, we can attract more economic investments. Our rivers are the pride of our great nation, and this will be our one step towards serving our motherland. We definitely owe her that. River Cities Alliance, a joint initiative by the National Mission for Clean Ganga and the National Institute of Urban Affairs.
So this is an old video, but what we are trying to capture here is this, through the River Cities Alliance, we are trying to ensure that we have partnerships across the various sectors within this entire domain that we are talking about. Like the video mentioned, this entire concept started with the Honorable Prime Minister, wherein he mentioned that there is a need for new thinking of river cities. The River Cities Alliance is a first of its kind dedicated platform to discuss, ideate and exchange information for sustainable management of urban rivers. The video mentioned we started with 30 cities. This was formally launched in 2021 in the presence of Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. But now I'm happy to share that we are a 140 plus member city alliance across India. And the city right now we are sitting in is also the only city from the state of Kerala that is a member of this alliance. But how does it benefit you all sitting here? This alliance, we all understand that Kerala is a member of it. How does it benefit us? We are talking about various RCA thematic areas like urban river management, mainstreaming river-centric planning, even reuse of treated used water, the topic that we are talking about since 2 days. And about all of these aspects, the RCA supports with technical guidance, capacity building, knowledge exchange, access to tools and frameworks, and guidance on funding for the cities and their officials. So people like you sitting with the cities that we are working with get benefited from all these aspects. One of the technical RCA support that the RCA provided to one of the cities is about the urban river management plan. I'll just introduce you briefly about the kind of technical support that the Alliance gives. So URMP framework is talking about an integrated approach to manage the river and its elements in a city sustainably. What we are talking about is river is an ecosystem, an entire system of elements. You need to manage it in a holistic manner. It's based on a 10-point agenda, wherein we are talking about the environmental aspects of river management, which include regulation of activities in the floodplain, pollution-free river, rejuvenation of water bodies, even increased reuse of treated used water. And also talking about the economic aspects of river management. You need to generate economy out of the river, and also the social element, people-river connect aspects as well. So based on these objectives, various URMPs have been prepared. We've prepared the URMPs for 5 cities already. 60 new URMPs for cities are being prepared with the support of a World Bank initiative right now. What it talks about in terms of used water management. So I'm sharing a glimpse from the URMP of the city of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. It was formerly called as Aurangabad. There are proposals and interventions like the STP, a 3-kilometer radius around the STP can be created as or treated as a zone of influence for reusing the treated used water within the city. So the 3-kilometer radius was analyzed and looked into in detail. What kind of reuse potential is there within this area in terms of agricultural use or use for airport or the green areas or the water body, and how can the city reuse the treated wastewater from these STP in these areas. So these kinds of strategies and interventions were presented or were given to the city as a part of the URMP. Another technical support, why I'm bringing glimpses of these are just to make sure that you understand what kind of technical support the RCA gives. So under the RCA, we've also created a toolkit for cities to prepare treated used water reuse plan. So under the with Mahua, under the Amrut, the cities are told to prepare their used water reuse plan. And for that, we've created this toolkit which can help cities basically to capacitate the ULBs, to identify the fit for purpose use, to provide a strategy for prioritizing the reuse application, also look at safety protocols and the broad skeleton for a treated used water action plan for a city. So the toolkit talks about a 5-step approach to prepare a treated used water reuse action plan, starting with the mapping of existing infrastructure in the city, what kind of infrastructure would support the used water reuse. Then identifying the reuse avenues and setting appropriate targets, like by this year, our city plans to reuse this much of treated used water. Planning and designing interventions, so planning for these things as well. Enabling policy measures, and monitoring, evaluation, and learning. I'll be talking more about these separately as well, but just to give you a glimpse of what kind of toolkits or frameworks NIUA under the RCA provides and builds. Just the last set of it, so RCA also provides a lot of capacity building for its member cities, organizations and institutes like the one sitting there. We have regular training programs, workshops with them to make sure that they understand the technologies that are being developed at the ministry level as well. We have an annual summit. There's a picture of the last one, which we called Dhara. And this one was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti himself. We have a lot of knowledge sharing amongst the partner cities. So cities who are members of the alliance, they share their work. We also prepare a lot of national level frameworks and advisories and products, which are available directly to the member cities, and they're available on the website. We have built 2 online certification modules as well to benefit the officials of these cities, like you all again sitting there. So these are free courses available for cities to take up at their own pace, and they can help officials to understand the nitty-gritties of various aspects that we are talking about, and their online courses. And last, how do we actually connect with our RCA member cities? So we have a WhatsApp group with the administrators, the IS officers for regular updates. And we also have a website and newsletter. There is a code to the website in case you want to find more information about the River Cities Alliance. You can scan this code and get more information about the Alliance. Last thing, it is not just India that is doing this. So we started with a 30-member city in India. We expanded to 140 plus cities in India. And in last COP, RCA went global with the Global River Cities Alliance. This was launched with our house being the first city across the world to join us. And now we have a number of global cities also that have joined us. Thank you so much. You can scan the code for more details about the River Cities Alliance, and we'll be happy to invite you all to become a member of the Alliance, see our activities, and join hands with us in not just providing technologies for the Alliance cities, but also maybe exploring what kind of technologies are available with the RCA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We now move on to our next topic, Shri Rakesh Kasba. First, he will be speaking about innovative technologies for sewer maintenance.
Good morning, all of you. Thanks to Wash Institute. They are doing exactly the thing that is required here. I'll be speaking over some things, but not from the podium, but as one amongst you all as the government officials and stakeholders in the sanitation, and also as one of the human beings on this face of earth. Technically, I break this whole human population into two segments. One which are like me. We are the people because of whom the dirt and sanitation problem is created, and then some few people who are there to clear that out. So I belong to the bigger party, the mess creators. So I wish that we all become part of this whole story, and I will not be presenting here the technology per se. I'll be presenting it as the problem and how we can resolve it. So here my objective has always been to create small bite-sized equipment which can be owned and operated by the last worker on the ground, so that the problem is resolved, so we all are able to participate in that. So Sanupreneur is the name of the equipment I'll be talking of, and our brand name is Jalodbust. Jalodbust, I need to explain that. There was a demon, Jalodbao. I come from Kashmir. Jalodbao was in Kashmir. He was an orphan, and people helped him, and he grew up, but he was a demon. And then he would attack people, kill them, and hide in the mud. So it was very difficult to catch him. So what happened was, in the mud, it was impossible to catch him, so they went to Kashyap Rishi and asked him for a solution. Then they called Shaktis and all that, and finally resolved that. So the first time when I saw this picture, which you can see now, this was for the first time I came to know about the manual scavenging menace. And immediately this thought came to my mind that the Jalodbao is not over yet. He is still there in the mud, and he is still catching and killing our people. So we should do something to end this fellow Jalodbao. So the first was the name that came to my mind, Jalodbust. Thereafter other things followed, the innovation and all. And since I am an engineer and I had been heading projects, so heading a project means you have to resolve the problem. You cannot hand it over to another person. There is no second person. And since I'm an engineer, there has to be an engineering solution. So the sequence followed. So this is the equipment, which is also standing outside. People are there. You can see and experience, ask questions. And what we have been doing for at least last 1 year is taking it out to the person who is working on the ground, asking him to see this, experience this, and sit in the driving seat and experience the ownership. And Government of India, thanks to various schemes, it is possible for him to own without any financial burden on him or even a financial liability. So this is the big picture of the world, where we see some 700 to 800 crore people, and out of them, more than 500 crore people use in-city toilets, leach pit toilets, and who is cleaning that? Because by that we only shift the problem in time and place. But still the problem is there. It is not being cleaned every day. It is cleaned after some time, but it is to be removed, it is to be shifted. And who is doing that? That's a question we all should understand. It is happening. Now this machine which we have made, and it has been identified, manual scavenging is happening at 9 points. And this single machine, with this one person owning and operating it, will be able to solve 5 of the manual scavenging problems. So it is so versatile. And one day I see 1.5 to 2.5 such machines owned by the sanitation micro entrepreneurs, and getting the job done with safety, dignity, and control on their incomes. So here I will come back to the where I started. SIT, for the issue to settle, we have to sit. That means we have to focus on the sanitation worker, which my innovation did. We have to create the impact, and that is the change that we are expecting. Like the sanitation service has to be efficient. Everyone should get the service. The water resource should remain clean. And then the tasks which are to be done. So some definition of what tasks actually this person does, that all should be resolved. So how do we do that? We can't do it alone. Yesterday I talked of the how we do very big projects. There is a FIDIC method of contracting, in that there are three parties. One is this client, the owner who has a problem and has the money. Second is the solution provider. He has the technology, he has the expertise, and he can provide the solution. But between these two, there is a huge chasm of mistrust and not the bridge in the understanding. So here we want to bring in the consultant or advisor or anyone like the, just morning I was talking here, like the Wash Institute and other people who have enough of expertise, enough of trust with both the parties. And they are able to bridge this. So together in the PPP model, where the government is there and an entrepreneur is there, there has also to be one facilitator, so that together we can work and have trust in each other. Each of them, us three, will handle their particular part of the work. With this machine now, I'll come to the working. We have used it in emptying the leach pits, the 12 crore of leach pits that are in this country. We have used it in the UGD manholes which get choked and overflow. This one person simply does this task, and this along with this machine. And the third case is in slums. We have tried it in Mumbai slums, where the huge public toilets and the septic tanks, they get filled up with this sludge. So this, our people used it. Maybe they used 100 feet of pipe, 35 meters. It can be more. It went through somebody's door, somebody's window, through a narrow lane, and ultimately emptied it into this small vehicle which was standing on the footpath. Because there is not even space that a vehicle can stand on the road and keep it open. So I would like to play a few small clips. Can we play? Can you help me? So that our people can hear it. So you see, amazingly, I never believed that it can empty from such depth. You can see, when the sludge is deep inside, it can remove the sludge there. This is bypass mode. Sometimes when the manhole is overflowing and there is sludge inside, so what we need to do is, if we cannot pick up all the sludge and transport it, just simply shifting this sludge, converted into slurry, into a nearby manhole or a nearby open drain, so that this is relieved. So our people just did a trial on that. So here it is emptying. It's a slightly longer, maybe 2 minutes video. I don't know how to jump. I will request you to kindly bear with me and see. This is the... Yeah, you can speed up a bit. Can you speed up? Okay, yeah, I can see. So anyways, it's going. So this is being shifted into another manhole. While the machine is operating, so in one manhole, it transported 8,000 liters of slurry, while it is making sludge inside. Making slurry inside, it is transporting to the next manhole. So you can see what is being shifted to the next manhole. And by the end of the operation, the sludge had been removed and water flow had started again. So you can see it is transporting this slurry from one manhole, manhole bed, so that that slurry is removed and the flow started again. I think I will skip rest of it now. So this is one combined video in which you can see whole of the story. So this was, we were helped by Today 500 to 600 crore people across the world use pit toilets, which definitely need a human intervention for cleaning. That means a couple of lakh of people across the globe are actually indulging in manual scavenging. Yellow dust will be totally world transforming, not only for my country. It does alternate sludge creation by stirring the mud inside, converting into a pumpable slurry. They are going to be useful in emptying leach pits. Happening inside. They are also useful deep inside the pit, under the water, where there is an interface with the settled sludge. The type of work to be done, control on dignity and control on safety to the sanitation worker. In our country, I see a need of 1 lakh to 1,50,000 such machines. So I skip now. So for this, what is in this? When this person owns it, he will be able to create a net income of 20,000 rupees per month for himself. While this is a one-man machine, while he is working 8 hours a day, 25 days in a month. So that is the proper breakup. And when he is charging 800 rupees for each emptying, that means 5 rupees per person per month is the cost of keeping their this leach pit oblique toilet running. And good for the environment, good for that person, good for that family, and good for our whatever inhibitions we have regarding cleaning these pits, emptying these pits and all. So now I would ask you kindly to think about, we have got the two models, economic models. One is the existing model in which the capital goods is a huge machine. It is owned by someone, and then the worker who is exposed to this is a wage earner, whether he gets the safety equipment or not, whether he gets the job next day or not. If he refuses to do a dangerous work, will he still be on the job? They are the questions. And how much dignity still he will be having control on. And then enforcement of law sometimes gets compromised. And the option 2 is the sanipreneur model, in which the capital goods, the machine, will be owned by this worker. He will get income as much he works. It is at his own choice. He has total control on his safety. That means when the stakeholder is there, maybe the municipality, they can check whether he is using the proper safety equipment or not. And they can put a fine on him. He will drive his vehicle, go to the place where it is to be done, wear a pair of gloves, sight, smell, and splash free. He need not look at it, he need not smell it. And I think that is sufficient dignity which a worker should have. And then he will have control on his income. This strict enforcement of law is possible as we can enforce the wearing of helmet. So that will be much easier for the authorities to control, and overall I think our society will get a good service, and this person, the person at the bottom of the pyramid, he will be lifted, and I believe in our within some understandable time, we will see this word manual scavenging off the dictionaries. No human being will be exposed to some dirt which is created by others, and then the class and all those things involved which everybody understands. So a person, when he owns this machine, suddenly his total life will change. He will have control on so many things, and this one bottom of the pyramid layer will get relieved. So with that, I thank you all for paying so much of attention and also getting involved in this, because we are all together in this. Thank you very much.
So we'll take questions at the end of the panel. We now move on to the next session. Ms. Shruti Pillai, Research Fellow, IIT Bombay. She will speak about regulatory hurdles and institutional challenges in managing Kerala's used water.
Very good morning to everybody present here. Thank you to KWA and Wash Institute for giving me this opportunity. And I recently submitted my PhD thesis, and I'm a research fellow in IIT Bombay. basically from Thrissur, so I'll be alternating between Malayalam and English while talking. If there are any clarificatory questions. So the presentation is in English, so that shouldn't be a problem for only English-speaking people to understand. But if there is any clarificatory questions, please feel free to ask. ഇന്നത്തെ presentation അപ്പോൾ building partnerships for UWM എന്നുള്ളൊരു തീമിലാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ 2 ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ ഹൗ ടു എൻഷ്യൂർ ഈ യൂസ്ഡ് വാട്ടർ, ഹൗ ടു എൻഷ്യൂർ ദാറ്റ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ഓഫ് സഫീഷ്യൻറ്റ് ക്വാളിറ്റി. നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ ജലസ്രോതസ്സുകളിലേക്കും പുഴകളിലേക്കും പാടങ്ങളിലേക്കൊക്കെ വിടുമ്പോൾ ഇത് സഫീഷ്യൻറ്റ് ക്വാളിറ്റി ആയിരിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ഉദ്ദേശത്തോടു കൂടിയാണ് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു പരിപാടി ഇവിടെ നടത്തുന്നതെന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത്. അപ്പോൾ 2 കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് ഞാനിതിൽ കവർ ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത്. ഒന്ന്, കറണ്ട് ഇഷ്യൂസ്, വാട്ടർ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഗവർണൻസിലുള്ള തൽക്കാലമുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ്, ബാരിയേഴ്സ് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ്, ചാലഞ്ചസ് എന്തൊക്കെയാണ്. 2 പഠനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഇത് വരാൻ പോകുന്നത്. 1 is from my PhD work, 2nd is findings from a sanitation infrastructure provision study, and second aspect is the potential of networks and collaborations as a solution for these challenges. നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ ചാലഞ്ചസിന് എങ്ങനെയാണ് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക്സ്, ഡിഫറെന്റ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസ് കമ്മിങ് ടുഗെദർ ആൻഡ് വർക്കിംഗ് ടുഗെദർ, ക്യാൻ ഇറ്റ് ബി എ സൊല്യൂഷൻ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് 2ാമത്തെ കാര്യം. അനാലിറ്റിക് ഇത് കുറച്ച് തിയററ്റിക്കലാണ്, ഞാൻ അതിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നില്ല. ഫസ്റ്റ് ഈസ് മൈ ഫൈൻഡിങ്സ് ഫ്രം ദ PhD work. So as you see, the part which I've highlighted is what I would like to focus on. Policies which are drafted at central level may not necessarily reflect the local field realities and may not be contextually appropriate. ഫീൽഡിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം, സ്വച്ഛ് ഭാരത് മിഷൻ ഗൈഡ് ലൈൻസിലും ഓപ്പറേഷണൽ ഗൈഡ് ലൈൻസിലൊക്കെ പലതും എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. പക്ഷെ അത് നിങ്ങൾ ഫീൽഡിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ അത് പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കാൻ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ പല പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ടാവും. ഫീൽഡിലുള്ള റിയാലിറ്റി അതായിരിക്കില്ല. ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഞാൻ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, ഇതിനെ മറികടക്കുന്ന ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, കൊച്ചി സീവറേജ് ആൻഡ് സെപ്റ്റേജ് ബൈലോ ആൻഡ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ ഗൈഡ് ലൈൻസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ ഇൻ 2016 കൊച്ചി കോർപ്പറേഷൻ റിലീസ്ഡ് a septage and sewerage management bylaws and its operational guidelines which considered the contextual realities of a city like Kochi. So that was a policy which is appropriate for that particular town. That helps then in streamlining implementation. ആ പോളിസി അവിടെ ഒരു രേഖയായിട്ട്, മാർഗരേഖയായിട്ട് അവിടെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് വന്നിട്ട് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷൻ കുറച്ചും കൂടി എളുപ്പമാവും. പക്ഷെ സെൻട്രലിൽ മാത്രമാണ് പോളിസീസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ലോക്കൽ ഫീൽഡ് റിയാലിറ്റീസ് അതിൽ ഇൻകോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ബാക്കിയുള്ളതിൽ ഞാൻ അത്ര ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല, നോട്ട് ഓഫ് റിലവൻസ് ടു ദിസ് പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ സെഷൻ. സെക്കൻഡ്, ട്രാൻസ്പെറൻസിയുടെ പ്രശ്നം. നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ ആസ് എ റിസർച്ചർ ഞാൻ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഇഷ്യൂ ഡേറ്റയാണ്. എനിക്കിപ്പോൾ വാട്ടർ ക്വാളിറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഡേറ്റ വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ എവിടേക്ക് പോകണം? PCBയുടെ വെബ്സൈറ്റിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വാട്ടർ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഡേറ്റ ഈസ് ദെയർ, ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക് മോണിറ്ററിംഗ്, ബട്ട് ദെൻ ദ സൈറ്റ് ഇസ് മോസ്റ്റ്ലി നോട്ട് അവൈലബിൾ. ഇപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തന്നെ വേറൊരു ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിൽ നിന്ന് ഡേറ്റ വേണമെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? എവിടേക്ക് പോകും? ഈസ് ദെയർ എ സെൻട്രലൈസ്ഡ് ഡേറ്റാബേസ് വെയറിൻ യു ക്യാൻ ഹാവ് ഡേറ്റ not only on water quality indicators. For example, sanitation service provision itself. How do I know how many STPs are there in the state of Kerala? How many FSTPs are there? Whom do I approach for that? So all these are problems which concern water quality or water governance per se. And I'm not saying that this is a problem of any one particular institution. See, institutions, അവർക്ക് അവരുടെ കപ്പാസിറ്റി, അവരുടെ ഫണ്ടിങ്, അവരുടെ സ്കെയിൽ, അതിന്റെ പുറത്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ഡേറ്റ കിട്ടുമോ, ട്രാൻസ്പെറൻസി ഉണ്ടാവുമോ, അതെല്ലാം. അപ്പൊ ഈ അക്കൗണ്ടബിലിറ്റി, ട്രാൻസ്പെറൻസി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന എലിമെന്റ് ഒക്കെ ആ ഒരു ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷന്റെ കപ്പാസിറ്റിയുടെ പുറത്തും സ്കെയിലിന്റെ പുറത്തും അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഫണ്ടിങ്ങിന്റെ പുറത്തും, പിന്നെ അത് മാത്രമല്ല അവർക്ക് അത് കൊടുക്കാനുള്ള അധികാരമുണ്ടോ, അവരുടെ അതോറിറ്റി ഉണ്ടോ ആ ഒരു ഡേറ്റ കൈമാറാൻ, അതിന്റെ പുറത്തൊക്കെ ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നു. സെക്കൻഡ്, ഞാൻ സാനിറ്റേഷൻ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ പ്രൊവിഷൻ സ്റ്റഡിയിലേക്ക് വരാം. ഇത് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാവുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്, ഞാൻ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പറയേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. STP ആൻഡ് FSTP ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ പ്രൊവിഷൻ കേരളത്തിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ULBസിന് സംടൈംസ് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എ സിഗ്നിഫിക്കന്റ് ചാലഞ്ച്. ULBs ഡു നോട്ട് ഹാവ് ദാറ്റ് മച്ച് ഫണ്ടിങ്, ഹൈ കോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ ഉണ്ട്. സെക്കൻഡ് ഈസ് അർബനൈസേഷൻ പ്രഷർ. അർബൻ റൂറൽ കണ്ടിന്യൂത്തിനെ കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ കുറെ കാലമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ സംസാരിച്ചു വരുന്നുണ്ട് കേരളത്തിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ. അതേമാതിരി ദർ ഈസ് എ റൂറൽ ക്യാരക്ടർ ഓഫ് ഹോം സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ്. പണ്ട് വീടും വളപ്പും പറമ്പൊക്കെ ഉള്ള വീടുകളൊക്കെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഫ്ലാറ്റിലേക്ക് കൺവേർട്ട് ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. സോ ദർ ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് അഡീഷണൽ ചാലഞ്ച്. ഡെൻസ്ലി പോപ്പുലേറ്റഡ് ഏരിയാസ്, ഹൗ ഡു എൻഷുർ ദാറ്റ് സാനിറ്റേഷൻ സർവീസസ്, quality sanitation services reach there. Third is the unique geographical and contextual constraints. So Kerala is today, if you get out onto the road, especially I am from Thrissur, if you look at the Thrissur-Ernakulam stretch, it is a highway, but it looks like a normal road. It is congested, the roads are very narrow. So imagine the smaller lanes in the cities, what must be their width. How can you ensure that, even in case of FSTPs and septage management, how can you ensure that trucks carrying these septage managements can traverse through those lanes? അതുകൂടാതെ ഹൈ വാട്ടർ ടേബിൾ സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്ക്സിന്റെ പ്രവർത്തനത്തിനെ തന്നെ ബാധിക്കുന്നൊരു റിയാലിറ്റിയും കേരളത്തിനുണ്ട്. വേറൊരു കാര്യം എനിക്ക് ഇവിടെ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാട്ടാനുള്ളത് ഇലക്ടോറൽ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിനെ കുറിച്ചാണ്. അതിന് മുമ്പ് ഞാൻ ഇവിടേക്ക് വരാം. നോട്ട് ഇൻ മൈ ബാക്ക് യാർഡ് സിൻഡ്രോം. ഏതൊരു STPയോ FSTPയോ പ്ലാന്റോ നാട്ടിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ ഉള്ള മേജർ പ്രശ്നം പറയുന്നത് പബ്ലിക് റെസിസ്റ്റൻസ് ആണ്. പബ്ലിക് റെസിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യം നമുക്ക് പ്രോജക്റ്റ് അവിടെ പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല, അവിടെ സമരം വരുന്നു, എല്ലാ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും വരുന്നു, ശരിയാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഒരു കാര്യവും കൂടി അതിലുള്ളത്, ഈ പബ്ലിക് പ്രൊട്ടസ്റ്റ് വരുന്നത് കേരള ഹാസ് എ ഹിസ്റ്ററി ഓഫ് ഹാൻഡ്ലിംഗ് സോളിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റിലാണ് നമ്മളിത് കൂടുതൽ കണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. കേരളസ് ഹിസ്റ്ററി ഓഫ് സോളിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഹാസ് നോട്ട് ബീൻ അറ്റ് പാർ വിത്ത് വാട്ട് ഈസ് ആക്ച്വലി റിക്വയർഡ്. ഐ വുഡന്റ് ബ്ലെയിം കേരള ആസ് എ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് itself. India itself we know that is the reality. So that can be a reason why there is resistance. അത് കാരണം തന്നെ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് അവിടെ റെസിസ്റ്റൻസ് തോന്നാൻ സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ നിംബി എന്നുള്ളൊരു പ്രശ്നത്തിനെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി ആൾക്കാരിലേക്ക് അങ്ങോട്ട് തള്ളി നോക്കാതെ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിന്റെ റോളും അക്നോളജ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഇനി ഇതിനെ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകണം എന്നാണ് അവിടെ പറയേണ്ടത്. അതിനോടനുബന്ധിച്ചുള്ള വേറൊരു കാര്യമാണ് ഇലക്ടോറൽ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് അറ്റ് പ്ലേ. There are only two things. So these are quotes from councillors which I heard when I went to interview them for understanding challenges for infrastructure provision. There are only two things for people to give its votes: roads and drains. If you destroy roads for laying sewage lines, we will not get votes. ഏതൊരു കൗൺസിലർ, നിങ്ങൾക്കൊക്കെ പരിചയമുള്ള വാർഡ് കൗൺസിലറിന്റെ അടുത്ത് പോയാൽ കേൾക്കാവുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം ഇതായിരിക്കും: എനിക്ക് വോട്ട് കിട്ടില്ല, അതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് സമ്മതിക്കാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ either it has to be pressure from the top or the bottom. Otherwise, there is no way that they will actually agree to this. They have their own limitations. പിന്നെയുള്ളത് ലാക്ക് ഓഫ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി അറ്റ് ദ ULB ലെവലാണ്. ദിസ് പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഡോക്യുമെന്റ് ദാറ്റ് യു സീ ഓൺ സ്ക്രീൻ, ദിസ് ഇസ് ഫ്രം കൽപ്പറ്റ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി, വിച്ച് റീസെന്റ് അവിടെ ഒരു 10 KLD FSTP പ്ലാന്റ് അവിടെ കുറച്ച് വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് അവിടെ ഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ ചെയ്യണ്ടായി. And then it was hugely hailed in media that it is a success story. Tiger vermifilter technology ആണ് യൂസ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്, and it was very successful എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്. Then when we contacted the municipal secretary as well as the PCB there, we came to know that it is not really the case. അവിടുത്തെ the effluent from the FSTP was not according to standards. There are problems that the tiger worms are dying off. So the operational management is not happening properly at that level. Now, if you look at it, ULBs are empowered. നമ്മുടെ അവിടെ ഡീസെൻട്രലൈസേഷനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള കുറെ ചർച്ചകൾ പറയുന്നത് കേരളം അതിൽ നമ്പർ 1 ആണ്, ULBs empowered ആണ് എന്നാണ്. അത് കേരള വാട്ടർ ആൻഡ് സീവറേജ് ആക്ടിന്റെയും കേരള മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി ആക്ടിന്റെയും അവിടെ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞ ULBs empowered ആണോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ അല്ല. വേറെ കുറെ ഇപ്പൊ KWA മാതിരി കുറെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസ് അവിടെ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഇപ്പൊ ULBസിന്റെ മേലെ നമ്മൾ അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഓപ്പറേഷണൽ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഓവർസൈറ്റ് തന്നെ കൊടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, വൺ തിങ് ടു കൺസിഡർ ഇസ് ഡു ദേ ഹാവ് ദ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്. ഇപ്പൊ ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ കൽപ്പറ്റയിലെ മുനിസിപ്പൽ എഞ്ചിനീയർ എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞത്, വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും സംഭവമായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് നോക്കാം, FSTP നോക്കി നടത്താനുള്ള ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസോ അത് എനിക്കില്ല. ഷീ അഗ്രീഡ് ടു ദാറ്റ്. So then how do you ensure that municipality officials have the competence so that they can, other than that, there is one more aspect that they have other responsibilities also. You can't just ad hoc give them another responsibility per se. So then the question is, what are the alternatives? ഇവിടെ എല്ലാ പ്രോബ്ലംനും അല്ല, I am just going to take one particular problem, which is data paucity, and I'm going to focus on that and what are the alternatives which are required. Like I said, there is a need for fine-grained data for assessing water and sanitation situation. Kerala is mostly composed of small towns. നമ്മുടെ അവിടെ വലിയ മെട്രോ സിറ്റീസ് എന്ന് പറയാനില്ല. വലിയ സിറ്റീസ് എന്നുള്ളത് തിരുവനന്തപുരം, കൊച്ചി, കോഴിക്കോട് അങ്ങനെയുള്ളൂ. ബാക്കി എല്ലാം സ്മോൾ ടൗൺസ് ആണ്. സോ ഹൗ ഡു യു എൻഷുർ ദാറ്റ് യു ഗെറ്റ് റിലയബിൾ ഡേറ്റ ഫോർ ഓൾ ദീസ് ടൗൺസ്? സോ can academic institutions help? Yesterday, Dr. Ratish Menon from SEMS had come for a presentation, and he did give a talk about SSPs. He has shown how institutions can collaborate with city governments to ensure that collaborations happen and actually results are seen on the ground. So one more example is the canal rejuvenation project, which is currently underway in Kerala. ഞാൻ ആ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് എൻ്റെ PhD തീസിസിന്റെ സമയത്ത് പഠിച്ച ആളാണ്. So I'm not saying that that is the perfect solution. There are challenges therein also, which we'll see in a couple of minutes. So the canal rejuvenation project in a timeline, that project was mainly, it was used to develop an inclusive model of sanitation with active participation from the community and other stakeholders. And in that course, institutions, academic institutions, local students, help data gaps fill winter school, summer school, workshops. And so Canalapy is one of the campaign names of the Canal Rejuvenation Project itself. So you see how different, who are the different actors in this and how they have collaborated with Canalapy or the CRP project. We see that academia have collaborated with knowledge while learnings from the Canalapy have gone back to academia. I have been a beneficiary of the same. Canalapy has collaborated with line departments, KSPCB, which was very important because only with the collaboration of, line departments, PCB, KWA, can we really understand what is happening on the road. Support is crucial for any such initiative. And again, what Canalapy provided was knowledge as well as capacity, wherein there is a deficit or gap in capacity exists. Similarly for the other actors. So these are some of the pilot interventions. I want you to focus on the one on the left, which is a DWATS unit was set up in Alapi. This happened in 2019. And so Lata Jayagopal, she was there yesterday or day before, I think, from CDD. So her firm Inspiration was the one who actually designed and constructed this plant. It was financed as a CSR project. However, although this was a project which had the support of Asametha Finance Minister, Dr. Thomas Isaac's support, even the administrative and technical sanctions were expedited because he was involved in the project. There were challenges. Our project there were challenges. വളരെ അഡ്ഹോക്ക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള രീതിയിലായിരുന്നു ASും TSും കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു സംവിധാനം അവിടെ ഉണ്ടായത്. സോ വാട്ട് ഹാപ്പൻസ് ഇസ്, ഇപ്പൊ കുറെ പേര് ചോദിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ആലപ്പുഴയിൽ ഈ ഒരു സംഭവം നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തു, അത് സ്കെയിലപ്പ് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല കേരളത്തിലെ വേറെ ഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന്? ആലപ്പുഴയിൽ മാത്രം എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഒരു DWATS പ്ലാന്റ് ഉള്ളത്? ദാറ്റ് വാസ് ബിക്കോസ് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് എൻ അഡ്ഹോക്ക് പ്രോസസ്. സപ്പോസ് ഇത് ഇമ്പാക്ട് കേരള ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ ശുചിത്വ മിഷന്റെ ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ അമൃത് അങ്ങനെ വല്ല പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ദർ ഈസ് എ മെക്കാനിസം ഇൻ പ്ലേസ് ടു സ്കെയിൽ ഇറ്റ് അപ്പ്. But for problems like this, ഈ academia, ഈ network, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു collaboration വരുമ്പോൾ ഇതെല്ലാം അപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള temporary arrangements ആകുമ്പോൾ scaling up becomes difficult. There is a need, that is one of the challenges. Second is, there are barriers to collaborations. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓരോരുത്തരുടെയും സമയം വിലപ്പെട്ടതാണ്. If I ask you to go and attend a meeting, you must already be having 1000 other things to do. നിങ്ങളുടെ ആ ഒരു റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി മാറ്റി വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടേക്ക് ഒരു ഒറ്റ ദിവസത്തെ നോട്ടീസിലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരാഴ്ചത്തെ നോട്ടീസിലോ ഒക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ it becomes difficult for you. So that is known as institutional transaction cost. There is a cost to be paid for institutions to collaborate with each other. There's also an opportunity cost. ആ സമയത്ത് there could have been some other duties which you could have accomplished. അത് വിട്ടിട്ടാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ഇതിന് പോകുന്നതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അവിടെ നിങ്ങളുടെ സമയവും അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് എപ്പോഴും നിങ്ങൾ മൈൻഡ്ഫുൾ ആയിരിക്കും. So as I said, and the PhD was on comparing these two kinds: bureaucratic hierarchy, which is the normal way of governance which happens, and networks, which is what is an example. CRP is an example of such a project. ഈ നെറ്റ്വർക്കിലും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളില്ല എന്നല്ല ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. ദർ ആർ അക്കൗണ്ടബിലിറ്റി ആൻഡ് ട്രാൻസ്പെറൻസി ഇഷ്യൂസ്. ഇപ്പൊ ട്രാൻസ്പെറൻസി എനിക്ക് സ്റ്റേറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് എനിക്ക് ഡിമാൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. KSPCB ഇങ്ങനെ ഡേറ്റ ഇടണം, KW ഡേറ്റ ഇടണം, എനിക്ക് ഡിമാൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. പക്ഷെ ഒരു നെറ്റ്വർക്കിനോട് എനിക്കിത് ഡിമാൻഡ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ അതിനുള്ള സംവിധാനങ്ങളില്ല. നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ഇസ് ജസ്റ്റ് ഇറ്റ്സ് എ കൊളാബറേഷൻ ഓഫ് ഡിഫറെന്റ് ഇൻഡിവിജ്വൽസ്. സോ ദർ മസ്റ്റ് ബി മെക്കാനിസംസ് ഇൻ ദ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ഇറ്റ് സെൽഫ് സോ ദാറ്റ് all these issues are maintained and transparency is ensured. When I talk about challenges, let's also talk about drivers. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത് വിജയിച്ചത്? ചെറിയ രീതിയിലാണ് വിജയം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്, ഭയങ്കര വലിയ രീതിയിൽ ഉണ്ടാവും ഞാൻ പറയില്ല. പക്ഷെ എന്തായാലും അത് വിജയിച്ചത് എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ്? One is leadership at the state and local levels. There were engineers from the PCB who are very critical in providing information, in providing support. I would like to acknowledge the contribution of late Biju sir, Biju Balakrishnan, who passed away last year. He was also very instrumental in making that project happen. Pinna, there are individuals from Alappuzha municipality who also ensured that so there are individual motivations ulla kore പേര് ഇതിൽ ഇൻവോൾവ് ആയിരുന്നു. So that is one of the drivers of this project. So I just have 10 seconds, I must conclude. So coming to the final slide, there is there is, I would say, a huge potential for collaboration between academic institutions. വേണ്ടത് ക്ലിയർ ഗോൾസ് ആൻഡ് ടാർഗറ്റ്സ് ആണ്. പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് വില്ലും കൂടി വേണം. വളരെ ക്ലിയർ ക്ലാരിറ്റി വേണം ദാറ്റ് ഓരോ സ്റ്റേക്ക് ഹോൾഡേഴ്സിന്റെ കപ്പാസിറ്റി എന്താണ്, അവരുടെ റോൾ എന്താണ്. കപ്പാസിറ്റി എന്താണെന്ന് അറിഞ്ഞാലേ ഗ്യാപ്പ് മാപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റൂ. ആ ഗ്യാപ്പ് മാപ്പ് ചെയ്താലാണ് പുതിയ ഒരാൾ അവിടേക്ക് വരാണെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് എങ്ങനെ കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റൂ എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ റോൾസ് അസൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതും വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. ആ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ റോൾസിന്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേറ്റീവ് മെക്കാനിസംസും വേണ്ടി വരും. ഞാൻ നെറ്റ്വർക്കിന്റെ കാര്യമാണ് കേട്ടോ പറയുന്നത്. എങ്ങനെയാണ് അക്കൗണ്ടബിലിറ്റി മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക? ഹൂ ഈസ് അക്കൗണ്ടബിൾ ടു ഹൂം? ഹൗ ഡു എൻഷുർ ദാറ്റ് പേഴ്സൺ ഈസ് അക്കൗണ്ടബിൾ ടു ദി അതർ? And long-term and iterative learning. You must engage with each other for long-term. Different departments-ന്റെ ഇടയിൽ കണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് വളരെ ഒരു ലാക്ക് ഓഫ് ട്രസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ഡേറ്റ കൊടുക്കാനും എല്ലാത്തിനും ഒരു ലാക്ക് ഓഫ് ട്രസ്റ്റ്, which is indicative of, I think, our times also. But still, there is a need to break that barrier of mistrust. അതിനുവേണ്ടി long-term engagement വേണ്ടി വരും between different institutions in the network. And again, we have to devise metrics for understanding what is the outcome of these projects. Effective monitoring is ഏറ്റവും ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് മെട്രിക്സ് ആണ്. സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി എൻഷുർ ചെയ്യണം, പക്ഷേ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് എ ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഫോർ അതർ ഡേ. ബട്ട് ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് എ ക്വസ്റ്റൻ വിച്ച് ഐ ലീവ് ടു യു. ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു നെറ്റ്വർക്ക്സ് വന്നാൽ ഹൗ ഡു യു എൻഷുർ ദാറ്റ് ദർ ഇസ് സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് ഗെറ്റ്സ് ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റഡ് ഇൻ അതർ ജോഗ്രഫീസ് ആൻഡ് കണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റ് ഓൾസോ. ദാറ്റ്സ് ഓൾ. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, ma'am. We have a session. One of our panel speakers, the stage recognizes Shri Praveen K.S., Superintending Engineer, Kerala Water Authority. Due to constraint in time, we have pushed his talk up forward, but actually he would like to speak about the way forward, learning from Telni Rurgum Navakeralam campaign.
Morning. Good morning to all. Today is World Water Day, so let me first extend my warm greetings, wishing you all a life filled with abundance and purity of water. Thank you, Shruti, for mixing Malayalam and English so that I can also follow the same. So this is not a technical presentation. You may be hearing a lot of technical presentations from yesterday. This is not even a management presentation. This is just sharing some thoughts based on my experience working in Shujitva Mission, which is under Local Self-Government Department, and also in Kerala Water Authority, which is under Water Resource Department. This presentation was supposed to be as a last session, but unfortunately I have some other engagement, so I got it preponed. So anyway, it doesn't matter the time. It is just a sharing of thoughts. First of all, I will start with what is the issue. Actually, ഈ സ്ലൈഡിൽ നിങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നത് 2014 മുതൽ 2017 വരെയുള്ള 3-4 പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. 2014 ഒരു ഫ്ലാഗ്ഷിപ്പ് പ്രോഗ്രാം, ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇൻ ദ വേൾഡ് ആക്ച്വലി, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് സ്വച്ഛ് ഭാരത് മിഷൻ phase 1 started with the aim of eradicating open defecation. അതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഒത്തിരി കാർട്ടൂണുകൾ, 2 ലക്ഷത്തിലധികം കാർട്ടൂണുകൾ തന്നെ ഒരു സമയം ഷെയർ ചെയ്യപ്പെടുകയുണ്ടായി. അതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാം ബേസിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു എസൻസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ പലതിലും ടോയ്ലറ്റ് ഇല്ലാത്തത് കാരണം ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ആണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ ലെഫ്റ്റ് സൈഡിൽ ഏറ്റവും മുകളിലായിട്ടുള്ളതിൽ കാണുന്നത്, പ്ലീസ് മാരി മീ, ഐ ഹാവ് എ ഹൗസ്, ലാൻഡ്, ഗ്യാസ്, ബഫല്ലോ, സൈക്കിൾ, എവറിത്തിങ്, ബട്ട് ദ ഗേൾ ഈസ് ആസ്കിങ് ഡു യു ഹാവ് എ ടോയ്ലറ്റ്. ഇതുപോലത്തെ പല വിധത്തിലുള്ള കാർട്ടൂണുകൾ. വൺ പേഴ്സൺ ആസ്കിങ് അസ്ട്രോളജർ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ഓസ്പീഷ്യസ് ടൈം ഫോർ മൈ മാരേജ്. ദ അസ്ട്രോളജർ റിപ്ലൈസ് വെൻ യു കൺസ്ട്രക്ട് എ ടോയ്ലറ്റ്. സിമിലർ കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് തിങ്സ് വെർ ഗോയിങ് ഓൺ. 2016 എന്താണ് സംഭവിച്ചതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ, 2016 നവംബർ 1 കേരളത്തിലെ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി കേരളം ODF ആയിട്ട്, കേരള സംസ്ഥാനം ODF ആയിട്ട് പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. ശരിക്കും അതിന് മുമ്പേ തന്നെ ആകേണ്ടതായിരുന്നു. ഇന്നലെ ശാരദാ മാഡം പറഞ്ഞ് നിങ്ങളെല്ലാം ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചു കാണും, ചില പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾ, 1-2 പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾ വന്ന ഡിലേ കാരണമാണ്. അതർവൈസ് കേരള വുഡ് ഹാവ് ബീൻ ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് ടു ഡിക്ലെയർ ODF, ബട്ട് കേരള വാസ് ദ 3rd സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഇൻ ദ കൺട്രി. അതിന് മുമ്പ് 2 സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ സിക്കിമും ഹിമാചലുമായിരുന്നു. If you compare the magnitude of population or demography or hydrogeological characteristics, we can proudly say that Kerala was the first of its kind. ആ ഒരു magnitude of population geographyയും വെച്ച് it was the first of that kind states to declare ODF. 2017 താഴെ കാണിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത് വീണ്ടും ആ ടാർഗറ്റ് അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഭാരതത്തിൽ കഴിയാതെ വന്നപ്പോൾ കാർട്ടൂണുകൾക്കപ്പുറം സിനിമ പോലും പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു അവസ്ഥയുണ്ടായി. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് എ ഫിലിം കോൾഡ് ടോയ്ലറ്റ് ഏക് പ്രേമകഥ. ഒരു ടോയ്ലറ്റ് ഇല്ലാത്ത വീട്ടിലേക്ക് കല്യാണം കഴിച്ചു കൊണ്ടു ചെല്ലുന്ന ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടിക്ക് ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന വിഷമങ്ങൾ വളരെ രസകരമായി അവതരിപ്പിച്ച ഒരു ഫിലിമായിരുന്നു. ഐ തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ് സ്ക്രിപ്റ്റ് ഈവൻ ദാറ്റ് ഹാസ് ബീൻ വെറ്റഡ്, മേ ബി ED knows better. That script has been vetted by SBM people. That is what I know. അക്ഷയ് കുമാറിന്റെ ബ്ലോക്ക് ബസ്റ്റർ ഫിലിമായിരുന്നു ആദ്യത്തെ ടോയ്ലറ്റ് പ്രേമകഥ. സോ ഈ 2017 ഈ ടാർഗറ്റിന് വേണ്ടി ഭാരതത്തിലെ മറ്റു സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ ശ്രമിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ വളരെയേറെ പുരോഗതി കൈവരിച്ചു എന്ന അഭിമാനം കൊണ്ട ആ ഒരു അവസരത്തിൽ നിന്ന് 2014 ഇപ്പൊ 2024 എത്തി നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ മറ്റു സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ വാട്ടർ പ്ലസ് ആയിട്ട് ഡിക്ലെയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന പല സിറ്റികളും വന്നപ്പോൾ വേർ ഈസ് അവർ സ്റ്റാറ്റസ്? വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് ഈവൻ 10% അവർ വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ ട്രീറ്റഡ് വിത്ത് ദ ഫെസിലിറ്റീസ് അവൈലബിൾ ഹിയർ. ഇത് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ രണ്ട് വാർത്തകളാണ്. ഇടതുവശത്ത് കാണുന്നത്, സോറി ഫോർ ദ ലാക്ക് ഓഫ് ക്ലാരിറ്റി, ബട്ട് ദ ലെഫ്റ്റ് സൈഡ് വാട്ട് യു ക്യാൻ സേ, ഫീക്കൽ സ്ലഡ്ജ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്ക് എംറ്റി ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്ലഡ്ജ് ഓപ്പൺ ഡ്രെയിനിലും പുഴകളിലും തള്ളുന്നതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട വാർത്തകളാണ് ഒരു സൈഡില്. ഇപ്പുറത്തെ സൈഡിൽ കാണുന്നത് ഭക്ഷ്യവിഷബാധ സാമ്പിളുകളിൽ കോളിഫാം ബാക്ടീരിയയുടെ സാന്നിധ്യം, അങ്കനവാടികളിൽ ഉള്ള വാട്ടർ സാമ്പിളിൽ ഈക്കോളയുടെ സാന്നിധ്യം. നമ്മൾ കൊച്ചുകുട്ടികൾ കുടിക്കുന്ന അങ്കനവാടികളിലെ വെള്ളത്തിൽ പോലും മനുഷ്യ വിസർജ്യത്തിന്റെ സാന്നിധ്യം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ, നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾ കുടിക്കുന്ന നമ്മുടെ തന്നെ വിസർജ്യം കലർന്ന വെള്ളമാണ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ, ഇന്നലെ സജീവ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് താങ്ക്സ് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്ത ഒരു കാര്യം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ പല ഇൻഡെക്സുകളിലും മുകളിലേക്ക് ചെല്ലുമ്പോഴും ഈ ഒരു കാര്യത്തിൽ വി ആർ കട്ടിങ് എ സോറി ഫിഗർ എന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ എവിടെ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നു? നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾ കുടിക്കുന്ന വെള്ളത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ തന്നെ വിസർജ്യം കലരുന്ന ആ ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിൽ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് ഇൻഡിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടാണ് സ്ലൈഡ്. ഇനിയും ഈ കാണുന്നത് NGT ഭാരതത്തിൽ ഉടനീളം എടുത്തിട്ടുള്ള കുറെ കേസുകളുടെ സിവറേജുമായിട്ടോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റുമായിട്ടോ ഒക്കെ ബന്ധമുള്ള കുറച്ച് കേസുകൾ, അല്ലാതെ ലോക്കലൈസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പല കേസുകളുമുണ്ട്. ഇത് ജനറൽ കേസുകൾ. ഇത്തരം കേസുകളിലെല്ലാം തന്നെ പൊല്യൂഷൻ അബേറ്റ്മെന്റ് ഇൻ 21 റിവർ സ്ട്രെച്ചസ് ഇൻ കേരള ഉണ്ട്. അത് മൊത്തത്തിലുള്ള 356ഓളം റിവർ സ്ട്രെച്ചസിൽ 21 കേരളത്തിൽ 44 നദികൾ ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് അഭിമാനത്തോടെ പറയുമ്പോൾ അതിൽ 21 പൊല്യൂട്ടഡ് സ്ട്രെച്ചസ് ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് സെൻട്രൽ പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡിന്റെ ഡേറ്റയെ അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കി മലയാളിയായ ഒരു വ്യക്തി ഹിന്ദുവിൽ എഴുതിയ ഒരു ആർട്ടിക്കിളിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലാണ് ആ കേസ് NGT സുവോമോട്ടോ എടുത്തത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ റെസ്റ്റോറേഷൻ ഓഫ് വാട്ടർ ബോഡീസ്, യൂട്ടിലൈസേഷൻ ഓഫ് ട്രീറ്റേഴ്സ്, ഇതെല്ലാം തന്നെ ഒരു ലീഗലായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഡെമോക്രസിന്റെ വാള് പോലെ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യാൻ നമ്മളെ പ്രേരിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഘടകമായിട്ട് ഇത്തരം കേസുകൾ വരുന്നു ഒരു സൈഡില്. മറ്റു സൈഡിൽ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ആരോഗ്യകരമായ നമ്മളെ ബാധിക്കാവുന്ന കുറെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരുന്നു. എന്താണ് ഈ ഒബ്ലിഗേഷൻസ്? എല്ലാം കൂടെ ചുരുക്കി പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒന്നൊരു കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒബ്ലിഗേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ശരിക്കും റൈറ്റ് ടു വാട്ടർ ആൻഡ് സാനിറ്റേഷൻ ഇന്ത്യൻ ഭരണഘടനയിൽ നിർവചിക്കപ്പെട്ടിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിലും കാലങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള പല സുപ്രീം കോടതി വിധികളിലും റൈറ്റ് ടു ഡിഗ്നിറ്റിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇത് എൻഫോഴ്സ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുകയും ഡയറക്റ്റീവ് പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾസിൽ ഇത് പറയുകയും ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഇതൊരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ് സബ്ജക്റ്റ് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ സ്റ്റേറ്റിന്റെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമായിട്ട് വരുന്നു. കൂടാതെ 73, 74 ഭരണഘടനാ ഭേദഗതി അനുസരിച്ച് പഞ്ചായത്തുകളുടെയും അർബൻ ലോക്കൽ ബോഡികളുടെയും ഒരു ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമായിട്ട് പറയുന്നു. ഇനി കേരള വാട്ടർ സപ്ലൈ ആൻഡ് സീവറേജ് ആക്ട് അനുസരിച്ച് വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെ റോളായിട്ടും ഡിഫൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ളതും ലീഗലായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഫ്രെയിംവർക്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ട കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇനി ലെഗസി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പം ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ 2016 ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ODF ഡിക്ലെയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനം എന്നുള്ളത് മാത്രമല്ല നമ്മുടെ ലെഗസി. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാമായിരിക്കും, ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഒരു മലിനീകരണ നിയന്ത്രണ ബോർഡ് സ്ഥാപിതമാകുന്നത് കേരള സംസ്ഥാനത്താണ്. കേരള സ്റ്റേറ്റ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ആദ്യത്തെ പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡാണ്. ഈ പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡ് സ്ഥാപിക്കുന്നത് ഒരു പ്രത്യേക നിയമത്തെ അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കിയാണ്. വാട്ടർ ആക്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വാട്ടർ പ്രിവെൻഷൻ ആൻഡ് കൺട്രോൾ ഓഫ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ ആക്ട് 1974 എന്നുള്ള ആക്ടിലാണ്. അപ്പൊ ജലമലിനീകരണം തടയാനാണ് പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡ് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് സ്ഥാപിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത്. പിന്നീടാണ് എയർ പൊല്യൂഷനും ബാക്കി പൊല്യൂഷനും എല്ലാം അതിന്റെ പരിധിയിൽ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ 1974 ഈ വാട്ടർ ആക്ട് നിലവിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ ആ നിലവിൽ വരുന്നതിന് കാരണമായ ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. അതായത് വാട്ടർ എന്നത് സ്റ്റേറ്റ് സബ്ജക്റ്റ് ആണ്. ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ് സബ്ജക്റ്റിൽ സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ കേന്ദ്രം ഒരു നിയമം പാസ്സാക്കാറില്ല. അൺലസ് 5 സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾ അത് പ്രമേയം മൂലം നിയമസഭയിൽ പാസ്സാക്കി ആവശ്യപ്പെടാത്തിടത്തോളം കേന്ദ്രം ഒരു നിയമം പാസ്സാക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിൽ ആദ്യമായി ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു നിയമസഭ ഒരു പ്രമേയം പാസ്സാക്കുന്ന, അതായത് സ്റ്റേറ്റ് സബ്ജക്റ്റായ വെള്ളത്തിന്റെ മലിനീകരണം തടയാനായിട്ട് ഒരു നിയമം കേന്ദ്രത്തിൽ നിന്ന് കൊണ്ടുവരണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഒരു പ്രമേയം പാസ്സാക്കുന്നത് കേരള നിയമസഭയാണ്. അതിനുശേഷം 12ഓളം സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ അതേ പാത പിന്തുടർന്ന് നിയമം പാസ്സാക്കിയതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലാണ് 1900 വാട്ടർ ആക്ട് വരുന്നതും അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് പിന്നീട് പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡ് വരുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ 1974 ശേഷം 1984 ഒരു സ്റ്റാറ്റ്യൂട്ടറി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സ്ഥാപനം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നതും കേരളത്തിലാണ്. കേരള വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിന് അടിസ്ഥാനമാകുന്ന നിയമം തന്നെ വാട്ടർ സപ്ലൈ ആൻഡ് സിവറേജ് ആക്ട് എന്നാണ്. ആ ഓർഡിനൻസിൽ പറഞ്ഞ പേരെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കേരള വാട്ടർ ആൻഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയാണ്. പിന്നീട് അത് ആക്ട് ആയപ്പം വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ എടുത്ത് കളഞ്ഞ് വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി മാത്രമായെങ്കിലും കേരള വാട്ടർ ആൻഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി എന്നായിരുന്നു ആദ്യ പേര്. ഇനി STPയുടെ കാര്യം എടുത്താൽ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ തന്നെ ഒരു നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് സിവറേജ് സംവിധാനമുള്ള ഒരു സിറ്റിയാണ് തിരുവനന്തപുരം നഗരം. FSTPയുടെ കാര്യം എടുത്താലോ, ഫീക്കൽ സ്ട്രക്ചർ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റ് ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ കപ്പാസിറ്റി കൂടിയതും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ മെക്കനൈസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റ് ആണ് നമുക്ക് ബ്രഹ്മപുരത്തുള്ള 100 KLD ഫീക്കൽ സ്ട്രക്ചർ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റ്. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ആദ്യത്തെ ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റ് ദേവനഹള്ളിയിലുള്ളതാണ്, പക്ഷെ 10 KLD ഉള്ളൂ. കപ്പാസിറ്റി കൂടിയതും ഇലക്ട്രോ മെക്കാനിക്കൽ യൂണിറ്റിൽ അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കി വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നതുമായിട്ടുള്ള ആദ്യത്തെ പ്ലാൻ. അപ്പൊ ഇത്തരം ഒരു പാരമ്പര്യം നമ്മളിത് പറയുമ്പോഴും നമ്മുടെ പ്രവൃത്തിയിൽ ഈ പാരമ്പര്യത്തിന്റെ മഹിമയോ ഇതോ എന്നും കാണാത്ത രീതിയിലാണ് നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ അവസ്ഥയിൽ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതാണ് എനിക്ക് തന്നിരിക്കുന്ന ടോപ്പിക്, വേ ഫോർവേഡ് ബേസ്ഡ് ഓൺ ദ ഫൈൻഡിങ്സ് ഓർ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ഫ്രം തെളിനീരൊഴുകും നവകേരളം എന്നൊരു ക്യാമ്പയിനാണ്. ഈ ക്യാമ്പയിൻ ആക്ച്വലി ഈ ക്യാമ്പയിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രധാന ഉദ്ദേശം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, ഈ ക്യാമ്പയിന്റെ ഒരു ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് എന്നാണ് ഇവിടെ നിങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നത്. അതായത് 62,398 സാമ്പിളുകൾ കേരളത്തിൽ ഉടനീളം പരിശോധിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. അതിൽ 78.6% മനുഷ്യ വിസർജ്യത്തിന്റെ അംശമുണ്ട്. അത് മാത്രമായിരുന്നു ആ ക്യാമ്പയിനിലെ ഒരു ഔട്ട്പുട്ടായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് പറഞ്ഞത്. അതായത് മനുഷ്യ വിസർജ്യത്തിന്റെ അളവ് ഉള്ള ജല സാമ്പിളുകൾ എത്ര എന്നുള്ളതായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ഇതിനപ്പുറം ഇത് ഡിവൈസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ അഡീഷണൽ ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറി ആയിരുന്ന ശാരദാ മാഡം ആയിരുന്നു ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു കീ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഐഡിയ ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്തത്. ഇതിന് കാരണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആക്ച്വലി കേരളത്തില് ഒരു ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പോളിസി, നേരത്തെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ FSSM പോളിസി ഉണ്ട്, അതനുസരിച്ച് സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾ പോളിസി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഒരു ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടറിന് മൊത്തമായിട്ടൊരു പോളിസി കേരളത്തിലാണ് ആദ്യം ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്നത്. അത് ഇതുവരെയും ഫൈനലായിട്ട് ഇറങ്ങിയില്ല എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ അറിയുന്നത്. ഫൈനലൈസ്ഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. അത് ഫിനാൻസിന്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയ ഈ കൺകറൻസിനായിട്ട് ഇരിക്കുകയാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഈ ലിക്വിഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പോളിസിയുടെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയുള്ള ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാനുകൾ തയ്യാറാക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ലോക്കൽ സെൽഫ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിൽ നിന്ന് യാതൊരു രീതിയിലും ഇത്തരം ആക്ഷൻ വേണ്ട. കാരണം ഇതിനകത്ത് കുറെ പൊല്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രം ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആക്ഷനുകളാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരിടത്തും പൊല്യൂഷൻ ഇല്ല. ലോക്കൽ സെൽഫ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിലെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ തദ്ദേശ സ്വയംഭരണ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടുന്ന റിപ്പോർട്ടുകൾ നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരിടത്തും പ്രശ്നമില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇത് വേണ്ട. ബേസിക്കലി ഇതിന്റെ കാരണം നേരത്തെ ശ്രുതി ആ സ്ലൈഡിൽ വളരെ വ്യക്തമായി പറഞ്ഞു. എന്താണ്? വോട്ട് കിട്ടില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഒരു പഞ്ചായത്ത് സമിതിയിലോ ഒരു അർബൻ ലോക്കൽ ബോഡിയുടെ ഒരു ഭരണസമിതിയിലോ ഇതിന് അംഗീകാരം കിട്ടില്ല. സോ അവരാരും ഈ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് വിങ്ങിനെയോ സെക്രട്ടറിയോ ഇത്തരം ഒരു റിപ്പോർട്ട്, അതായത് ഇവിടെ ഒരു പ്ലാന്റ് വേണം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇവിടെ എന്തെങ്കിലും സംവിധാനം വേണം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു റിപ്പോർട്ട് കൊടുക്കാൻ അനുവദിക്കുന്നില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായിട്ടൊരു ബോധത്തിന്റെ പ്രശ്നം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു അവയർനെസിന്റെ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. ഇത് വെറുതെ ഒരു സാമ്പിൾ എടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ള ഒരു എക്സസൈസ് ആയിരുന്നില്ല. അത് നിങ്ങൾ ഈ വലത് സൈഡിൽ കാണുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആ ഫോട്ടോ എൻലാർജ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൽ നിങ്ങൾ കാണപ്പെടുന്ന എല്ലാ ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളും ഇതിനകത്ത് ഇൻവോൾവ് ആയിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതായത് NGOകള്, കുടുംബശ്രീ, NSS, NCC, ഇങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് കേഡറ്റ് പോലീസ്, അതുപോലെ ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേന, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള എന്തൊക്കെ രീതിയിൽ ഏതൊക്കെ ഓർഗനൈസ്ഡ് സെക്ടറിലും അൺഓർഗനൈസ്ഡ് സെക്ടറിലും ആൾക്കാർ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടോ, അതുകൂടാതെ LSCDയുടെ ആൾക്കാർ, പീപ്പിൾസ് റെപ്രസെന്റേറ്റീവ്, ഇവരെല്ലാവരും കൂടിയാണ് ഈ 62,000 സാമ്പിൾ ടെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തതും ഇതിന്റെ ബാക്കി ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാനുകൾ തയ്യാറാക്കാനായിട്ട് ഏൽപ്പിച്ചത്. അപ്പൊ ഇതൊരു ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു മൊബിലൈസേഷൻ, അത്രയും മൊബിലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ക്യാമ്പയിൻ ആയിരുന്നു. ഇതിൽ വെറും കേവലം ഒരു കണ്ടെത്തലിനപ്പുറം അത്തരം ആൾക്കാരെ, ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് നമ്മളിവിടെ കൂടിയിരുന്ന് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുമ്പം കുറേയേറെ പദ്ധതികൾ ഇവരുടെ പ്ലാനുകളിൽ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, കുറേയേറെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിന് കാരണമായ ആ ഒരു ബോധം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത് ഈ ക്യാമ്പയിനിൽ നിന്നായിരുന്നു. ഈ സ്ലൈഡ് നിങ്ങളുടെ പലരും കണ്ടതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ വരുന്നില്ല. അതായത് പ്രസന്റ് സ്റ്റാറ്റസും എവിടെ നമ്മൾ എത്തി നിൽക്കുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇതിന്റെ ചലഞ്ച് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ ഈ പറയുന്ന സ്വച്ഛ് ഭാരത് മിഷൻ പദ്ധതി അനുസരിച്ച് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അമൃതിന്റെ പദ്ധതി അനുസരിച്ച് നമുക്ക് പ്ലാന്റുകൾ തയ്യാറാക്കുകയോ ഒന്നുമല്ല. ആക്ച്വലി നമുക്കൊരു ടാർഗറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. 2030 ഇന്ത്യ ലോകത്തിന് കൊടുത്ത ഒരു ഗ്യാരണ്ടി. അതെന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ SDGയുടെ ഗോൾ 6 ആയിട്ടുള്ള ക്ലീൻ വാട്ടർ ആൻഡ് സാനിറ്റേഷൻ എത്തിപ്പെടാമെന്ന് UN-ൽ എഗ്രി ചെയ്ത രാജ്യങ്ങളുടെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ ഇന്ത്യ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ 100% ആയിട്ടുള്ള ക്ലീൻ വാട്ടർ ആൻഡ് സാനിറ്റേഷൻ എത്തണമെങ്കിൽ അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻഡിക്കേറ്റർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള പബ്ലിക് ഹെൽത്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന, പബ്ലിക് ഹെൽത്തിന് 3 കമ്പോണൻസ് ഉണ്ട്: വാട്ടർ, സാനിറ്റേഷൻ, ഹൈജീൻ. വാട്ടർ നമുക്ക് ഈ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ കേരളത്തിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് കുടിവെള്ളം വലിയൊരു പ്രശ്നമല്ല, പ്രശ്നമായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുവെങ്കിലും അതൊരു പ്രശ്നമായി നമ്മൾ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല. ഹൈജീനും നമ്മളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് എക്സെപ്റ്റ് ഡ്യൂറിംഗ് ദ കൊറോണ സ്റ്റേജ് വി ആർ നോട്ട് ബോതേർഡ് അബൌട്ട് ദാറ്റ് മച്ച് ഓഫ് ദിസ്. പക്ഷെ സാനിറ്റേഷൻ എന്ന, ഞാൻ അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഒരു ഓട്ടോ ആയിട്ട് റെപ്രസെന്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഓട്ടോയിൽ 3 ടയർ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു ടയർ, സാനിറ്റേഷൻ എന്ന ടയർ ഇല്ല. ആ ടയർ പഞ്ചറായി കിടക്കുകയാണ്. അൺലെസ് യു മേക്ക് ഇറ്റ് സ്യൂട്ടബിൾ ടു ട്രാവൽ ടു യുവർ ഗോൾ ഓഫ് ദാറ്റ് ക്ലീൻ വാട്ടർ ആൻഡ് സാനിറ്റേഷൻ, നമുക്ക് ഒരിടത്തും എത്താൻ കഴിയില്ല. ഈ സ്വച്ഛ് ഭാരത് മിഷന്റെ ഒബ്ജക്റ്റീവിനപ്പുറം ഫണ്ടുകൾ നമ്മളെ ഡ്രൈവ് ചെയ്ത് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന പ്രോജക്റ്റുകൾക്കപ്പുറം 2030 എല്ലാ ജനങ്ങൾക്കും കുടിവെള്ളവും ശുചിത്വവും ഉറപ്പാക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു ബാധ്യത ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഒരു പൗരൻ എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉണ്ട്. ഇതിന്റെ സൊല്യൂഷൻ, ആൾട്ടർനേറ്റ് വേസ് എന്താണെന്ന് നോക്കാം. ഇത് സാധാരണ പറഞ്ഞു കേൾക്കുന്ന സൊല്യൂഷൻ ആണ് ഞാൻ ഈ സ്ലൈഡിൽ ഇട്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഒന്ന് സീവേഡ് സാനിറ്റേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന മലിനജലമെല്ലാം നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം അറിയായിരിക്കും. ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന മലിനജലം അപ്പൊ തന്നെ പൈപ്പിലേക്ക്, ഒരു കണ്ടെയ്ൻമെന്റ് സിസ്റ്റവും ഇല്ലാതെ തന്നെ പൈപ്പിലൂടെ ക്യാരി ചെയ്ത് ഒരു ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് സംവിധാനത്തിലോട്ട് എത്തി അതിനെ ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സംവിധാനം STP ആൻഡ് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ബേസിന് സീവേഡ് എന്നോ ഓഫ് സൈറ്റ് എന്നോ പല പല പേരുകളിൽ അറിയപ്പെടുന്നു. സെക്കൻഡ്, നോൺ സീവേഡ് സിസ്റ്റം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പം സെപ്റ്റിക് ടാങ്കിൽ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന സ്ലഡ്ജിനെ കാലാകാലങ്ങളിൽ ഡീസ്ലഡ്ജ് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോയി ഒരു ഫീക്കൽ സ്ലഡ്ജ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്ലാന്റിൽ ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സംവിധാനം. അതിനെ ഓൺസൈറ്റ് സിസ്റ്റം എന്നോ നോൺ സീവേഡ് സിസ്റ്റം എന്നോ മറ്റ് പല പേരുകളിൽ അറിയപ്പെടുന്നു. ഇത് രണ്ടാണ് ആൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവ് എന്നുള്ളത്. ഞാൻ ഇന്നലെ മെനഞ്ഞാന്ന് മുതൽ ഇവിടെ കേട്ട കുറെ പ്രസന്റേഷനൊക്കെ ഐ ഹാവ് ബീൻ വാച്ചിങ് ത്രൂ യൂട്യൂബ്. But basically, most of the discussion in this kind of conclave happens in some way or other saying that these are the 2 options. Actually, these are not the alternate options because STP എന്ന് പറയുന്നതും നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് എന്ന് പറയുന്നതും 100% you are carrying the waste water and treating it. There is no doubt. But if you think FSTP as an alternate, there is one big problem there. Because നിങ്ങൾ 100 ലിറ്റർ ആണ് വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ ഒരാൾ ഒരു ദിവസം പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതായിട്ട് എടുത്താൽ, അസ്യൂമിങ് 135 ലിറ്റർ യു ആർ സപ്ലൈങ് ആൻഡ് 80% ഈസ് വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ, 108 ലിറ്റർ വരും. ഫോർ ക്ലാരിറ്റി പർപ്പസ് ഐ എം ടേക്കിംഗ് ഇറ്റ് ആസ് 100 ലിറ്റർ പെർ കപ്പാസിറ്റി പെർ ഡേ. ഇഫ് യു അസ്യൂം ദാറ്റ് 100 ലിറ്റർ ഈസ് ദ വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ, only 2 ലിറ്റർ ഈസ് ദ സെപ്റ്റേജ് ആസ് പെർ ഇന്ത്യൻ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ്. ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ദ 100 ലിറ്റർ 2 ലിറ്റർ ഈസ് ദ സെപ്റ്റേജ് പാർട്ട്. ഈ 100 ലിറ്റർ ഓരോ ദിവസവും ഓരോ വ്യക്തി പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ 2 ലിറ്റർ നിങ്ങൾ ശേഖരിച്ച് വെച്ച് 3 വർഷത്തിൽ ഒരിക്കൽ ഡീസ്ലഡ് ചെയ്ത് ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ് ടു ദ 98 ലിറ്റേഴ്സ് ഓഫ് വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ വിച്ച് മേ കണ്ടെയ്ൻ 98 ലിറ്ററിൽ മുഴുവനില്ല, ബിക്കോസ് സം പാർട്ട് ഈസ് ഗ്രേ വാട്ടർ, ബട്ട് അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് 30% ഓഫ് ഇറ്റ് കണ്ടെയ്ൻസ് ഫീക്കൽ മാറ്റർ. ഇതെവിടെയാ പോകുന്നത്? ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി പറയാത്ത ഒരു സംവിധാനവും പൂർണ്ണമല്ല. നോർമലി വെൻ വി ഗോ ഫോർ നോൺ സീവേജ് സിസ്റ്റം ഓർ ഓൺസൈറ്റ് സിസ്റ്റം, വി ഗീവ് മോർ സ്ട്രെസ് ടു ദി ഫീക്കൽ സ്റ്റഡ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെന്റ് പാർട്ട് ആൻഡ് വി അവോയ്ഡ് or try to avoid the grey water and the black water or effluent which is produced from the on-site system. അപ്പൊ അവിടെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഫെയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ. സോ ദി ആൾട്ടർനേറ്റ് വിൽ ബി നോട്ട് FSTP combined with a treatment system for that effluent. Unless you provide an effluent treatment system for both black water and grey water, the FSTP is not an alternate for the sewage system. That is one point. ഇനി സീവേഡ് സിസ്റ്റം ആണ് നമ്മുടെ ഈ CPHO മാനുവൽ എടുത്താലും നമ്മുടെ അർബൻ പോളിസി എടുത്താലും എവറിഥിങ് contains a hint that 100% C1 network is the target. And whatever you do is a stopgap arrangement to attain that target. And one way that is technically right, because the on-site sanitation system, whichever is recommended in the Indian standard, is based on soil dispersion system. മണ്ണിലേക്ക് ഈ എഫ്ലുവന്റിനെ ഫൈനലി വിടുന്ന രീതിയിലാണ് മിക്കവാറും ഓൺ-സൈറ്റ് സാനിറ്റേഷൻ സിസ്റ്റം ഇസ് ഡിസ്ക്രൈബ്ഡ് ഇൻ ദ ഇന്ത്യൻ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ്. ഐദർ സോക്ക് പിറ്റ്, ലീച്ച് പിറ്റ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മറ്റു രീതിയിലുള്ള. So as and when the population density, and there is a capacity for the soil to absorb this water, which is maybe 50 liter per m square. That is the maximum which IS recommends. ഒരു m square 50 liter, basically sand ആണെങ്കിൽ. അപ്പൊ ആ രീതിയിൽ നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ as and when population density increases, there is a limiting point on which the on-site sanitation system will not work. So അപ്പൊ പോപ്പുലേഷൻ കൂടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു, പോപ്പുലേഷൻ ഡെൻസിറ്റി കൂടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ്ലി ദ സീവർ നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ബിക്കം ദി ടാർഗറ്റ് ഓൺ ദാറ്റ് വേ. ബട്ട് ദർ ആർ വേസ് ടു തിങ്ക് ആൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവ്ലി. അതിനുള്ള സൊല്യൂഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഐ തിങ്ക് ദിസ് വൺ ഓഫ് ദ ഒബ്ജക്റ്റീവ് ഓഫ് ദിസ് കോൺക്ലേവ് ടു ബ്രിങ് ഔട്ട് സച്ച് സൊല്യൂഷൻസ് വിച്ച് വിൽ ബി എ സബ്സ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ഫോർ ദിസ് നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് സിസ്റ്റം, ബട്ട് വിൽ നോട്ട് ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ഓൺ ദ സോയിൽ ഡിസ്പേർഷൻ ഓൾസോ. നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പൊ ജപ്പാനിലും മലേഷ്യയിലും മറ്റ് പല സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലും ഇത്തരം എക്സാമ്പിൾസ് ഉണ്ട് താൻ. ഐ എം നോട്ട് ഗോയിങ് ടു ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ദാറ്റ് വൺ ബിക്കോസ് ഐ ടോൾഡ് യു ഓൾറെഡി ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് എ ടെക്നിക്കൽ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ. നൗ മൈ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഈസ് വെദർ 100% C1 നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് ഈസ് പോസിബിൾ. ഒന്ന് കാപ്പെക്സ്. ഇന്നലെ സജീവ് ഇവിടെ പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോഴും അതിന്റെ കാപ്പെക്സ് പാർട്ട് O&M പറഞ്ഞു. STPയിൽ ഏകദേശം 2 കോടി രൂപ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 3 കോടി രൂപ പെർ MLD വരും. O&M 30,000 മുതൽ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു പെർ ഇത് കൂടാതെ നെറ്റ്വർക്കിന് കിലോമീറ്ററിന് 1 കോടി മുതൽ 3 കോടി രൂപ വരെ പലയിടത്തും വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ചില ഇവിടുത്തെ തന്നെ എസ്റ്റിമേറ്റുകൾ എടുത്ത് പരിശോധിച്ചു. നൗ ദ ടൈം റിക്വയർഡ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ബേസിക്കലി എ കൺസ്ട്രെയിന്റ് ആൻഡ് ഇൻകൺവീനിയൻസ് ടു പബ്ലിക്. നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ റോഡ് വെട്ടിപ്പൊളിക്കാൻ, ജലജീവൻ മിഷനിൽ കുടിവെള്ളം കൊടുക്കാൻ റോഡ് പൊളിക്കാനായിട്ട് സമ്മതിക്കാത്ത പഞ്ചായത്ത് ഭരണാധികാരികളാണ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയുടെ ആൾക്കാരാണ് ഇനി സീവറേജ് സർവീസ് അവർക്ക് ഒരിക്കലും ഫീൽ ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു നീഡ്, അതിനുവേണ്ടി സമ്മതിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്. നൗ ഇതിനെ ഒന്ന് എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഹിസ്റ്ററി ഓഫ് സിവറേജ് സിസ്റ്റം, നമ്മൾ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി കൊട്ടിഘോഷിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന സിസ്റ്റത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ഹിസ്റ്ററിയാണ്. തിരുവനന്തപുരം സിവറേജ് സിസ്റ്റം അതിന്റെ പ്രപ്പോസൽ 1937 അതിന്റെ എസ്റ്റിമേറ്റും ഡിസൈനും ഒറിജിനലായിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. 1937. ഇന്നും 50% കവറേജ് എന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നു. പക്ഷെ നിങ്ങൾ കണക്ഷൻ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 25% ഉള്ളൂ. അത് വാർഡ് നമുക്ക് പറയാം ഏരിയ ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്തു, എവറിഥിങ് ഈസ് ദെയർ, ബട്ട് ഐ എം ടെലിംഗ് നോ വെയർ ഇറ്റ് ക്യാൻ അറ്റൈൻ 100%. അടുത്ത ഗുരുവായൂർ പ്രപ്പോസൽ യെസ്റ്റർഡേ ഷൈജു പ്രസന്റഡ് a case study, very successful case study, but if you see the proposal, it was originated on 1972. 1972 originate ചെയ്ത proposal ആണ് 2022 I think it has been inaugurated, and for the 3 MLD plant the expected connection is around 100. ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ള കണക്ഷൻ 100 താഴെയാണ്. 40 ലക്ഷത്തിനായിരുന്നു അന്നത്തെ എസ്റ്റിമേറ്റ്. 40 ലക്ഷത്തിൽ 60% കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റ്, 30% ദേവസ്വവും 30% ഗുരുവായൂർ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി എടുക്കുമെന്നുള്ളത്. ഐ തിങ്ക് ഫൈനൽ ബില്ല് 20 കോടിക്ക് അടുപ്പിച്ചാണ് ഇപ്പോഴായിട്ടുള്ളത്. 40 ലക്ഷത്തിൽ തുടങ്ങിയ ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് 1972 വിഭാവനം ചെയ്തത് അന്ന് അച്യുതമേനോനായിരുന്നു മിനിസ്റ്റർ. കോഴിക്കോട് പ്രപ്പോസൽ 1983 വിഭാവനം ചെയ്ത പ്ലാൻ ആൻഡ് എസ്റ്റിമേറ്റ് വാസ് ദെയർ. ഇപ്പോഴും എങ്ങും എത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. ഐ തിങ്ക് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് പുട്ട് അപ്പ് ഇൻ അമൃത് phase 2 for TS or something. This is the history. So this is a dream. 100% networking with STP is a dream in Kerala. Now the question is the solution binary? No system has the capacity to fit and forget, whether it is on-site or off-site. നമ്മൾ പലപ്പോഴും വിചാരിക്കുന്ന on-site system, if you put a containment system, it is fit and forget. But there is an O&M part of it that is the desludging and the treatment of effluent. That is always there. Then standard of treatment required will be location and use specific. Because നമ്മൾ ഇന്നലെ ചില പ്രസന്റേഷനിലെങ്കിലും പറയുന്നുണ്ട് copying from the other states that we need reuse of treated effluent. I am not debating on that, but we have to make a scientific comparison between location specific ആയിട്ട് അവിടെ ഉള്ള അവൈലബിൾ വാട്ടർ ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഇതിന് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഈ വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് റീയൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. There should be a point at which this become economic. Unless it is economic, you should not go for it, because the amount of treatment required for making a wastewater for reuse will be more sometimes than making use of the available fresh water there. Then understanding the receiving environment is also crucial. Now the benchmarks should be coverage, collection efficiency, treatment adequacy, and extent of reuse for all the treatment system. How much it is covering, what is the collection efficiency, what is the treatment adequacy. Now I'll just discuss the way forward based on my thoughts and all. Actually, these are the challenges which has been mentioned in the World Bank report in 2019. It's multiple institutions. Because നമുക്ക് തന്നെ അറിയാം, ഒരു സൈഡിൽ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി, ഒരു സൈഡിലെ ലോക്കൽ സെൽഫ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ്. Now we have other missions like Amrit Mission, Shujitva Mission. Then there are SPVs like Impact Kerala, and there is a nodal agency called Pollution Control Board. Nowhere there is agreement on the plans and processor or even the data. Data പോലും agreement ഇല്ല. If you see the mandate of LSED, actually അതൊരു കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അതോറിറ്റിയാണ്. Whereas വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി is a statutory authority. പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ പലപ്പോഴും വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിക്ക് സംഭവിക്കുന്ന, ഐ എം ഓപ്പൺലി ടെല്ലിംഗ്, വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി സീവറേജ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആ ഒരു ടേമിൽ കേരള വാട്ടർ സപ്ലൈ ആൻഡ് സീവറേജ് ആക്ട് ആണ്. സോ വി യൂസ് ടു സേ, നൗ ദർ ഇസ് എ ചേഞ്ച്, ഐ എം നോട്ട് ഡിബേറ്റിംഗ് ഓൺ ദാറ്റ്. വി യൂസ് ടു സേ ടിൽ സം ലാസ്റ്റ്, maybe before last 2 years, that we will build only sewer network and STPs. The other things are not on our purview. That is not our mandate. I think this has been claimed without reading the Water Supply and Sewerage Act. Water Supply and Sewerage Actile preamble എങ്കിലും വായിച്ചിരുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ ഇത്തരം ഒരു ക്ലെയിം, ഈവൻ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി MD used to say this, I am very sorry to say, വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി പ്രിയാമ്പിൾ, ആക്ടിന്റെ പ്രിയാമ്പിൾ പറയുന്നത് എന്തിനാണ് ഈ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി ഫോം ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. വേർ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് കൺസിഡേർഡ് നെസസറി ടു പ്രൊവൈഡ് ഫോർ ദി എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ്മെന്റ് ഓഫ് ആൻ ഓട്ടോണമസ് അതോറിറ്റി ഫോർ ദ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ആൻഡ് റെഗുലേഷൻ ഓഫ് വാട്ടർ സപ്ലൈ ആൻഡ് വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ കളക്ഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഡിസ്പോസൽ. അവിടെ ഒരിടത്തും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല സീവറിൽ കൂടെ കൊണ്ടുവരാകുമെന്നോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ STP നിർമ്മിക്കണമെന്നോ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല. ഇറ്റ് ക്ലിയർലി സേസ് ദാറ്റ് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ആൻ ഓട്ടോണമസ് അതോറിറ്റി ഫോർ വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ കളക്ഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഡിസ്പോസൽ. ഇനി ഇതിനേക്കാളും കുറച്ചുകൂടെ നിങ്ങൾ ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് പോയി ഇതിന്റെ ഡെഫിനിഷൻ വായിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ എന്താണെന്ന് പറയുന്നിടത്ത് വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് സീവേജ്. വളരെ രസകരമായ ഒരു ടേം കൂടെ ഉണ്ട്. വി ആർ നൗ യൂസിങ് യൂസ്ഡ് വാട്ടർ. ദ ടേം യൂസ്ഡ് ഇൻ 84 is spent water. Spent water and all the waste water let out from any industry and includes trade effluent. Then trade effluent definitionൽ പറയുന്നത് എനി ലിക്വിഡ് ഡിസ്ചാർജ് വിത്ത് ഓർ വിത്തൗട്ട് പാർട്ടിക്കിൾസ് ഐദർ ഇൻ സസ്പെൻഷൻ ഓർ നോട്ട്. ഇത് നമ്മൾ മറ്റേ ഡെഫിനിഷൻ പറയുമല്ലോ, ഭൂമിയിലോ ആകാശത്തോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ പറയുന്ന ഒരു, നിങ്ങൾ ആലോചിച്ചു ഇത്തരത്തിൽ വളരെ കൃത്യമായി ഡിഫൈൻ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് നിന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ ആർഗ്യുന്നത്. വിത്ത് ഓർ വിത്തൗട്ട് പാർട്ടിക്കിൾസ് ഇൻ സസ്പെൻഷൻ വിച്ച് ഹോളി ഓർ പാർട്ട്ലി പ്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ഓർ ഡിസ്ചാർജ് ആസ് എ കോസ് ഓഫ് എനി ട്രേഡ് ഓർ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി. അടുത്ത സെന്റൻസ് കൂടെ കേൾക്കണം. ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ ആൻഡ് ഹോർട്ടിക്കൾച്ചർ. ഒരു കൊമേഴ്സ്യൽ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ നിന്ന്, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ നിന്ന് അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ റൺ ഓഫ്, ഹോർട്ടിക്കൾച്ചർ റൺ ഓഫ്, ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് സീവേജ്, ഇതെല്ലാം കേരളത്തിൽ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഏതെങ്കിലും ഭാഗത്ത് ഏതെങ്കിലും രീതിയിൽ വെള്ളം ഉപയോഗിച്ച് വേസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് വരുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഓട്ടോണമസ് അതോറിറ്റിയാണ് കേരള വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി. സ്റ്റിൽ we say that we will build only STP more than 1 MLD. We will build only STP with network. We are not concerned about grey water management. We are not concerned about fecal treatment plan. I am sorry to say this. അപ്പോൾ ഇതാണ് ആ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിന്റെ റോള്. ആൻഡ് LSGDയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് വളരെ എളുപ്പമാണ്. LSGD പറയുന്നത് ഞങ്ങൾ കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ അതോറിറ്റിയാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ തീരുമാനം എടുക്കും. ദർ ആർ എക്സാമ്പിൾസ്. യെസ്റ്റർഡേ സന്തോഷ് വാസ് സെയിങ് വർക്കല, വേറെ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഉണ്ട് കരുനാഗപ്പള്ളി, ആറ്റിങ്ങൽ, ഈ പല സ്ഥലത്തും ഇത് മാത്രമേ വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി ചെയ്യുള്ളൂ എന്ന് പറയാൻ ദേ ഹാവ് നോ അതർ ഓപ്ഷൻ. സോ പാരലൽ ഏജൻസീസ് ആർ എമർജിങ് വിച്ച് ഈസ് നോട്ട് കോമ്പീറ്റന്റ് ഇനഫ് ടു ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ദ പ്രോജക്ട്സ്. ഇപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ ഇന്നലെയും മെനഞ്ഞാന്നുമായിട്ട് കേട്ട സെഷൻസിൽ നിന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലായ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായ ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. DPR ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ ഒരുപാട് ഏജൻസികളുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ പലയിടത്തും ചോദിച്ചു DPR ഉണ്ടാക്കാവുന്ന എല്ലാവരും സപ്പോർട്ട്, ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് IIT പാലക്കാട് എഗ്രീഡ് ഫോർ അസിസ്റ്റിംഗ് ഇൻ DPR പ്രിപ്പറേഷൻ. നിങ്ങൾ എക്സിക്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാന്ന് ആരുടെങ്കിലും ചോദിച്ചു നോക്ക്. ഈ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഏജൻസി, എനിക്കറിയില്ല എത്ര ഏജൻസികളിലൂടെ ഉണ്ടെന്ന്, എക്സിക്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആകെ ഇമ്പാക്ട് കേരളയും വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. So there are so many agencies for planning and designing, but real execution who is doing to do? ഇതിനെല്ലാം റോൾ ക്ലാരിറ്റി വരിക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒരു ചലഞ്ച്. Then lack of awareness and capacity, as I told you. Capacity എന്ന് പറയുമ്പം കപ്പാസിറ്റി ലാക്ക് ഉണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് അതെല്ലാം ട്രെയിനിങ് വഴി കിട്ടുന്നതാണ്. ആഫ്റ്റർ ഓൾ ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് എ മാറ്റർ ഓഫ് ആറ്റിറ്റ്യൂഡ്. Then laissez-faire attitude, അതൊരു കോഴ്സ് ഓഫ് ആക്ഷന് സംഭവിച്ചു കൊള്ളാം എന്നുള്ളൂ. ആബ്സെൻസ് ഓഫ് മീനിങ് ഡാറ്റ. ഈ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ എല്ലാം ഇവിടെ കോപ്പി ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. അതിൽ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ എടുത്തു നോക്കിയാൽ എത്ര വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്നു നോക്കിയാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവും ആ ഡാറ്റയുടെ ആബ്സെൻസ്, മീനിങ് ഡാറ്റയുടെ ആബ്സെൻസ്. പൊല്യൂഷൻ കൺട്രോൾ ബോർഡിൽ തന്നെ 2 കേസുകൾ നിങ്ങൾ വെറുതെ എടുത്ത് നോക്കിയാൽ മതി. 673 ആൻഡ് 606. ഈ 2 കേസിൽ ഫയൽ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന അഫിഡവിറ്റിൽ 2 ഡാറ്റയാണുള്ളത്. വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുന്നു എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ പോലും ഒരു മീനിങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡാറ്റ, മേ ബി ബേസ്ഡ് ഓൺ എസ്റ്റിമേഷൻ ഓർ സം അതർ സോഴ്സ്, ബട്ട് there is no congruence of data or agreement of data among the agencies. Then absence of public awareness creation. ഇത് എന്തിനു വേണ്ടി? ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഒരു പബ്ലിക് അവയർനെസ് ക്രിയേഷന് വേണ്ടി ഒരു മാസീവ് ക്യാമ്പയിൻ തുടങ്ങുമ്പോഴും അതിന്റെ ആക്ഷൻ പ്ലാൻ ആയിട്ടുള്ള എക്സിക്യൂഷനിലോട്ട് പോകാനായിട്ട് നമുക്കിപ്പോഴും പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. സോ there are some social and awareness generation consideration. Again, a mass IEC campaign is required, not only for mobilizing the public, but also the people's representative and getting all the people to a common platform where ഇവരാണ് ശരിക്കും ഇപ്പം വാട്ടർ സപ്ലൈ പ്രോജക്റ്റിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് പഞ്ചായത്ത് ഈസ് ആസ്കിംഗ് വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി ഓർ പഞ്ചായത്ത് ഈസ് ഡിമാൻഡിങ്. നൗ ദീസ് പ്രോജക്ട്സ് ബിക്കോസ് ഫണ്ട്സ് ആർ അവൈലബിൾ, വി ആർ സെയിങ് ദാറ്റ് SBM ഫണ്ട് ലാപ്സ് ആവും, അതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് എടുക്കണം. ഇറ്റ് ഷുഡ് നോട്ട് ബി ദാറ്റ് വേ. ഫണ്ട് ഡ്രിവൺ ആയിട്ടല്ല പ്രോജക്റ്റ് വരേണ്ടത്. ഇറ്റ് ഷുഡ് ബി ഓൺ ദ റിക്വയർമെന്റ് ബേസിസ്. They should perceive this as a need and they should ask to prepare project reports and execute things. Capacity building, of course, അത് വേണം. ഇപ്പൊ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്നലെ മനസ്സിലായി കാണും പലതിന്റെയും ഡിസൈനും എക്സിക്യൂഷനുമായിട്ടുള്ള വ്യത്യാസം. ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന പാരാമീറ്റേഴ്സ് അല്ല എക്സിക്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ വരുന്നത്. ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കപ്പാസിറ്റി ബിൽഡിങ്ങിന്റെ ഒരു മാസീവ് എക്സസൈസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. ഫീസിബിൾ ടെക്നോളജി, ഇതൊരു മെട്രിക്സ് ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു 2 എൻഡിൽ അല്ലാതെ ഇതിനിടയിൽ ഒരുപാട് ടെക്നോളജി ഓപ്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട് വിച്ച് വിൽ ടേക്ക് കെയർ ഓഫ് വേസ്റ്റ് വാട്ടർ ആസ് എ ഹോൾ, നോട്ട് FSTP alone. നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് സാനിറ്റേഷനിൽ തന്നെ പല ഓപ്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റി ഈസ് നോട്ട് തിങ്കിങ് അബൌട്ട് ദാറ്റ്. വേർ സ്മോൾ ബോർ സിസ്റ്റംസ് ആർ ദെയർ, വാക്വം സീവേഴ്സ് ആർ ദെയർ. ഈ ഡെപ്തിൽ ഇത്രയും പൈപ്പിട്ട് മാത്രമേ കൊണ്ടുപോകൂ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം വരുമ്പോഴാണ് ഇത്രയും കോസ്റ്റ് വരുന്നതും LSEDക്ക് അത് ഏറ്റെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റാതെ വരുന്നതും അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള O&M ഇഷ്യൂസ് വരുന്നതും. യു ഷുഡ് തിങ്ക് ഓഫ് ആൾട്ടർനേറ്റ് ഓപ്ഷൻസ്. Then participative and decentralized planning also should be there for these projects. Otherwise, it will not move out. Mechanism for public grievance also should be there. These are the considerations which should go. So basically, there should be a service performance mechanism. There should be institutions. Even if you say that it should be septic tank, sock pit, and other mechanism, there should be an institutional mechanism. It should not be left to the liberty of the person who is constructing the house or the mason to fix up the standard. സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ വീട് വയ്ക്കുന്ന ആള് ആ വീട് വയ്ക്കുന്ന മേശരിയോട് പറയും എന്റെ ജീവിതകാലത്ത് നിറയാത്ത ഒരു ടാങ്ക് ഉണ്ടാക്കി തരിക എന്നുള്ളതായിരിക്കും. ദാറ്റ് ഷുഡ് നോട്ട് ബി ദ ഐഡിയ. ഇറ്റ് ഷുഡ് ബി ബേസ്ഡ് ഓൺ സം സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് ഡിസൈൻ. There should be institutions for building the standard design and operating and maintaining it. Then technology options should be open. Then private service providers should be brought in and financial assistance should be in. So there is a need for another campaign. ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് ലൈക്ക് എ തെളിനീർ ഒഴുകുന്ന നവകേരളം പോലത്തെ അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ക്യാമ്പയിൻ അല്ല ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെയും ഇനി വരാൻ പോകുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെയും ചേർത്തുകൊണ്ടുള്ള ഇതിനൊരു കോമൺ സൊല്യൂഷനിലോട്ട് എത്തുന്ന ടെക്നോളജി സംബന്ധമായ മെട്രിക്സുകളും ഇതിന്റെ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷന് സഹായകരമാവുന്ന ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് ഫേസ് ക്യാമ്പയിൻ. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എ നീഡ് ഓഫ് ദി അവർ. ദിസ് ഹാസ് ടു ബി ട്രാൻസ്ലേറ്റഡ് ഇൻ ടു ആക്ഷൻ. So I will end with my own saying, something is better than nothing, but after all, people should not feel that nothing is better than a worse thing. ഇതൊന്നും ഇവിടെ ഇല്ലാതിരുന്നതാണ് ഭേദം, പണ്ടത്തെ ഇതാണ് എന്ന് ആളുകളെ കൊണ്ട് പറയിക്കാത്ത രീതിയിലുള്ള ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ we should be able to build. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for our panelists today?
Good morning. This question is to Mrs. Shruti Pillai. I think Shruti here. I think this question is to you. I think you have done some work related to Kochi, and you have described the role players like agencies involved in planning and design of sewage systems and local bodies and all. But I think the main part is the people. So planning without people is not relevant. I think the Kochi Corporation has released the city sanitation plan, CSP, in 2015. At that time, the mayor, I think Tony Chammani was there. And then we need a micro level planning, especially for a city like Kochi and other areas of that kind. We need a micro level planning, and which will have a multiple approaches. So I think we don't have a hard and fast rule that we have to deal with STP and network or FSTP or anything of that kind. For example, in Kochi, even inside Kochi, that project area or that geographical area, we can have a different approaches. For example, the Western Kochi is extremely different from that of the mainland Ernakulam. In Ernakulam, you can have network, whereas in Western Kochi it is not possible. Even we tried with vacuum sewer, that was out of question right now. And in CSP, we have a lot of opinions from the councillors. Like it is described as the voice from wards. So if you approach the councillors and the people from residential association, they will have a lot of things to say. So you can identify some hotspots inside a project area. And if you have a general planning and you implement it, even then those hotspots will not be eliminated. So that will end up with a failure. So a planning process should come from bottom to top, not from top to bottom. So that is one thing. And I think I have difference of opinion with what the KW was doing. Actually, the Kochi, especially the Kochi Sewerage Circle. So we have done a project, I think a report or rather a design for effluent treatment for the entire industrial area, ETP. So that was submitted to the government. We are now expecting its implementation. And we are within a short while, we are also entering into the area of FSTPs like that of Brahmapuram, which can be replicated anywhere else in Kerala. And other packaged plants like Jogasu and all, especially for tribal hamlet or even Western Kochi you can try. So can you explain how you are incorporating the responses from the people and rather the representatives of people like councillors in your analysis, especially for the making out a thesis out of that? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for your question, sir. I have not been associated with the Kochi project. I was just citing the example of Dr. Atish's SSP project, which is as one of the examples of academic institution state collaboration. But then coming to your question on public participation, how do you ensure that people from a particular area are consulted, as in there is meaningful consultation between them happening? That I have seen that it is a major challenge, not only because of the fact that there are no specific spaces or platforms for people to participate. But even if those are created, how many people turn up for such events is a concern. So, for example, I would like to say that I was part of studying the Nirmala Bhavanam Nirmala Nagaram 2 campaign, which happened in Alapi, that is associated with solid waste management. And as part of that, ward level meetings were conducted by the councillors, right? So ward level meetings in which people were supposed to come, and councillors as well as officials from the municipality were supposed to impress them about the problem of solid waste management and why they need to segregate waste. And we were there to observe the process. What we found was that the people who turned up for these were of two kinds. One, who were personally affected by this waste, as in that waste, maybe their household is near a sub-canal and the waste is finding its way into the sub-canal, or people are even throwing the waste into their extended property. People who are actually getting affected. There were RWAs only because they were called. They weren't especially affected by it, but since they were asked by the ward councillor, they came. And the third kind were, Kudumbashree workers. Kudumbashree workers were asked by the ward councillor, the ADS chairperson, and they just turned up. And when you walk into the hall, you see that the hall is full. It is full of people. But the kind of engagement which happens, it was very superficial. Because Kudumbashree workers, they came because they were told to come. There were 2-3 people who have a complaint, they just registered their complaint. But a more meaningful engagement on what that particular topic is, what their right to consultation is in the whole process, doesn't really happen. So it's a one-way information sharing process which happens. And I believe that there is a need to understand that for any sort of such meaningful communication, there has to be efforts from both the sides, from the state also in terms of the councillors, municipality bureaucrats, and also from the citizens. Again, I wouldn't blame any of these people because this has been the precedent for all this while. Like Praveen sir said earlier, there is an urgent need for IEC activities. There is an urgent need to impress upon people the importance of talking about it, discussing it. It's not only in forums like this, but I feel even outside when we go back to our homes, there's a need to discuss. I think that will later engages translation in later stages, which has happened in cities like Bangalore, which has a proper civic action, space. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Starting short this discussion, I direct you to kindly share your questions and comments with our panel members who will be available in the audience. We now break for tea. I request all our participants to be back by 11:40 at the latest. Before that, I invite Shri Rajesh Pai, Director, Capacity Building and Chief of Party Program, to kindly felicitate our speakers. We begin with Ms. Nikita Madan, Senior Environment Specialist, Climate Center for Cities, NIUA. Shri Rakesh Kasba, Founder and CEO, Jarod Bust. Ms. Shruti Pillai, Research Fellow, IIT Bombay. One more. Shri Praveen KS, Superintending Engineer, Kerala Water Authority. Panelists, thank you, sir. Now, break for tea. Request you all to be back by 11:40. Technology Officer, Impact Solutions. Dr. Priyanka Jamwal, Senior Fellow, Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and the Environment, A3. Ms. Girja R, Technical Expert, Reuse and Circularity, CDD India. Round of applause for all our panelists, please. We begin our panel with Dr. Priya Narayanan, Senior Program Manager, WRI India. She will be resilience, adaptation and mitigation in used water management.
Welcome back, everyone, and great sessions in the morning. Thanks, Wash Institute and USAID and all the partners who have called us here. So I'm going to touch, so just off the top, I'm not a STP, sewage, water expert. That's not my domain. My expertise is, however, centering used water management towards protecting ourselves, if I can loosely say, but towards adaptation and resilience, primarily in cities, but also across, for all of us. So that's, from the mitigation, adaptation, and resilience lens is where I come from. So I'll start with the wider context because, in the big, sessions over the last 2 days, and I'm sure this morning as well, you've understood a lot about technologies available, what needs to be done, etc. But I'm coming more from really why we need to do this, because used water is one of those resources which is there in our hands. And we have a lot of vulnerability, climate vulnerabilities in India. Floods on one hand, like the speaker just said, the 2018 floods, and then there's drought on another hand. And I'm just coming from Bangalore, and my location, my neighborhood, my location is one of the worst hit right now in water scarcity in Bangalore. So that's those are the hard realities that we are facing right now. And India is one of the 7th most vulnerable country with respect to climate extremes, and almost all 27 out of the 35 states and UTs in India are highly vulnerable to extreme hydromet disasters. So this is kind of a compounding effect that we see. And why, again, used water management becomes extremely important. Of course, this is an old data, and I think this is from 2015. I think this probably is much higher, because it is estimated that 54% of India is already water stressed, and 54% here is the population, so close to 700 million people are already under severe water stress in India. So again, why used water becomes important, why technology that we're using in used water becomes important, why innovation technology, and why governance of used water becomes important is because it's one of the critical resource for us right now. Just a glimpse of urbanization and water stress. So I'm forcing, or I'm right now pushing a lot on water as a resource. So some quick assessments that WRI has done over the last few years. Here, the drive-away point is that most of our open recharge potentials, or very high recharge potential areas in cities, we have covered it with concrete, or it's been built up, so water is not able to percolate, and hence there's really no water available. And this is a situation right now in Bangalore, because Bangalore depends heavily, close to 40% of Bangalore depends on groundwater as a resource. And since it's almost built upon, there's not been recharge happening. So we've been using up what's recharged already, and over the last 5-6 years, not proper recharge is happening, and hence you feel that hit much higher. So these are glimpses of what's the situation, and again, why used water management really becomes extremely important. Quick glimpse of urban water scarcity and challenges and barriers. I would not go into every point of it, but one of the things that we need to really focus on is untapped reuse potential. So again, reused water or used water management, how do we really tap the potential of this? Because this can aid in long-term water scarcity concern. It can provide, the social injustice and equity issues that we're talking about. It can provide ways to mitigate it, because already water is a scarce resource in India because of the very high density of population and the diverse topography in which India is. So already water is a scarce resource, but how do we then mobilize and use something that is in our hands right now, which is this treated used water or treated water, whatever acronym we would want to use, and how then we use sustainable technologies to really work around this, and how do we finance this, and how do we mitigate environmental concerns. So one of the key things for climate adaptation and mitigation is because untreated sewage water, like the previous speakers talked about, how it mixes with rivers and other water bodies, etc., and contaminates even more. Again, it's this entire cycle of impact on biodiversity, impact on people's wealth and well-being, impact on everything, economics around it. So how do we tie up these loose ends by, focusing on treated wastewater and thereby really building adaptation and resilience in cities and also in peri-urban and rural contexts? So when we transition to water-secure regions, 4 things, and I think the KWA speaker just before me talked about how plans and prototypes are extremely essential to really mainstream some of the things that you want to do in terms of urban development and climate resilience, and prioritizing vulnerable communities. Again, water supply, used water, treated water, because there's often the saying that I think NIMBY, one is not in my backyard, and also I think there's a lot of question raised on why rural treated wastewater should be used in agricultural lands. Like, why are we using water, rural areas being impacted because urban areas, so much of waste is generated and there's so much treated water available, and why are we using it? Because we are not spending that water. So how do we then start prioritizing these communities and play this balance of urban-rural context instead of plundering our own wealth in different locations? So that is something. And then what kind of governance and financial institutions and innovations can we really build to mitigate these? And of course, data, like what are the analytic tools? So evidence is one of the key things which is lacking, that shows how used water management can really help mitigate climate climate risks, not really disaster, but climate risks. So if heat and drought are your key issues that is arising in your urban areas, then how do you mitigate those risks? By having this resource at your hand, which is going to increase, right? It's going to keep increasing. Wastewater is not going to reduce anytime soon. So how do you then mobilize this resource to then build your city's resilience? So these are quick examples, and these are not specific to wastewater, but just quick examples of how some of these existing city action plans, existing city policies can be tweaked for your usage better. So one thing is the city climate action plan, which has a big vertical of water, wastewater, stormwater, etc., that needs to be taken into consideration. So, how do you ensure that highest budgetary allocation is given to something which is highly relevant and sensitive and urban? And because one hand we have urban flooding and there's water resource, excess water because of flooding. One is on the conservation of use or reuse of it, and the other hand you have your used water. How do you manage and make sure you're compensating? For the in access in areas that you have, or the insufficiency in areas that are there in cities. So this is some climate action plans, and there are many plans and rules and regulations across for these different sectors. How do you then weave all of these together? And I think all of us have been reiterating building on partnership, interdepartmental negotiations, collaborations, but really how do you do it is the biggest question, because this is nothing new. And one thing that we tried in Mumbai in a very small scale is this, how do you make the climate action plan work, right? Because everybody can make a plan and hand it over to the city, but how does the city use your action plan? So we started sitting with the city, with their climate action cell, started making sure that the budgetary allocation for that is pushed through the climate action cell, so that every year they start thinking about advancing climate action. So this is specific to greening and urban flooding, but this is on similar lines. You could try it for your cities on whichever issue is the most prevalent. And one very near example is in Kochi. So we worked with Kochi over the past 4-5 years with both the previous and the current mayor. So we've tried to, with a lot of mayoral leadership in the city over the last 5 years, we've been able to, one, bring out this guidance document for Kochi. And also, this is available in the Kochi CHED, which is the Center for Heritage, Environment and Development, which is more like the research and development wing of the Kochi Corporation. So this really tells you about those small things or interventions that the city can do at scale. And this is primarily to mitigate disaster. But on similar lines, for used water management also it can be done. One of the key things that I realized the previous speakers also mentioned about is capitalizing Kudumbashri, capitalizing Asha workers. How do you engage these people and really not add upon their existing work, but think about innovative mechanisms so that they are not burdened with more work, but how do you make sure they are engaged in relevant activities on ground. So what we did is planting is the most easiest thing everybody does, right? For climate adaptation, mitigation, everybody goes plants trees. So how do you then make it efficient in terms of how does that plant survive over the next 3 years? Because even for a small thing like planting, nobody thinks about the OPEX or the, the standing tree cost. Nobody thinks about it. So we onboarded through the local self-government support in Kochi. We onboarded 40 to 45 Kudumbashri members. So they're like more like a floating help for us. Over the 3 years, so we have an agreement with the municipal secretary. So they get paid from the municipal budget to maintain these small sites. So this is in the example of greening that we have done, but similar model could be replicated for whatever, be it for used water management or any example, any utilities, it could be replicated. And then the second thing is prioritizing, like I mentioned, vulnerable communities. So we've done exercises, and this is also probably something that you need to try out because for us, when we did this in Kochi, again, they were pushing us not to do greening, but they were pushing us to try something to do with waste management, solid waste management. So really understanding what is the key requirement of the people, the local councillors. So one is the vote bank of it, but one is really how the RWAs and local communities want to position what is it that they want in the nearby location, wards, etc. So these are some exercises, and a lot of these has happened with a lot of engagement with different institutional partners, not just us, and similar examples from vulnerable neighborhoods in Mumbai, again with a lot of on-ground institutional partners, because these are spaces which probably require the most because there's no current a water supply at all. So they already take it from different places. But how are we then going to, sometimes there's often this, again, a backlash from different organizations. How do we, used water, how do we then take it to places where people are not generating? Everything is going on the ground, right? So how do we close that loop and cycle in an urban area is a big question. So these are just different examples of some of the adaptation projects that we do at a really small scale, of course related to greening and other climate adaptation issues. But in my mind, I think everything is a layer. We should not be separating greening and waste and liquid waste management, etc. It's all integrated, and it's that one, you take it to the government, take it to the councillor, take it to the local RWS unit as a package and sell it to them in a way that they are on board with every idea, and that's when you close that circularity loop as well. And coming back to the big elephant in the room is the governance, financial, and institutional innovation. Like really, how do you bring this innovation? And this is a quick glimpse of somebody already mentioned about the n number of institutions there. So just the governance structure, and I'm just pulling example from Bangalore, where we have done this schematic, so it's quicker for me, and I know it's, I'm not missing out or messing with anything, but I'm sure in Kerala also it's very similar structure. So if you see that for groundwater, water efficiency, conservation, water cost, pricing, water quality, sludge removal, so, and not all institutions are covered here as well. So there are so many, all the greens are your different departments and regulatory body, and I still know that few are missed. Biodiversity Board is, for example, not there, the Karnataka State Biodiversity Board. So these are the plethora of institutions, I'm sure, the same as in the case of Kerala, same for Tamil Nadu. So this is our structure, right? So how do you really navigate this structure is the biggest question. And then One thing that we've been using is analytical tools. We've done deep spatial assessments. And when we say we, it's not just we as an organization. We are trying to build capacity. And Dr. Joy is here. So we've done this with Kila last year. 93 municipalities. We invited them to really give a brief about advancing climate action. How do you take climate action, or like how do you understand climate action? What do you understand in climate action? Give hands-on exercises. And the hands-on exercises were not just mapping issues, some arbitrary issues, but giving them locations of their own, their own areas or their own municipalities. To really map if it's a heat prone, if it's a landslide prone, if it's a flood prone, coastal erosion prone. So what is it that they are doing? Because I'm sure all of you feel the same. So the engineers and the officers who are permanently there in the municipality, they have a wealth of knowledge which we can use and really convert them for getting solutions on ground. So this is something, these on-ground exercises and spatial assessments that we have done with officers and community members is something that has also pushed us to share. For example, again, coming back to the Bangalore example, because I feel this is the most closest you're seeing the most in news nowadays. So groundwater dependency is highest for Bangalore. And Bangalore, unlike Kerala, the city, Kerala is a very diverse geography in itself. Bangalore, the city itself has a big ridge. So there is this Kaveri Basin, there's this Ponnayar Basin, and there is a huge decrease in groundwater. And this is because of excess extraction, and the recharge of groundwater is very low. And why I'm, dwelling on this story is because while this is the reality, the treated, used water or treated water in Bangalore right now, it's being done. There are few huge STPs the city has, and they're using that used water to just recharge lakes and ponds nearby. So there is no uptake for that treated water. So there is no uptake, of course, for multiple reasons. We're not sure if the standards are maintained enough for using it for potable or for any other domestic purposes. So we're not sure of the standards. So just my conversation with a few colleagues who just come here. So one of the issues is the standards, and I think this is an iterative cycle. We cannot wait for the best technology to appear from somewhere. I think we should keep trying it out, and that doesn't mean you can contaminate the land. But in my mind, the land is already getting contaminated with raw sewage being dumped. So give opportunity for some innovative technologies in your cities to try on. And one of the key issues, and here on this slide, one of the key issues that we face is that innovation and technology very often in your procurement processes does not figure, right? If this municipality has certain budget and there's certain innovative person who comes, but you have a tendering and a vendor process, and new innovation never enters in that. So how municipalities can cut through their project structure, how we can have new innovation and technology come into their structure is something that we are trying. And I think in our experience with Kerala, when we had this capacity building for all 93 municipalities, we took one entire day on municipal funding and financing. How do you project structure? How do you bring innovation into your existing project structure? And this is not specific to just greening or any project, but a plethora of things that you do, which also includes used water management. So one thing for water and climate resilience, of course, like everybody has mentioned, it's a multi-pronged integrated approach, and you have to combine all aspects of the water cycle and also the value chain behind it. So, at the outset of everything is institutionalization, then your mitigation, adaptation, resilience, so whatever jargons we want to use can fit in somewhere. And one important thing is wastewater management. Another thing is flood management. These two, while are very different, in a way are very interrelated, and one engineers and the city leaders do know that this kind of go hand in hand. And green cover and biodiversity is also very relevant. And of course, towards the center of all this is water security. We're celebrating this day to leverage water for peace, which peace will come only if you're secure. Otherwise, there is no peace for anyone. So water security is the key and the center of this. I'm just, because I was hoping to center this towards climate adaptation. So these are some quick things, and this is a very generic image. And, black water, gray water, condensate water, because these memes are going around in Bangalore right now. People are using, there are no air conditioners, but the memes are still going around. People are using condensate water from air conditioning equipment for toilets or landscaping, etc. in Bangalore. And then foundation drainage. So these are if your groundwater infiltrates to your foundation, how do you then actually use it to really treat it like a shallow aquifer of sorts? And then rainwater, and then storm water, and then I'm not sure if we do have evaporative cooling systems, but this is a very generic image that these are the potential sources of used water management within your cityscape or even in your peri-urban areas where you can kind of leverage to build climate adaptation and resilience. And I think we are at the stage where this report is making waves from CEEW, the March 2024 report, where it talks about 96,000 million liters per day of treated water, used water, will be available for reuse in India by 2050. So that's a huge amount of water that would be available for reuse. So are we really equipped to use it in any way? Even if not, are we equipped to even use it for just shallow aquifer recharge or just water body recharge? Because very often we get claims from Pollution Control Board that you cannot use XYZ levels because it will get contaminated. So sometimes our question is that, but it's already getting contaminated. So like, when do you stop? You cannot stop contamination to happen. So where do you really draw that line for practicality versus trying to bridge the standards? And I think it should be an iterative loop and not really, just a way forward by saying setting standards. So for us, the way forward really is mobilizing municipal finances, behavior shift, of course, and just focusing on nature positivity. I think all of us, by all of us, I don't mean all of us just in this room, but all of us try every COP to push towards this nature, climate, and how people are going to be integrated. So I think your used water management fits really well, because instead of plundering the resources which are there, which is your pure water, if there is a way to really use your used water efficiently, I think that's already a big goal achieved for climate adaptation and resilience in cities. I'll stop with that.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in this elite crowd. My topic is basically on the Rebuild Kerala initiative that has been done, and what are the challenges which you have faced, and then going on to what we have been doing with respect to that. As you know, already it has been mentioned that there is after the 2000, we all know that Kerala was a God's-own country. Still, it's a God's-own country. We have a lot of resources, and we didn't suffer from many of the hazards actually. So in 2018, we had a very big flood, and the losses were estimated to around 30,000 crores. So actually, the underpreparedness of the state against these natural hazards had opened the eye to look at resilient Kerala for going ahead. So under the RKDP program, state had made a roadmap for that to rebuild Kerala better. So the World Bank assistance, along with the German assistance and French assistance, there was a lot of work has been done and planning has been done behind to go ahead with respect to the Rebuild Kerala program. As you all know, the 2015-18 flood was one of the 100-year event. But 100-year event doesn't mean that it can happen every 100th year. It can happen in the next year also. So a large portion of the flood state has been affected with respect to that. So when you talk about the rebuilding process and the rebuilding expenses, when we are not resilient, actually there's a lot of damage that happens to the state. So if you look at the infrastructure, around 51% of the infrastructure has been affected on this during the floods. And productive sector around 15%, and social 20%, and cross-cutting is 14%. So under this program, there was a lot of thought process, and then there's a lot of studies that has gone into it, and then Government of Kerala has come out with different disbursement linked indicators, and each indicators have different aspects dealing with it. As far as I am concerned, we are looking into the DLI-4, which is mainly risk-informed master plans and priority action plans. And LSDD is also into DLI-5, which is climate risk information and integrated local body DRM plans. So how to rebuild? So that is what, before going into this project, we had a lot of discussion on what are the problems which we are facing with respect to our plans, and what are the actions and statutory methods that it has to be used for to change the existing system. So we have looked into our Town Planning Act. Actually, after the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment, a lot of urban local bodies and the rural local bodies have been empowered to prepare their plans of their own. So they are responsible for preparation of their plans, and it is through a democratic process. So we have to understand the exact requirements, and the local body has to convince the people that they have to have those plans in their areas, and whatever the projects that is being devised, they have to make them understand that this is required for that area. So with respect to that, 2016 we had the new act that has come up, Town and Country Planning Act. But after the 2018 floods, there was a lot of thinking on how to change some of the statutory provisions to incorporate risk into and build resilience in all the plans which we are making. So risk component has been integrated into that, and for all the plans that has been prepared in the state should have the risk component and understand what is the process in that. So and another important problem was basically all the master plans were regulatory mechanisms. But rather than going from the regulatory mechanisms to an implementable plan is one of the main thought process that has been there. So all the master plans which are being prepared after the 2021 amendment has to have a priority action plan. These priority action plans are devised from the issues, potentials, problems which are being faced by the local body for the town, and then develop projects with respect to that and prepare and approve those projects in the council itself. So once the council approves, it is the statutory obligation for the council to see to that all these projects are in some way or the other implemented. There is a lot of issue with respect to finances, convincing people on these projects. But once these projects are devised, there can the line departments and take up the projects. Like we have been talking about, there is a multitude of agencies which are looking after the same aspect. In the case of transport, traffic, there's a lot of agencies which are involved. Like for water itself, there's a lot of agencies involved. But as far as the local body is concerned, in their jurisdiction, they should understand what is the project that is going to be taken up and how those projects is going to get affected with respect to that. So we have done a piloting of 2 master plans in Chenganur and Mananthavadi. It's on 2 different aspects. One has flood and landslide issues, and one is mainly on the flood aspect. And after doing that, there's a lot of discussions with respect to that, and finally we have come out with the guidelines for that. And this whole project of the Rebuild Kerala program is initially for the DLI-4. I'm talking about the DLI-4. It's mainly on the Pamba, Manimala, Achangol River basin. So coming from the plan to the regulatory part, see, model building bylaws is there, which mandates that a minimum, if there is a building which is having a minimum discharge of 10,000 liters per day, then they should be having methods to have recycling or use of the water recycling. So with respect to that, in 2019, we had regulations, building rule revised, and in that there was specifically mentioning of water reuse and recycling. So the group A1 occupancy is basically not the single family, all the apartments and all other occupancies which is more than 2,000 square meter should have inside waste management treatment plan and provisioning for reuse and recycling of water wastewater generated out of it. And for all other occupancies like office, hospitals, hotels, all those where there is the area is more than 5,000 square meter, they have to have a recycling process which is it has to be inbuilt. And all industrial and hazardous occupancy has to have, irrespective of the area, should have a recycling plant or recycling process that is to be involved. And those water has to be reused also. With respect to that, presently the building rules, when the approvals are given, these are being taken care of. And Pollution Control Board is also looking into the type of waste water recycling projects that is being implemented in each of these buildings. And coming on to the water aspect, when we talk about water, it's actually you have to create a love for water actually. See, we have been talking about the reuse of water, but how to make the areas where water is very more interesting. So, in that project, everything has in line to build, to reduce the pollution in all the water streams, the ponds, lakes, which are there in the state. We have actually a different kind of attitude to stay away from the rivers or the streams. But general aspect is when you have a very good flowing rivers, the water actually gives you a lot of happiness in your life. So basically, the interest has to be created in all these programs to understand the love for water. So basically, it is to reduce the pollution that is there, that is coming onto the rivers and streams. So when you look at the pollution part of it, there is a lot of pollution issues when you talk about the urban area. So generally the water comes, or mainly the storm water or whatever the water that is coming, it generally goes to the rivers and streams, just like that. So it is not the way of generally disposing it. It has to be on a global vision, which talks about how to diversify it, how to filter it, and then send it to the rivers. So whatever the water which is going to the rivers has to be on a filtration process. Improving the quality of the river for the water, and then the reduction of it also helps in reduction in heat island effect, and also the storm water which is from the roads, it has to be filtered and going to the rivers. There is a lot of methods and technologies available now, but we have to have certain guidelines to have in each of the projects that is being made to understand, to have permeable coatings, isolated tree pits, continuous planting pits, rain gardens, landscape ponds, the valleys, and how that can actually take water to the streams. So this is, on a moderate rain, there can be open drains like this, which is when it's an average rainfall, it can have a controlled runoff. When it's a flood control, it can overflow the stream and then go. And finally, when it's an exceptional rainfall, it has to it will overflow and go to the river. So there is a Room for River program, and then the Sponge City program, and there are different strategies that is there, which can be adopted in preparation of plans. So in Alappuzha, we have prepared a master plan which is just published, which has on an urban scale a project which is a wetland park, and we have identified a park which is generally a wetland and paddy land, wherein we can use that land for multiple uses. We are not going to construct anything on that. It's actually a water, there is a stream that is coming which processes the water and then infiltrates and then going to the backwaters. So that project has been developed. This is the area near the, and there are recreation areas also has been developed on that. We have talked to the council, they are convinced about the project. The only problem is most of the land is private, so how to benefit the private with respect to that, private owners with respect to that. And that the projects which are already devised, we are making an RFP for all the general RFP so that different local bodies can take up if they have their own land of this nature. So this project, once it is showcased, I think there can be a lot of projects that can come up of similar scale. And the plot scale also has been defined in that. Facility level scale also it is defined. And there are some areas which has been identified where we can take up projects in the facility level scale. These are the projects which we are just evolved in this plan. And basically, in addition to that, the paddy lands where retention basins has to be there, and then mangroves and existing paddy fields, that also has been conserved in this project, in this master plan. And council has approved in principle, and now we are going to go ahead with respect to implementation and priority action plans with respect to that. Thank you for that.
Sir, we now move on to Shri Mithun S. Anand, Chief Technology Officer, Impact Solutions, to talk about other new and innovative tools for UWM planning.
Yeah. Hello. A very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Mithun. I'm an urban planner. I represent a startup called Impact Solutions. It's a Kerala registered startup. And I'll be talking about some new innovative tools which we have planned for sanitation, which is citywide inclusive sanitation for using GIS and other innovative technologies. Start with, I'll give a small intro about our company. It's a 2020 registered Kerala registered startup, recognized by Startup of India and Startup Kerala. And we have verticals including climate change, geo-AI, WASH, and tourism. We have worked in 4 countries till now. We have developed a couple of innovative tools using remote sensing technologies and other GIS components. To go with the tools, for sanitation, we have made a citywide inclusive sanitation using GIS and planning specific. It has been developed in collaboration with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Global Water and Sanitation Center, which is situated in Thailand. It's an innovative data-driven approach which has been developed for sanitation planning. We all know that data is one of the main gap for planning, and then what we have approached is we have considered open data for framing this tool. It uses remote sensing, it uses geospatial intelligence and other open data frameworks. Till now, we have applied it to 35 South Asian cities, including India, Bangladesh, Nepal. In India, we have applied it in Namami Gange projects, in Uttarakhand, in some of the towns. Before I start with the technical components of the tool, we'll go through some of the key sanitation challenges which we have. So first one is identify which are the hard to reach settlements. In the South Asian context, we know that there are regions where it's hard to reach for the desludging truck to reach and do the desludging things. So what are those settlements? So that is one key challenge which we face in sanitation planning. Second is affordability. There are slum households, low-income households, which need to be identified and mapped accordingly. Then comes waterlogging and urban flood event. This is very common in sanitation in the South Asian context, where waterlogging is very frequent in towns. So identifying such waterlogged areas using remote sensing was one component. And then water proximity settlements. Especially in Bangladesh scenario, we know that there are a lot of water bodies and there are a lot of houses and buildings which are very adjacent to water bodies, which they usually discharge all the wastewater to these water body, thereby polluting the water. So that is one aspect. And then we have resource optimization as a component, where we all buy a lot of desludging truck or we build FSTP, but that might not be resource optimized effectively. So that is one component which we are taking into consideration. The last one, then another one is polluting water bodies. We all know the grey water is being discharged to water bodies and getting it polluted. So that is one component. How can we effectively treat the grey water which is being discharged to the water bodies? And last is heat stress. Climate change is something which is happening right now, and especially in the low-income communities where there are heat waves, can be seen larger because of the tin sheds and all those things. So communities where their community toilets are there, people have to go and use the community toilet outside. So their heat stress is an important factor which we need to consider. So combining all these challenges, how are we trying to address these challenges for any town? So we made this tool, Citywide Inclusive Sanitation, using geospatial planning tool. We have 6 components, 6 modules to it. each module addressing one or the other issues. The first module, I'll not, since due to lack of time, I'll not go through in detail for each of the module, but some of the tools I'll explain in detail. The first one is suitability delineation across sewer and non-sewer areas. We have, it's a fact that we cannot have sewer network throughout the city. So which are the core areas where sewer network has to be implemented, and which are the other regions where non-sewer interventions or grey water management has to be done. Second is safe containment access to all. Due to climate risk, containment, I mean, if there is a flood, there would be overflowing of the containment. So that need to be assessed and mapped clearly. Third is safe collection and transportation to all. How can we desludge the complete town effectively? Which are the, as in what kind of truck will go to what kind of areas, which are the hard to reach areas, such kind of thing. Fourth is grey water management. Fifth is resource optimization. Where can we effectively plan an FSTP, or how much resource has to be mobilized spatially, everything spatially, and that too in a very detailed manner. And last is enabling environment. How can we have an enabling environment for the for applying this tool? So in detail, system suitability delineation is the first module. For any town, if there is a requirement for a sewer network, based on, so the analysis will look into the watershed of the region, because we'll have to plan it according to the natural slope, how the natural water flows move. And then population density and building density is one core important factor. If there is no density, there won't be much demand required for the sewer network. We can go for NSS, non-sewer interventions there. Hard to reach settlements. We cannot have sewer network in an area where it is not accessible, where we cannot lay down the pipe. So such region need to be identified, taken out, and then non-sewer interventions or on-site interventions need to be planned. Next, identifying the bulk wastewater generators, like institutions and all, water proximity. So considering all these factors, we can effectively plan plan how to manage the sewer or the wastewater in any town. The example here shows a city in, it shows Raghugarh city, where all the darker regions are the areas which has been identified for sewer. Remaining all the settlements, which is 48%, can be treated by NSS or non-sewer interventions. Grey water has to be treated separately. Now the second module is safe collection and transportation for all. How can we desludge the complete city effectively? By using, we consider the road networks, we consider the building footprints. Building footprint, we know that for towns, we might not get such kind of micro details for doing the assessment. So what we do is we kind of collect open data. Google and Microsoft is providing building footprint for throughout all the South Asian region. So we can download them, use the road network and identify how many buildings are there which is located in a hard to reach settlement or difficult for desludging. Such kind of settlement need to be identified, and which are the regions or how many buildings are there where extra pumping would be required for desludging. So we are defining everything spatially and kind of assess. For example, this town, it's a town in Bangladesh where we can see that 13% of the buildings are inaccessible. We have identified it spatially. We know the exact location. We go to the field, we verify it. And then 22% are located beyond 100 feet where extra pumping effort need to be provided for desludging. And 40% can be accessed by small capacity truck because the roads are very narrow. The main truck, if you buy a 4 calorie, 5 calorie truck, that might not go into smaller roads. So that has been identified. Where exactly has been done, that also has been identified in this map. And 25% can be accessed by larger capacity trucks. So this give economically also we can calculate how much trucks are required and how much funding needs to be done. I'll take you through some example how we do it with open data. Broad network we have used from OpenStreetMap, building data from Google Building Map. So applying this tool is very easy to any town. We have the data available online that's very updated, and it's been promoted for developing such social good applications. Microsoft and Google has been giving such data. And for Faridpur, Bangladesh, there's an illustration where we have identified, there's a zoomed in version of one region where a cluster of red buildings, which is hard to reach buildings, has been identified. Around 25 hard to reach buildings were there. We went to field, we verified them, and they are actually hard to reach for the desludging truck. So intervention need to be accordingly modified. Second module is towards safe access of toilet containment. That's having a risk factor, the climate risk into consideration, like where are the flooding, when a flooding waterlogging happens, the containment system or the toilet backflow would happen in that particular region. So identify, pinpoint to such kind of locations, and the containment need to be upgraded. It could be a raised septic tank, it could be twin pit, plastic septic tank, whatever, based on the climate risk that particular part of the settlement faces. So that comes here. Here what we do is, we again depend on open data because we don't know where the waterlogging happens, right? So based on past 10 years data using satellite, because satellite, all the data is available. We just have to process it properly. So we use cloud computing with Google Earth Engine, and we kind of identify how much waterlogging has happened over the last 10 years. So this is an example of another town in Bangladesh where all the blue highlighted regions in the right side shows waterlogging has occurred there. We don't have to go to we can go to field for validation, but we don't have to collect any data. It's all based on satellite data. After doing that, we kind of get a composite map showing which areas had such kind of waterlogging or flood issues. And then we can overlay the building footprint on that and identify which building need to have what kind of containment, considering the climate risk. So this is an example where some of the buildings are located in blue region. That means waterlogging is happening around that building. So intervention or the containment need to be upgraded accordingly. The next module is grey water management, one of the important modules. We all know, we've been hearing about grey water management throughout the session. So how can we do it? How can we plan it effectively? So if there is an SS or a sewer network proposed in that town, we can identify such clusters using watershed, the natural slope, the natural drainage carrying the grey water from households that can be tapped, and where to have the treatment plant or how can we connect to the sewer network can be identified using this module. How to do it, I'll just take you through one example. We have used a digital elevation model, which is again available openly. Watershed boundaries can be generated using hydrological tools. Outfall locations can be identified easily using these hydrological tools. One example of Ranchi, where we can see the elevation is from west to east. Water is flowing from west to east, and there is a river in the eastern part. So with the hydrological tools, we can identify the watershed easily. All right. So a zoomed in version of watershed 1, where the water again is flowing from west to east direction. It's reaching a red dot, which is the outfall locations. When we overlay the building footprint, we kind of can assess what is the quantum of grey water which is being generated, which is reaching that particular point. Without any particular data, it's all open data and would be 95% accurate. Any minor changes which need to be done, that can be done using ground validations. Here, exact number of residential building has been identified. For this particular intervention, Ranji, since there was an SS proposed and we know where are the locations of manhole, so in this case, the example was this much part, the yellow highlighted part, was to connect to the SS manhole using IND interventions. Similarly, if there is no sewer network, then all the outfalls need to be identified and treatment plans can be proposed over there so that the water bodies or the rivers won't get polluted. This module is regarding resource optimization. For example, in a town, if an FSTP is planned somewhere where land was available, but then desludging from one point of the town, taking the sludge to the FSTP plant is taking more than 30 minutes of time. It's not financially viable to operate that way. So the ideal location need to be identified. So the tool identifies if there's an existing STP, how much percentage of the city can be covered within that 30-minute time. Again, using open data, we can kind of classify all the darker and the middle portion shows that this much area can be covered using 30-minute coverage. And around in this example of Faridpur in Bangladesh, around 10% of the household was could not be desludged within 30 minutes. And the left side example is another approach which we have proposed in Namami Gange project in Haridwar. It's a block in Haridwar where one FSTP was planned, which is the yellow dot in the center. We cannot cover all the region in the block using that FSTP. But what we can do is we can propose transfer station, which is very well can be implemented in Kerala also because of the urban-rural continuum. We cannot have FSTPs placed everywhere, but transfer stations can be proposed. It could be underground transfer stations also, so that not much land would be required and the kind of foul smell and everything won't come. So transfer stations can be proposed. That also identifying the exact location 4 transportations can be done using this tool within the 30-minute, considering the 30-minute travel time. So the last slide, I'll explain what are the key applications and benefits of this tool. I haven't gone in detail to most of the components, like heat, stress, and everything can be used again using remote sensing, which are the areas where heat stress is larger. That can be identified easily. Buildings can be identified. The key applications and benefits of the tool is that it's very rapid assessment. A feasibility study can be done for any town without having much effort from the from the field. It's data neutral, as in we are dependent mainly on open source platforms for doing the assessment. Again, it's very detailed. We are talking in building footprint level. We know exactly how many households, if it's hard to reach, or if it is, let's say, for desludging, how many households, or what is the grey water quantity it's coming out. The kind of details we can exactly get it from this. Kerala applicability, unfortunately, we haven't got an opportunity to work in Kerala, but then Kerala has similar geography, like a lot of water bodies. The watershed can be easily identified using grey water, and the urban-rural continuum where a cluster of villages, a cluster of towns or villages can be identified for having such plan. So that can be very well traced out from this tool. And then it's again focusing on SDG 6.2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to our next panelist, Dr. Fellow, Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology and Environment, ATRI. She will be speaking about a circular approach through the restoration of urban water bodies.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Priyanka. I'm from ATRI. And today I will be talking about what approach do we use to implement water circularity, water use circularity in rapidly urbanizing catchments. By taking a case study of one of the lakes which we are restoring in Bangalore. So let me just give you first context of the city. Bangalore city, as you all know, has been called as City of Gardens and Lakes. It used to have more than 1,000 number of lakes if we go back in the history. And those lakes were used by people for various purposes, for domestic purposes, for irrigation purposes. And the way the lakes were regulated, they used to have their own, before summers or before monsoons, lake will dry. And during monsoons, they will fill up. And there was a circularity there on how to hold water during the rain events. But because of rapid urbanization, cities started developing, and as we see, currently Bangalore is around 12.5 million people living in 850 square kilometer of area. So you can understand, what is the density we are talking about. And what happened during the pace of urbanization, the water supply infrastructure developed. It kept pace because a city needs water. So we went ahead, we got water from Kaveri. But what happened was the wastewater infrastructure, it was not keeping pace with the way water supply infrastructures was growing. And as a result, if you currently see, and this data is from the Well Labs, I think yesterday a person from Well Lab also spoke here. So this data is recently published by Well Lab, where they say that current water demand, the first bar which you see over here, water demand is around 2,632 million liters per day. That is the amount of water we need. And around, 50% of that water comes from groundwater. Okay, so we are talking about huge numbers here. And if you look at wastewater treatment, there is approximately 70% of the water which is getting treated. And 30% of it is getting reused. So what is happening is, and as Priya has also mentioned before me, that whatever water we are treating, if it is not getting reused, it is getting mixed with untreated water and it is flowing into open stormwater drains. And as a result, we see our stormwater drains carrying black water because even the partial treated water, everything is mixed. And then I wonder whether you all have heard about Belandur Lake catching fire 2 years back. That was also because there was a lot of wastewater and 20 years of history of wastewater getting into Belandur Lake and causing this particular problem. Now, you can ask this question, like, why I am talking about lakes in Bangalore. Lakes in Bangalore are very important. First of all, as Priya also mentioned, impervious area has reduced considerably. So lakes, they hold water and they help in recharge of groundwater. And once that groundwater is recharged, that water can be used to meet water demand. And currently, if you look at current data, 50% of our borewells have dried because of, because of the no rains and because of excess withdrawing of groundwater. Now, when we talk about these lakes, they provide multiple benefits. So there is groundwater recharge, as I just now mentioned. There are environmental amenities. People, as before me, a speaker was also saying that when you are around water bodies, your mental health is always good. So there has been a lot of reports which says that when you are around a blue-green infrastructure, how it benefits people's mental health. And in Bangalore, it has been a great initiative by the people that every lake, most of the lakes in Bangalore have lake trusts. And people have stewardship and ownership towards that lake. They want their lake to be clean because they provide biodiversity, environmental amenities and all. But the question is, and then, because people want their lakes to be clean, so there are a lot of action from the government that, okay, we should go and restore lakes. Okay, so if you look at MOEFCC, they have some schemes under which they are funding lake restorations. Then at local level also, BBMP is saying, which is Bangalore municipality has created this initiative of restoring Bangalore lakes. So you can see these newspaper articles showing that Bangalore lakes are getting restored. But the issues with the restoration of these lakes, and I think in Kerala also, municipalities and peoples and trusts face these kind of things, that when we do restoration of lakes after restoring or after the project gets over, they again fall back to the same situation, like from where we have started, they again get degraded. So the question is why they are getting degraded. So the issues is that when we go ahead and set up restoration of DPRs, we don't even clearly mention what are the goals for restoration. If there are no clear goals for restoration, how do you design the scale and size of intervention? Suppose I want to design a wastewater treatment plant or a nature-based solution to clean up, restore the lake. If I don't know what is the goal, what is the water quality target, or what are the target I am looking at, how even I will decide how much, what should be the size and the scale of STP or a nature-based solution. And then another question is that there are no stakeholder involvements. People who are living around the lake, they are the stakeholders, they are the ones who are going to use the lakes. So their involvement is very limited. As a result, what is happening once the project is getting over, people, because they are not involved from the beginning, they don't take care, or they are not even interested in taking care of any interventions we put in the lake. You might have heard about agencies deploying constructed wetland or sedimentation pond for restoration of lake. But what is happening? Nobody is taking care after the project is getting over. Why? Because there is no stewardship built around the lake. There is no community ownership of those interventions. So it is very, very important that when we start these lake restoration projects, we make sure that the communities are involved at the beginning of the project. Now at A3, we have come up with this particular kind of approach, that how do we set restoration goals? And again, what we are trying to say, and which Priya also mentioned, that with the limited resources, now again we need to understand we don't have limitless funds. Funding is an issue. So with limited funds, how much improvement in water quality we can achieve is something we need to think about, and there is where we need to have mathematical models and tools which will tell us with this much financial input, this much improvement can be achieved, and that should be clearly communicated to the stakeholders. Because right now what is happening, we say lake is getting restored, next day people think their lake will be fit for swimming, which is not possible given the amount of funding we have. So it is very, very important to set right expectations with the stakeholders. And that is where we start, that the use value of lake can be used as a groundwater use, for aesthetics, for irrigation, for fisheries. And there are three factors which determine what is the use value at that particular point. Water chemistry, what is the biodiversity, and what stakeholders want from their lake. And then there are, like when we talk about water, water is a critical part of the lake, okay? And there are catchment characteristics, there are multiple factors you see over here which affects water chemistry of the lake, which in turn has how stakeholders value the lake. So, coming to restoration of lakes, so we are taking an example of Venkateswara Lake, how we approached this, but how did we applied the framework which I just now mentioned to you, starting with the stakeholders, starting with talking to BBMP, starting with talking to lake trust groups on what exactly they expect from the lake. What was the history of the lake? Because we need to get all this understanding of the lake, then only we can go ahead and see what should be the restoration goals, and then realistically what we can achieve in a limited funds. So here you can see this is the lake. It's a very small neighborhood lake, 3 acres water, 3 hectares water spread area. And the maximum depth of the lake is around 4.5 meters. And if you look, we have done the bathymetric survey, because when we talk about lake, restoring the lake, we have to make sure, and restoring the lake, I'm talking here with the used water, with the wastewater which is coming from the STPs. Because currently, and as I was saying that in Kerala also from 2019, this policy is implemented that buildings with more than 50 number of flats should manage their own wastewater. Now in Bangalore, when we conducted this study, we found that apartment owners or the apartment associations, they can't use more than 50% of the treated water. And I was wondering how in Kerala, because you are such a rainfall rich state, how you're going to use so much treated water within your campus, because it rains so frequently over here. So in Bangalore also it's very difficult. So then that used water can be channelized into the lake. Now another question here is that if used water is channelized into the lake, then during the flood, during the rain events, lake are already full. So how they can accommodate flood water? That is why now BBMP is putting sluice gates to regulate flow. Before monsoon, you open the sluice gates, manage the water levels, so that when the rain comes, you have capacity, or lakes have capacity to hold that water. So that is how we are working very closely with BBMP. So here you can see, first thing we did was socioeconomic baseline. Socioeconomic baseline, understanding, focus group discussion, co-identifying what are the drivers and impacts, looking at the catchment of the lake, because lake health is determined by what is happening in the catchment. Looking at the catchment, talking to BBMP and setting the right expectations with the stakeholders. With this much amount of funding, only your water can be improved up to fishing level. That is only what is achievable. So we did the socioeconomic baseline, and then we also did the water quality and hydrology baseline. So you can see we collected water quality and sediment samples. Now you can ask why sediment samples? Because when we are saying lake quality good for fishing, we have to make sure that whatever fish people are catching and eating, it doesn't have concentration of heavy metals and all, because heavy metals, they bioaccumulate. So it is very important, and they are in sediments. So it's very important for us to see how much is in the sediments before recommending that this water can be used for fishing. Because when you are working with stakeholders will ask all kinds of questions, and you have to be prepared with the data, with the scientific data, with the evidence from the ground. So you can see few images of how we go ahead and do water quality sampling. And this water quality baseline also act for our for final assessment. After interventions, how much improvement has happened? If before intervention we have the data, we can say after intervention how much improvement has happened. So this is done. Now this particular picture is dissolved oxygen levels. Now whenever we talk about lakes and water bodies, the critical parameter is dissolved oxygen. Everybody knows that dissolved oxygen should be maintained above 4 milligrams per liter. Now here, this data is collected early morning at 6 a.m. Early morning data is very important for collection, because if you go in the afternoon and do measure dissolved oxygen in the lake, it will be around 15 milligrams per liter, giving you a false indication that your lake is very healthy. It is because of chlorophyll only your oxygen is shooting up. So it is very, very important to do it early morning, before sunrise, when chlorophyll has not, or photosynthesis has not kicked in. Now here you can look December, the green one where you are seeing where the dissolved oxygen levels are still good, it is in December end, and this one is in the March or February starting. So you can see how the dissolved oxygen levels have dropped. So then we are saying, and because of this, we saw a lot of fish kill events happening in this particular lake. So then our goal is that, first of all, why this dissolved oxygen is changing. It is changing because there is a lot of phosphorus. When we are talking about used water, we treat water to remove organic matter, but nitrogen and phosphorus is still there. So how do we address, and this phosphorus is causing chlorophyll, and chlorophyll is leading to your fish kill. So how do we address phosphorus is a critical question. So that is what, so here there is a police STP which is discharging 120 KLD of treated water into the lake. But here you can look at the nitrogen and phosphorus levels very, very high. Even the BOD level was not meeting the discharge standard, which is 30 milligrams per liter. So then we said, okay, then we have the inflow data now. We have the pollution load data now. How do we, and we also have a goal. We have a goal setting with the stakeholders that fish should not die and fish should be good for eating. For that, we have to make sure that the dissolved oxygen levels, even during critical season, which is summer season, is greater than 4 milligrams per liter. That is the goal setting, so that your fish don't die. Okay, so once we do that, then we used a scientific approach. We use mathematical models, and here you can say we estimated what is the self-assimilation capacity of the lake. Okay, self-assimilation, how much pollution a lake can assimilate. Like we also talk about rivers assimilation capacity, cities assimilation capacity. So lakes also have their assimilation capacity. And we looked at that 70% of phosphorus lake can assimilate. So then our idea was that we want to design an intervention, a constructed wetland or a nature-based solution which can reduce this phosphorus from 13 milligrams, which is what is coming in, to 4 milligrams per liter, and rest will be taken care by the lake. So there is a lot of mathematical model, a lot of field work which is involved in this. And then we said, when we are doing this kind of intervention, in process of removing phosphorus, BOD and TSS will also get removed. We looked at how much area is required. So this is the lake. We also identified where is the critical position of putting this constructed wetland. So you can see there the land area is available. We got permission from BBMP. We are working together with the municipality on this. This is another view. I'll not, because my time is limited here. So I'm just going to say, so this is what we are planning to implement. Now we are done with the baseline. We are in the second phase of the implementation, where we are going to implement this particular kind of structure, which is gabion walls, constructed wetland, followed with floating islands. And this is finally how it is going to look, which will help in attaining whatever the stakeholders has kind of like, the focus group discussions have revealed. So yeah, this is from my talk today, and thank you very much. I would just like to...
Thank you, ma'am. Now, to introduce concepts of circularity into the session, we have Ms. Girja R., technical expert, reuse and circularity from CDD India. She will be speaking about sludge management and biosolid reuse in agriculture.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I'm very glad that I'm having this session. So I'm having this session before the lunch, because now we are going to see how we are going to produce food. We produce food and break for lunch. Is that plan okay for the session? Okay? Okay, that's what I understand. Okay. So let's see. Actually, it's interesting. I don't want to go anyone to sleep, because I'm going to talk about a product which is actually sold in the black market of Taiwan. Okay? Okay. So this is about biosolids. I'm going to talk about how we can use biosolids in agriculture. We'll see why we should use it. What is the significance of using it? And then, okay, is there an area, is there a sector which is in need of this? And then, what is the potential of using it? And what are the risks if you have to use it? And then what are the mitigation measures? Okay. So we all know, even for Kerala, it has a diverse economy. We get our GDP, our nation's workforce is dependent on agriculture, right? So we know this contribution. And even today, the rural households' livelihood depends on agriculture. Okay, that's one part of the story. And the other part of the story is agriculture is also our largest contributor of greenhouse gases. We have around 29% of the greenhouse gases emitting from agricultural products. How? When it comes to India, we are the second largest, the agriculture is the second largest greenhouse gas emitter. This is especially from urea, which is the nitrogen fertilizer. And this happens during the production and application of nitrogen fertilizers. So that's how it is contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah, and almost 220 metric tons of the nitrous oxide is emitted. So now, like, there are many crises. When we are talking about a crisis in agriculture sector, we know we have water scarcity already. The speakers have spoken about. There is market fluctuations. Still, the farmers are protesting in Delhi, right? We need MSP. But what I'm going to talk about is the resource constraint we have in agriculture. Okay. So what is it? So when we look at the pattern of using fertilizer, it's only growing. We are the second largest producer and consumer of chemical fertilizers. And the main fertilizers like urea, DAP, and MOP, these are only increasing. Out of this, 50% of the fertilizer we consume is urea. Okay? And this is where we get this nitrous oxide emissions. And this is again a forecast which is showing how, sorry, am I going in the wrong direction? Yes, sorry for that. So the demand estimate shows how we will be having this increased demand for fertilizers in future also by 2050. And also when you look at the, sorry, there's something. Okay, I got it. Okay, so now, I don't know what's happening. No, how do you go back with the, okay, so this is one, with this. Okay, it's okay, I'll use this. Okay, so now, when we talk about the soil condition, so there was a study which actually studied the samples of soil. Almost 85% of the samples we studied in India were deficit in organic carbon. If you see, it's only 0.3% of 0.3% of the organic carbon is there in soil. It is only reducing. And there is 97% of the soils were deficit in nitrogen and 83% were deficit in phosphorus. Okay? So they're different. Again, when it comes, when it comes to phosphorus also, by 2050, there is an estimation says that we will be exhausted of all the phosphorus resources because this phosphorus has no biogeocycle. So we have to rely on the existing sources. And this is one thing. And the other thing is, so that's why we use biosolids and sludge-based inputs. That's why we propose to use it. And there are different applications because it is rich in nutrients. I mean, there are studies which have shown that it is rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, the essential nutrients for crop cultivation. And then it is rich in proteins. It can be used for animal and fish feed. And it is rich in calorific value. I think as an estimation, around 3,500 megawatts, if I'm not wrong, is the estimation by Energy Authority of India. It says that can be potentially tapped from sludge as a calorific value. And we also conducted studies where we have seen that around 14 megajoules per kg is the potential of calorific value from the sludge. Okay? But with all this, we still propose to use this in agriculture. Why? So this is an estimation that we have done to understand the nutrient potential of sludge. I mean, actually, if you use with the current utilization capacity, this number we came up with the utilization capacity, we have around 1,400 STPs in India. So if we potentially use all the sludge with the current utilization capacity, if we use, we can substitute 4,500 tons of urea. Okay, that comes to around $744 million of forex saving because today also we import urea. right? That's the potential of using sludge in agriculture. And also, like Priya was mentioning, if it is 96,000 million liters by 2050, if that is the sewage generation, then our numbers will go up. That's why we propose that should be used in agriculture. But then, I think you're all already thinking, but there are risks. There are risks of pathogens, the heavy metals, and the emerging contaminants, right? Pathogens, we know about coliforms, E. coli, and all that, but what is more concerning is the helminthes, which is the highly resistant pathogen for any kind of treatment, right? So we'll talk about how to mitigate that. And heavy metals, definitely, if it is a STP sludge, there are risks of heavy metals. And if it is FSTP, we expect that there are no heavy metals in it because it is a direct domestic toilet waste, which will only have domestic human feces pathogens, which is the concern. And the emerging contaminants. I mean, every day we see in the newspapers that we have this contaminant because we are using all this personal care products, pharmaceutical products, right? So that's where the contaminants comes. And now we started hearing about antimicrobial resistance that we are finding in sewage and sludge. And we know the coronavirus was also there in the sludge, right? So these are the emerging contaminants. So how do we mitigate the different methods? I'm talking about, I'm concerned also about the helminthes because it survives, and the hex will survive in the soil for many years. And then that's how it multiplicates. So the main, how do we mitigate? This is called temperature-time relationship, where we actually use different methods to treat heat sludge to a particular temperature. Composting, it is like 55 to 65 degrees Celsius for 3-4 days. And there is heat drying. It says if you actually heat it at 70 degrees Celsius 4 hours, it is time-temperature relationship. There are different methods you can go for. All these gamma and beta radiations are expensive. Yeah. So I'll show a case study where we actually conducted some studies around it. And then when it comes to heavy metals reduction, so we know, I'll not go into too much science of it, but during composting, we have this breakdown of organic matter. There are more exchangeable ions. And actually, if you add all these different kinds of chemical compounds through adsorption, absorption, precipitation, we can actually take out the heavy metal remediations. So, for example, all this natural zeolite, when we add, they'll form a metal. Like, basically, it actually changes the heavy metal form of toxic to intoxic format, like the mobile to immobile form, so that it will not become available for the plants to uptake. Right? So there are different methods we can go. The same thing with the biological means, like we can use different microbes to do that. The same organic degradation happens where all these microbes will help in converting them to immobile, non-toxic forms. Okay? And there are other management measures. Okay, there's physical isolations. You actually use a particular crop, which is you avoid the direct contact with the sludge with some specific crops, like you don't go for greeny vegetables or root vegetables. And then so at the farm level, you take some measures, like when do you harvest, how do you do, when do you sow, or before 30 days, you have to apply your sludge, not during the sowing. Those are the things you'll be taking care at the field level. Here I would like to say how we went through this journey through two case studies. One is the greenhouse solar dryers. This is a concept where we have this polycarbonated sheets, which will help in increasing the temperature inside the chamber by greenhouse effect, and thereby it will actually eliminate the helminthes inside the sludge. I think I have less time to discuss in detail, but then so we have three scenarios where we have the greenhouse solar dryers with the polycarbonated sheets. One scenario, in one case in Karanguli, where we had 10 beds with the GI sheets and 10 beds without the GI sheets. Right? So we did this comparison with different scenarios to see how, and also we had this sensors installed at these FSTPs to get the data on the temperature and relative humidity inside the chamber and the ambient conditions to see how the temperature is increasing. Okay, these are some data where what we have found is, this is from Angul, where we had this greenhouse solar dryers. The temperature inside the chamber was 15 degrees Celsius more than the ambient conditions. And there was increase in sludge temperature also, and that temperature was more than ambient condition. So what I'm trying to say is, if you actually increase the temperature, it will help in eliminating the pathogens in the sludge. And again, with the Denkanal solar pasteurization unit, we found there was 20 degrees Celsius increase in temperature because it was a closed chamber. And again, there was a comparison. We found definitely under the GI sheet, normal sheet, the temperatures were actually lower and the relative humidity was higher. But this is exactly opposite is what we want. With the greenhouse chamber, the relative humidity was lower, but the temperature was higher, which was facilitating the elimination of pathogens. These are some of the sample data we have. The final sludge from all of these beds, the experimental beds, were analyzed for helminthes X, and we found that most of the samples were, almost more than 90% have met the class A USEPS standards, which is negative, less than 1. And then what our observation is also that with the normal GI sheet, you can still ensure the elimination of pathogens, only that it takes more time for drying. Like I was saying, it's a function of time, temperature, and moisture content. If you increase the drying time, you can actually speed up the elimination process. So other thing is co-composting. This is something we did in Devanahalli, where the farmers were concerned about using raw sludge of pathogen risk and phytotoxicity and leaching of all these nutrients. We did a small-scale study on how co-composting helps in eliminating pathogens and maintaining proper nutrient balance. These are some of the pictures of the procedure. And what we did was we actually cross-checked this final product against the FCO 1985 standards, which is the fertilizer control order. The observation is most of the standards were meeting the standard, most of the samples were meeting the standards of the FCO, especially the nutrient content and the CN ratio, which is the maturity index for compost. And helminthes were negative for the samples in those trials. So that's why we say co-compost definitely helps in eliminating pathogens, also helps in balancing the nutrients. Because if you directly apply sludge, it will be rich in one major nutrient content, which can lead to phytotoxicity, also lead to excess of nutrients in soil, which will again lead to leaching into the groundwater. And then based on farmers' request, we also did a small agricultural trial to understand how these sludge will affect the crop yield and other growth parameters. Yeah? So it was a randomized block design we did with different treatments, including treated sludge, co-composted sludge, and we compared with other organic manures and with the chemical fertilizers. This was done for 2 seasons. So these are some of the pictures. So what we have found is co-composted sludge outperformed in yield compared to other. It was very evident because we know there was a balance in nutrients. The compost provides a profile of all kind of balanced nutrients. It's not just the major nutrients, but you also have the micronutrients, calcium, magnesium, and sulfur, which are doing the job, right? So it was better than the sludge also, the treated sludge alone. So with these findings, what we say is co-composting is one of the means to eliminate pathogens, have the higher yield because it is nutriently balanced. And that is all. We have all this published online. You can check our CDD website. We have these papers to refer. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any? We've received one online. Do we have any questions that the audience would directly like to address to ma'am or to the other panelists? We have 2 questions.
Yeah, my question is to Mr. Mithun. I have been, I'm working with the Department of Rural Development, and we are using GIS planning in Manrega also. So for planning of works under Manrega scheme. So what we have found is like before the planning of the works, we have to collect some physical data also. So I just want to understand how much in your system the physical data capturing is being done. What is the percentage of that? Or it is totally dependent upon the GIS-based data which is available online on the Google and other platforms?
Thanks for the question. It's not fully dependent on open data. That cannot be done. We have to have a ground scenario also in hand. So the testing, the quality testing, some other field observations, master plans or any other reports or published previous studies, all those things we collect. But then whatever is missing, we try to fill it using open data. So open data, when I say, there's a lot of vast data which is available currently. If you know, all these organizations are promoting a lot of open data for social good applications. A lot of remote sensing satellites are available where we can download past data, and then we kind of can assess the trend. How is it changing? What is causing what change? That such kind of assessment would be very critical, because we cannot, from the ground, we cannot collect such data. So that there, our tool is focused more on open data and satellite remote sensing data. Otherwise, in our tool, when we go to a town, we do collect field level information, whatever has been published, whatever is available, we collect. Only the missing part, we take it from open data.
Thank you so much. So we were facing this difficulty, like
yes,
planning.
That is what we have
it
also
is like
faced.
totally we were not being dependent upon, we were not able to do it with the GIS plans and all.
True.
So we were like going to the field also and doing the, using the data on the field also. So yes, I just wanted to understand. Thank you so much for your information.
Yeah, to save the audience from the trouble now, I will not be asking any questions actually. Thank you very much, Girja. It was quite enlightening, and I will be connecting to you to know further what happens when my machine works. And Mr. Rajesh, particularly, I would like also to tell you, our machine has done some work in the slums of Mumbai. So there, the suction happens even up to 100 feet away. When the machine stands on a footpath, it's going through somebody's door and through somebody's window, and it has been able to work. You kindly will talk about it. Maybe that can be one of the solutions where you are saying that the septic tank or the leach pit is inaccessible. If a man can walk up to that point, our machine can deliver. Thank you very much.
We have one question to our panelists. When agencies are preparing wastewater DPRs or plans, how can we also think about and integrate climate action plans within? Are there any tools or frameworks available that can be used to do so? Our panelists like to take it. When agencies are preparing wastewater DPRs or plans, how can we also think about and integrate climate action plans within? Are there any tools or frameworks available that can be used?
I mean, there is no ready-made tool as such, but then a lot of things are available online which we can utilize. I don't understand the question specifically, but in our tool, which we have developed, we also consider that factor, climate change, all the risk which is associated with that, and we try to do that. I mean, if I've answered it correctly.
No, so just to add, if you have to integrate, I mean, climate action plan within climate action plan of cities or any, even for the cities, I think water management is a very important vertical in climate action planning itself. So, like he said, there are no direct tools, but in the planning process, how do you integrate? You have to just see in terms of the guidelines that you want to bring out for used water management. So it's actually two ways. Climate action plan itself is a combination of multiple things or learnings from multiple things, because cities in India are just beginning to build a climate action plan. And they're also drawing from across plans and regulations and policies that are existing. So, and what already the departments, individual departments are doing. For example, we recently launched the Bangalore Climate Action Plan, November 2023. So I think 40 plus departments were consulted, and the regulations and policies which these departments work under, they've all been, taken into consideration for putting out the climate action plan. So it's like a two-way kind of direction. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Sometimes it takes a natural disaster to reveal a social disaster. Numerous utilities, aged and aging, will face the brunt of climate change and natural disasters in the year to come. On our panel discussion today, we spoke about embedding resilience and circularity within utilities and networks. I now invite Dr. Joy Ellerman, Director, Kerala Institute of Local Administration, to conclude this particular session with remarks on resilience and circularity in Kerala's UWM context. As Kila is running point on several initiatives we have mentioned here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I was here to listen to these panelists, and it was a wonderful experience, bringing together many ideas together. Actually, this conference is about used water management, but accelerating safe sanitation and water. And all the presentations, one way or the other, contributed to that, and that also brings a few thoughts which all of us need to consider. But first and foremost is that in most of the development problems and issues which we face, I consider there are three phases. One is the phase of denial. We say, no, it won't happen to us. That's the case with water. You cannot even think of Bengaluru long time back thinking about water shortage. In Kerala, it's the same thing. We will not accept that, or we would not have accepted that climate change is going to be a problem for us till 2018. And that is the first phase, the phase of denial. The second phase is, of course, is about panic. Then slowly we face it and we understand that, yes, we are about to face it. And then we go for everything. It's a state of panic where this tool or this methodology or this policy, it's all about everything. And only towards the end, the third phase, we actually take a balanced position. This is applicable to water also, but in which stage we are, as far as Kerala is concerned, but Bengaluru is now in the state of panic. But Kerala, I think it is still in the phase of denial. We have all the possibilities of droughts, especially the downscale data from the the KSDMA, the Disaster Management Authority. Mr. Rajesh knows that. Clearly mentions about the issues of drought, the forthcoming droughts in the future. But there's also the possibilities of the floods. So this is how we are. But then this is in this case that we also need to see the governance part of it. It's not the typical governance which you are talking about. How things get implemented, how the actions happen. And there, bringing together all of the things which you talked, especially the various tools and methodologies which you mentioned and the great experiences you have and the examples you mentioned, we can't do it alone. That would be the first thing I would actually say. And there, we have to consider the linkages, the horizontal as well as the vertical linkages. None of the initiatives which you have talked can happen without considering these linkages. It's all linked. And there, we also need to understand that we are all in the process of multi-level planning. There is nothing like decentralized planning. It's multi-level planning, and how you integrate is the key. And there, I would actually go back to the basics. The subsidiarity, the principle of subsidiarity, where things which can happen at the local level, by the local people, should happen at that level and by them. Technology and methodologies, we need to provide. The science and technology should actually contribute to that. So those things which can happen at that, or can be done at that level, should be done at that level. That's for basic problem. So many of the initiatives which you are talking, as models and pilots, fine enough. fair enough. But as we actually want to roll it out across the state or country, we need to actually think about this principle of subsidiarity. Second is, of course, about the role clarity. That's again another issue which we all need to face when we actually do it. So there again, who does what and who is responsible for that and who is accountable also needs to consider. See, we can actually have an initiative, and if you are not accountable to anyone, especially the local community, then we are in trouble. And that is where the sustainability questions come. The resilience is not just about having methods and methodologies and tools, but it's also about how it happens and how it can be made sustainable. And there we need to actually consider this accountability. But then, as I go through all your presentations, I also find the need for complementarity. One tool alone cannot happen, especially when you are talking about the canal management or when you are talking about including your agriculture, which I am not very familiar with. So I didn't want to actually comment on it. But then one needs to complement each other, and that's there. And also, I would say, supplement also. So that is where when we have the risk-informed master plan, which Mr. Rajesh talked about, or when you are actually talking about the GIS-based tools, you cannot use the GIS-based tools just by itself. There is also a lot of things to be supplemented and complemented. That has to come in. And as one of you mentioned, I do not remember, it's again I think you mentioned about the stakeholder involvement. And I think you mentioned about the stakeholder, you mentioned about the stakeholder involvement, and where you specifically mentioned stakeholder involvement from the beginning. That's the key. See, you can also come up at some point of saying, okay, we are bringing in people together, we are going to have consultations, we are going to have the stakeholder involvement. That doesn't work. This has to be started from the stakeholders have to be there right from the beginning, and they can actually contribute. So, with that, a few of our own experiences, especially with some of you, I know a few of them, your CDD, your WRA, and all of them, we have also been working together, and of course, Rajesh is part and parcel of local self-government department, where we actually tried to do local action plan on climate change, because things happen at the global level, the policies happen at the local level, global level, but things have to happen at the local level. And where we started with the local action plan on climate change. And as Rajesh mentioned, around 260 local governments in Kerala, including 18 municipalities and other 240 odd panchayats, prepared their local action plan on climate change. And it covers many other things. That's why I said this is interlinked. It's not just about water. But one of the issues which we find is, though they considered, because there what happened is that the technical knowledge, technology-based solutions, all these things were provided to the local governments, to the people, and their indigenous knowledge, their experiences, all those things were brought together. So it is from the textbook, from the academic institutions, from the various technical institutions, the data, including the GIS-based data and all of the things, were made into a form where it can be assimilable to the local communities. Various types of maps, including the drought proneness, whatever you can tell, around 23 layers of maps could be provided to the people, and then they start understanding. There will be resistance. Of course there will be resistance. But then once they understand, then they start thinking about their own past, how things have changed, whether it is on water availability, whether it is on waste management, whether it is on agriculture, all these things also come together, and then they start preparing the local action plan on climate change. And it is also linked to the disaster management plan at the local level. So of course the disasters are usually considered to be managed in a centralized way. It's a wartime situation, disaster is a wartime situation where it has to be dealt with like in a war, where it is a centralized coordinated agency. But then the other side of the story is that the first respondent, who is the first respondent? First respondent is the local people. Who knows the area? Who knows the people? People know whom? So things also have to happen at the local level. And how you bring these two things together, and this local action plan on climate change with the data-based, scientific knowledge-based, tools-based local action plan on climate change, and the disaster management plan, how they get integrated into annual development plan. It's not just a plan. Finally, this has to go into the annual development plan and budget. Then only things happen. But we need to also see that all these things happened post 2018 floods. So naturally, the focus was always on floods, not on floods. It's also about water, but in a way, different way. So that is where we also need to work a lot, where how the future is going to be and how we can actually use. There, the used water management becomes important. And as one of you specifically mentioned, it is also about behavioral change, which also is an important factor. So behavior change actually doesn't happen by itself. It's also experiences which provide the lead to behavioral change, and that's how it is. But we also had some experiences. I'm trying to say that how the technology and the academic inputs can actually contribute to local management, local development, where in Alappuzha municipality, a few years back, we collaborated with IIT Bombay, and a large number of students across the country coming for the winter school, that summer school and another winter school or something like that. And exactly what you mentioned about the canals and the lakes you mentioned, but canals also, where every time you clean the canals, and after 5 years again you come back for the next round of cleaning, because the fundamental issue is never solved. And there, the students, I think Sruthi is there, they actually did a thorough scanning of the entire area and tried to find out the key reason for canal issues. And then they actually started developing possible solutions. And that is how probably you might have heard Ms. Lata talking about canal interventions in Alappuzha, where we have the DWATS program there, CDD is involved, the Inspirations is involved. Yesterday or day before yesterday, Lata might have talked to you. And that is how the pilots come in. And that is there for everyone to see. See, this is how it can happen. That's how the pilots actually work. Because in governments and in general communities, it's very difficult to innovate. It is very difficult to take risk, because the system doesn't allow any innovation and risks. But risks are part and parcel of any innovation. So, but these pilots actually provide that kind of inputs and how that has been done. But again, I don't know whether you had a session on that, but linking all these things together, whatever you mentioned, I would have actually liked to hear how the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme could have been integrated into your actions. Okay, we are talking about urban. But that is where Kerala comes in. We have the Ayangali Urban Employment Guarantee Scheme, which can actually cover whatever you have talked. It can. But I said it can. It may. But we need to actually use the potentials of this guarantee scheme, employment guarantee scheme, because it is actually about land and water. Whether it is the NREGS or the Ayangali Urban Employment Guarantee, both are around land and water. We can do anything. And there, how can we do that? There again, we had an experiment or an initiative with the UNEP, where we had the ecosystem-based disaster risk reduction. We are bringing in disasters, climate action, as well as land and water issues. And how, especially in the case of urban flooding and various other matters, where we tried to see how the employment guarantee schemes can be used. And it is actually about ecosystem-based actions, nature-based solutions. That is how we started doing it. So there are also the co-benefits which you can actually think of, but I don't know, because especially, that's why I said it is interlinked. So probably when we have this conference, we actually focus on agencies and departments dealing with water directly or indirectly. But I would say many other thematic areas, many other thematic sectors, many other departments are actually contributing to or can contribute to this sustainable water solutions. And that is where we need to take things further. That's why initially itself I said this comment, because the co-benefits of various actions, not only co-benefits, the issues also, both have to be considered, and most of these things can be considered. Finally, we also now have to think about sustainable development goals. I think the Sustainable Development Goal 6 talks about clean water and sanitation. Okay? And exactly what you are discussing is on that. And also, we can also think about, I think, the SDG 13. It's about climate actions. So, but there are other things also. But how we can actually bring together, where the targets are there, and also the indicators are there, or we can actually add indicators so that, as one of you mentioned about targets of goal-based initiatives, we need to have initiatives which have goals. We can actually link that, and where we can actually localize SDGs. That is again another experiment which we have been doing, localization of SDGs, where you have your 169 targets across the globe, but we can also fix certain targets by ourselves, or we can actually modify the targets and the indicators so that we actually work on accelerating safe sanitation and water. And there, one of the, or a few of the targets and indicators could be on used water management. But then it is not just about saying that this many liters of water, used water, has been used and other things, but I would say what has happened to that, how it was used, how it has contributed to changes in life and development. So, first of all, finally, I conclude with the congratulations, because all these initiatives which you mentioned are not about textbooks. It was actually about translating the knowledge to the field. And that is where I congratulate all of you. But then for all of us, how to take this forward, as I mentioned, how it can actually be taken to the grassroots, and where we need to develop our own skills. Our problem finally is about, we know many things, we have developed many things, but then we are not able to actually translate these into actions, mainly because we cannot actually move out of the complex technologies to field level realities where we find difficulties. So with these words, congratulating all of you, and a long way to go, as I mentioned, because all these initiatives which I understand, and also the earlier presentations which I watched, I find that at some point of time, we get excited that, oh, this solution is there, this solution is there, this can be done, this can be done. And then when we have a lot of them, we also get confused what to do and what not to do. That is where we all need to come together. Thank you for the opportunity, and congratulations to the organizers for organizing this conference, because bringing together various technologies and various ideas which can actually lead to action is very important. Now, the ball is in our court. All of us, I know many of those people who are sitting here are all implementers who are doing things at the local level, but take this knowledge and take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would also like to thank sir for accommodating our change in schedule so quickly. We request sir to felicitate all of our speakers today. Dr. Priya Narayanan, Senior Program Manager, WRI India. Shri Rajesh PN, Additional Chief Town Planner, LSGD Planning. Shri Mithun S. Anand, Chief Technology Officer, Impact Solutions. Dr. Priyanka Jamwal, Senior Fellow, Ashoka Trust for Research in Ecology in the Environment. And Ms. Girija R, Technical Expert, Reuse and Circularity, CDD India. We request Ms. Kavita S, Director, Liquid Waste Management, Suchitwa Mission, to kindly felicitate Dr. Joy Ellerman, Director, Kila. We have one speaker who we are yet to felicitate from yesterday's session. I request ma'am to stay on stage. We request felicitate Shri Naushad A, former Superintending Engineer, Kerala Water Authority. Thank you to all our panelists for taking the time today and change in schedule. We now break for lunch. I request, we have also circulated a link on the WhatsApp group. I request you all to take 5 minutes because we've spent so much time already. 5 minutes to fill in the feedback form and then we can proceed for lunch, please. Thank you to all our panelists.
of Chennai, along with the hospital wastewater samples from SRM Medical School during partial and post-lockdown periods. Ribonucleic acid copies was calculated using the results obtained from the nanodrop. In addition, concurrence of SARS-CoV-2 RNA copies with different organic tracers and pharmaceutical and personal care products were also studied in this project. Now let's look at the results. Unlike hospital wastewater, STP inlet, sludge and SPS samples were found with higher loading of SARS-CoV-2 by sediment followed by supernatant wastewater concentration methods. Given the higher levels of dissolved and suspended solids in STPs and SPS over hospital wastewater, we suspect that this enveloped virus might exhibit the tendency of higher partitioning in the solid phase. Cycle threshold values were less than 30 in more than 50% of hospital wastewater samples. This indicates higher viral load from the COVID-19 infected patients who were admitted during that time in SRM hospital. In the STP outlets, a strict decline of biochemical oxygen demand and more than 80% removal efficiency of caffeine and absence of viral copies reflect the efficiency of the treatment plants in Chennai city. Among the detected organic tracers, a combination of maximum dynamic range and high occurrence percentage was observed for caffeine and N1 gene of SARS-CoV-2. Hence, we suggest that caffeine can be used as a chemical marker for the removal of SARS-CoV-2 by STPs. Our predicted number of cases are in line with the available clinical data from the different catchments. Now, it is to be noted that during this study period, densely distributed population of the Coimbatore catchment could be partly responsible for the high proportion of estimated infected individuals in this catchment. Well, during this pandemic, the government agencies and the
Thank you and welcome back to our final sessions for these past 3 days. I would like to draw your attention. We had circulated a call for papers on sanitation service delivery. Wash Institute, in association with Kerala Water Authority and Suchitwa Mission, had sought original research papers on sanitation in the Kerala context. And we had invited calls from across several colleges, institutions, as well as we had circulated it among our professional networks as well. As part of that, we have received a submission and we have a paper presenter in this context. I invite Sri Jeevan Roy SL, urban planner from Boda, South Asia, to present his paper. A round of applause, please.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jeevan Roy. By training, I'm a civil engineer and an urban planner. I'm currently working with Boda, South Asia. I know this is a session after lunch, slightly difficult, but I'll try to take lesser time, try to finish this as quickly as possible. Today, I'll be presenting on decentralized wastewater management systems that are available for small towns. Before I start on a very brief introduction about my organization. We are a German-based organization. Our presence is in 6 regions across the globe. I particularly work in South Asia region. So we are headquartered in Bangalore. The main headquarters is in Germany and our regional head office is in Bangalore. Boda South Asia especially focuses on small town urban wash. So earlier we had 20 decades of experience in wastewater engineering. Since last 3 to 4 years we have been focusing on small towns. And this is sort of our engagement. We want to engage with at least inspire 100 towns through capacity building, conferences, etc. and equip around 30 to 50 towns, which we call as associate towns, through certain specific technical support. And the top of the pyramid, which is around 8 to 10 partner towns that we are currently engaged with across South Asia, which is India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. So we want to heavily engage with them on a daily, day-to-day operation, learn along with these towns as well. So this is our engagement so far in small towns. Again, since we have been working in small towns since last 3 to 4 years, we just wanted to understand what are the situations in small town. And although we have understood quite a bit, I just wanted to highlight the wastewater aspects of small town water wastewater scenario in India. So Indian urban sector generates close to around 30,000 million liters of wastewater per day. And small towns, when I say small towns, this is population less than 5 lakhs. You can say smaller, medium towns. You can see around 40%, nearly half of the wastewater contribution in urban India is from small towns. So this is about wastewater generation. And if we deep dive into another aspect, which is the treatment capacity which is available with these towns. So you can see there's a stark difference between small town and the larger cities. The treatment capacity available in small town is, in bigger cities, basically in small towns, is 3 times lower than million plus cities. These are 10 lakh above population, which is 3 times lower. And the gap goes much higher when we compare this with the metropolitan cities. This is five times lower compared with metropolitan cities. And nearly 90% of the wastewater which is generated out of small towns is not treated. So this is the situation at a larger level, at a national level. So we wanted to get a first-hand experience of this situation in the small towns that we are working in as well. So this is Karnataka region. I think back in 2021, we did an assessment in 12 towns across Karnataka. So more or less the situation is similar in these small towns as well. And 33 municipality has centralized sanitation system with 64% of sewerage network, which is partially functioning. Around 80% of the municipality do not manage their wastewater. 80% of the wastewater which was generated out of this small towns was considered unsafe. So we did a shit flow diagram for all these towns as well. So this is what we have identified. And although 60% of the households were dependent on on-site sanitation systems like septic tank and other things, there was only one town which had fecal sludge treatment plant. So what I'm trying to say is the situation is going bad in small towns. I'm not saying this is not the situation in bigger cities as well. Of course, these kind of situation, these gaps you would also see in bigger cities, but only the magnitude of these issues are much higher in small towns, and this requires immediate attention. So after we looked at this data, we just wanted to understand what is the kind of challenges small towns are facing with. Although there are many other challenges, I just wanted to highlight top 3 challenges according to me in small towns. One is narrow focus on delivering centralized sewer systems. Small towns always want to follow the footsteps of bigger cities, bigger cities to deliver centralized sanitation system. So while delivering this centralized sanitation system, this is a long-term process basically. 15 to 20 years it would take to build the entire coverage across the city. And in the meantime, what happens is these systems are partially built and they leave a lot of pockets within the city which remains unserved for the citizens. So this is one major challenge which small towns were facing. Limited reach to proven technology solution. What we have seen in Karnataka is sanitation systems are centrally decided. So there's a state board which plans, designs and implements sanitation systems in small towns. So here small towns has lesser say in choosing their technology option at a decentralized level. So this leaves small towns with little choice, municipalities with little choice to choose their own technology for their town. So this is another challenge that we have come up with. And third one is even though there are systems which are in place in these small towns, there is literally no operation management plan for the town. Not even, I'm just talking about long term here, even the short term plan for operation maintenance is missing in small towns. Just a small example to highlight this issue. So this is one of the STPs. This is a waste stabilization pond in one of the town that we are working in. There's 23 acres of land, around 15 acres of land covered under WSP. Looks nice. This is an aerial view. This is in 2020, and just in 2024, this looks like a football ground or something, completely covered in algae blooms, etc. So this is what happens if small towns does not have a dedicated funding for operating and maintaining its sanitation systems. So this is roughly about the top challenges that we came up with while working with the small town. If we think about what could be the approach for small town sanitation, so this is I'd like to bucket this into 3 categories. One is centralized, one is decentralized, and third one is FSSM, or like co-treatment, you can say. What is centralized sewer system are those systems which small towns are behind. So this is a this should be a long-term goal for small towns. And while they're achieving their long-term goal, they also need to look at their medium-term or short-term sanitation goals as well. In order to complement this long-term goal, there has to be decentralized solutions. So when I say decentralized solutions, these can be of 2 categories. One is at a ward level STPs which can come up as a level of decentralization. The second option could be at a neighborhood level or at a community level. So these are the decentralized options that we can look after. FSSM only when there is an on-site sanitation systems. Again, does it make sense to have an FSTP for a town which only has around 20% of population using on-site sanitation. Again, this is a question. There could be other models as well, cluster models and other approach as well. Co-treatment is one of the approach that we can go for. So basically, what I'm trying to say here is small towns should have multiple options that they can mix and match from. So this will be dependent on their immediate short-term or medium-term or long-term sanitation goal that the city has. And then many aspects that are dependent on, which is like the town condition, the gap assessment they have done, or the budgets that they have to work with. So these are the conditions that depends. But in general, these are the three options. Within these three buckets, small towns can choose and adopt technologies based on their need. So the case study I'm going to present is we picked up a similar town which had similar issues and tried to implement a decentralized solution for one of the towns. So this town is called as Chikbalapura. So we tried to do the neighborhood level decentralized sewerage system, which is affordable and simpler, much simpler in nature. So just a brief about the project town that we are working in, Chikbalapura town. So this is City Municipal Council. We consider this as a small town, less than 1 lakh population. It has 85% network coverage, and it has a 10 MLD treatment plant as well. Although it has this kind of infrastructure, there are still certain pockets and areas where these network has hard to reach areas where the network has not been established, and that's close to 10 to 15%. The red highlights that you can see the circles. So these are some of the areas which does not have network system, nor few areas does not even have on-site sanitation system. So there is issue of openly discharging wastewater, open defecation, etc. These are the issues that we are facing in this town. So our intervention is particularly in the one which is highlighted, Kandavara colony. Brief about Kandavara colony. Again, the speciality about this colony is all the households that you can see in the images are the houses of the sanitation workers. So these people are the municipal workers, a part of municipal system as sanitation workers they work. What's happening in this colony is through PMAY they have been provided housing colonies, but there is no wastewater network or treatment system available here, nor solid waste management. So basically this particular colony lies in the periphery of the town, away from the center of the city, and almost all wash services are not extended towards this colony. So this one we wanted to pick up, and we wanted to demonstrate something which is very simple, decentralized, simple, easy to manage solution, so that this solution can be expanded or replicated across other parts of the city as well. So what we have tried to do here is in terms of technology selection, again, if I can refer back to my previous slide, which is the decentralized option at a community level, what we have tried to do is pick up simple, across the value chain of sanitation, we tried to pick up simple technological options. So what we have tried out here is a simplified sewer. Simplified sewer is nothing but a stripped down version of the conventional sewer system. So the one which you can see, inspection chamber, this is the bigger version of this would be a manhole, which is 3 meters, 4 meters, or 5 meters in depth, depending upon the need. And here what we have is a 400 mm by 400 mm small inspection chamber, which can be utilized. And simplified sewer is, again, instead of going for 8 inches, 10 inches or much more larger diameter pipeline, the simplified sewers are 4 inches PVC pipes that can be used to carry the wastewater. Of course, DWATS is something known, I will not get into it, and reuse aspects also is something that we have discussed, we have explored in this. So again, this is roughly how the layout looks like. So that's all the households. There are few empty plots as well. The buildings are going to come up there. So these are the simplified sewer. We have roughly around 26 inspection chambers, 260 meter length of simplified sewer laid out. For the treatment part, we have 15 KLD DWATS. As I mentioned earlier, there was also issue of open defecation, etc. There's also an informal settlement which I've marked here. So all of them are using the community toilet that was again built through this project. So this is what we have explored. So this is something feasible solution which is away from the city network and something affordable and simple that can be done here. So the average cost here per meter was 3,000 rupees 3,000 rupees per meter for coming up for the simplified sewer system we have, and around 260 meters total is 260 meters of total network length that we have here. And this is again a small pilot demonstration. If I want to roughly compare between the conventional system and simplified sewer system, again, where does simplified sewer works? This works for a smaller catchment. If we have to apply this for a bigger city, again, there will be issue with gradient and other technical aspects, but this works well for a smaller catchment like Kandwara Colony. In terms of excavation, simplified sewer have shallower excavation. CapEx is, of course, lower. In terms of OpEx, to maintain this simplified sewer or affordable solution, it's much higher, not in terms of money, but in terms of the care and attention that needs to be given by the user or the community. So in those terms, the O&M is higher. Community engagement, again, the management of this needs to be done by the mostly taken up by the community rather than the utility or the municipality. Hence, the community engagement is high in this case. What is people's perception? Generally, when they think of the centralized sewer system, they think this is a high-end system, etc., etc. And for the simplified sewer system, they somehow consider this as a compromise solution, but it gets the job done. Expertise, again, so this need not have heavy engineering expertise. We have done a lot of literature study for simplified sewer, especially for this particular sewer system. What we have found out was, and also through our project, is it basically reduces the capital cost between 30 to 50% with simplified sewer system. I have very less time. There's some of the photographs of the simplified sewer. That's the inspection chamber that you can see. Unlike a manhole, this is much smaller. This is DWATS, what's happening to the wastewater, treated water that is being generated. So we are using it for within the DWATS and the park facility that is there. This is also being used for cleaning of community toilets. So this is one of the advantage. If we have localized, decentralized sanitation systems, the reuse of water can also be done in a localized manner. Other than the wastewater aspects, we have also looked into other sanitation solutions, wash solution, which is decentralized. For solid waste management, we have put up 1 metric ton compost unit, which is again managed by the community toilet to avoid open defecation, and few other interventions that we are trying to build within this colony itself, other than the wastewater management aspects. I'm almost done with the time, I guess. Time up, yes. So this slide is to highlight nothing happens without the community. So they're involved in every aspects of the entire process, right from understanding the certain technical aspects of simplified sewers and DWATS as well, because they are the ones who are going to maintain this in the long run. Some planting in DWATS, that's the community meeting that happens very regularly in order to resolve any issues that we may face with these systems. The five key takeaways that I want to highlight here with respect to decentralized simplified sewer system. One is these systems manages 100% wastewater like conventional sewer system. Unlike FS system, which only takes up the solid part of it, only 3% of the total wastewater is actually being treated. Rest is, we don't know what's happening to that. Whereas in decentralized simplified systems manage 100% wastewater. Again, the capacity of this treatment can vary from 0.1 MLD to 1 MLD as per the suitability, as per the need of the location. Again, since the network is simplified, the capex is also lower. We all know that again, 70% of the overall sanitation system, 70% of the cost goes into network. Hence, if the network is simplified, the cost also go lower. As I mentioned earlier, localized reuse of treated water. Since this is localized solution, we can reuse, there's many possibility of using this treated water locally. One of the drawback is complex O&M. So we need intense community engagement when it comes to decentralized sanitation systems. So I would not say it as a drawback, but again, this is a complex complex situation that we need to crack. And this is the 5 key takeaways from our project. Yeah, so just wanted to end with this. Again, Indian cities, especially small towns, they need a mix of solution. It's not like one particular solution fits every scenario. Just for example, in case of Chikbellapura, the simplified sewer network length, the cost was 3,000 rupees per meter. If we did the same thing with Leh, we did a study in Leh as well. That's also our partner towns. We came up with 8,500 rupees per meter, which is like 2.5 times higher than the cost of this. So what I'm trying to say here is there's no one solution for every town. So towns should be empowered to assess their options and implement solution accordingly. So that's the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have one more session by Sri Narayanan Nambudiri, TV, Chief Engineer, Southern Region, Kerala Water Authority. He will be concluding all of our technical sessions for the last 3 days with integrated urban sewerage management, sustainable solutions for risks, efficiency, peace and societal betterment. Welcome, sir. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you all. First of all, I wanted to express my express thanks to all the organizers for giving this chance to give this presentation. This Kerala Water Authority, actually, not only the prime agency for water supply, so still it is major organization in the sewerage sector also. So the provide quality water supply and wastewater services in an environmental friendly and sustainable manner is our vision. And the mission is provide households and institutions in both urban and rural areas 100% piped water supply and 100% sewage treatment. To develop and regulate water supply, wastewater collection and disposal, and to deal with matters connected herewith. So our case, we have we reached some key milestones in the IT and GIS and all other main important sectors, important areas. See, Gandhiji, once Gandhiji told, sanitation is more important than independence. A sense of responsibility and ownership has to be inculcated among the beneficiaries and the proponents before and during the implementation of any project. At the time of independence, that time, the Gandhiji expressed that is the importance of the sanitation. He wanted to communicate the importance of sanitation. He told that sanitation is much, much important than independence. So the situation, the sanitation of a country was very poor status in that time. Now we reached in a comparatively higher elevated, very much higher level. But even still, if you put 1 rupee in the sanitation sector, you will get back 8 rupees. If you put 1 rupees in water supply sector, we will get a 3.7 rupees as a return. So it is, I think, the maximum return. If you put in the bank, how much you will get? If you put in the share market, you don't know how much you will get. But if you put in the sanitary sector, he will get 8 times benefit. So the most benefited area one can invest. So the lack of long-term vision, cost, time-tested technological and management skills since the launch 2014, SBM reports that they have built close 100 million toilets and by way of providing financial incentives needy families. In India, now recently we are investing a lot in the water and sanitation sector. But still we are not doing a proper project management. We are not proving that portal O&M. We are very much as a developing country, Pakka developing country. Comparing to in our satellite and all remote sensing, we are reached very high. But in the case of sanitary or in the water supply sector, our maintenance and everything in just a typical poor country only. So what I wanted to tell that this sector is, if I take an example in Kerala, see there is a shigellosis affected and 11th standard student, plus one student died just 2 years back. So what happened, he took shawarma, food, but the reason, not only the food, we tested that well surrounding that house, we understood that almost all dug wells having the Shigella. So that shigellosis is affecting even our health standard is almost, we are telling almost like a developed country. But shigellosis is attacked and dying young children. So that is the situation. See the Malayalam, that is a Malsyam കൊണ്ടുവന്ന വെള്ളം കഴുകിയപ്പോൾ വള പൊട്ടിപ്പോയി. സ്വർണത്തിന്റെ ഒരു വളയാണ്. കാരണം അത്രയും കെമിക്കൽ ഡോസേജ് ഉള്ള സാധനമാണ് നമ്മൾ കഴിക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ കഴിച്ചിട്ട് അവർക്ക് അസുഖമൊന്നും വന്നിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷെ ഇത് സംഭവിച്ച കാര്യമാണ്. ഏത് ദിവസത്തെ പത്രമാണെന്ന് പറയാം. അതായത് മത്സ്യം കഴുകിയ വെള്ളം ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് സ്വർണത്തിന്റെ വള കഴുകിയപ്പോഴേ വള പൊട്ടിപ്പോയി. പത്രത്തിൽ വന്നതാണ്, മാതൃഭൂമിയിൽ വന്നതാണ്, 19/9/19 വന്നതാണ്. ഇതൊരു ബോയ്, യങ് ബോയ് ആണ്. ഇതേമാതിരി ഒരു എന്താണ് ബ്രെയിൻ ഈറ്റിംഗ് അമീബിയ. ആ കുട്ടി മരിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത് ഇത് നീന്തൽ കുളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ജസ്റ്റ് അഫക്റ്റഡ് ദി അമീബിയ. സോ ദിസ് ഈസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ് ഇൻ കേരള. So this I wanted to put a video.
കുടുംബങ്ങളെ ഒഴിപ്പിക്കണമെന്ന് തൃപ്പൂണിത്തുറ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയുടെയും GCDAയുടെയും പരിശോധന റിപ്പോർട്ട്. കളക്ടറുടെ ഉത്തരവ് പ്രകാരമായിരുന്നു നവംബറിൽ സംയുക്ത പരിശോധന. ചെന്നൈ IIT വിദഗ്ധ സംഘവും സമാന നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ നൽകിയിരുന്നു. തല്ലിപ്പൊളി നിർമ്മാണത്തെ തുടർന്ന് ഫ്ളാറ്റുകളുടെ ഭീമൻ കോൺക്രീറ്റ് ചട്ടക്കൂടും ബീമുകളും തട്ടുകളും അപകടാവസ്ഥയിലാണ്. പൊളിച്ചു മാറ്റുകയല്ലാതെ വേറെ മാർഗമില്ലെന്നാണ് സൂചന. കെട്ടിടം അറ്റകുറ്റപ്പണി നടത്തി നിലനിർത്തുക അസാധ്യമാണെന്നും അപകട സാധ്യത കണക്കിലെടുത്ത് താമസക്കാരെ ഒഴിപ്പിക്കണമെന്നുമാണ് തൃപ്പൂണിത്തുറ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി അസിസ്റ്റന്റ് എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് എഞ്ചിനീയർ BR ഓം പ്രകാശ് ജനുവരി 29 കളക്ടർക്ക് സമർപ്പിച്ച സാങ്കേതിക റിപ്പോർട്ട്. ബലപ്പെടുത്തൽ സാധ്യമെങ്കിൽ അടിയന്തരമായി വിദഗ്ധ ഏജൻസിയുടെ മേൽനോട്ടത്തിൽ അറ്റകുറ്റപ്പണി നടത്തണമെന്നും ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ വാസയോഗ്യമല്ലെന്ന് പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കണമെന്നുമാണ് GCDA അസിസ്റ്റന്റ് എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് എഞ്ചിനീയർ Y ഡേവിഡിന്റെ റിപ്പോർട്ട്. നാണക്കേടായി ചന്ദേർകുഞ്ച് ആർമി ടവേഴ്സ്. വൈറ്റില മൊബിലിറ്റി ഹബിന് സമീപം സിൽവർ സാൻഡ് ഐലൻഡിലുള്ള ആർമി വെൽഫെയർ ഹൌസിംഗ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ നിർമ്മിച്ച ചന്ദേർകുഞ്ച് ആർമി ടവേഴ്സ് എന്ന വമ്പൻ പദ്ധതിയാണ് 4.25 ഏക്കറിലെ 3 ടവറുകളുടെ സമുച്ചയം. സൈനികരും വിമുക്ത ഭടന്മാരുമാണ് ഉടമകൾ. 264 ഫ്ളാറ്റുകളുണ്ട്. A-B ടവറുകൾ 29 നിലകളും C ടവർ 14 നിലയുമാണ്. A ടവറിനും ബലക്ഷയമുണ്ടെന്ന പരാതിയുമായി ഉടമകൾ രംഗത്തുണ്ട്. 60 മുതൽ 75 ലക്ഷം വരെയായിരുന്നു വില. ഒരു വർഷം കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ BC ടവറുകൾ പൊളിഞ്ഞു തുടങ്ങി. ഇവയുടെ ബേസ്മെന്റ് കണ്ടാൽ കയറാൻ ഭയമാകും. ഭീമൻ തൂണുകളുടെ കമ്പികൾ ദ്രവിച്ച് കോൺക്രീറ്റ് അടർന്ന ഭാഗങ്ങൾ പ്ലാസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്ത് മറച്ചത് വ്യക്തമാണ്. തട്ടുകൾ അടർന്നു വീഴുന്നതും ഫ്ലോർ ടൈലുകൾ പൊട്ടി ഉയർന്നതും പൊട്ടിയകന്ന സ്റ്റെയർ കേസുകളും അറ്റകുറ്റിപ്പണി ചെയ്തതും പെയിന്റ് അടിച്ചതും മറയ്ക്കാൻ വിഫല ശ്രമം നടത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നു. തകർച്ചയ്ക്ക് കാരണം നിർമ്മാണ പിഴവുകൾ, നിലവാരമില്ലാത്ത നിർമ്മാണ സാമഗ്രികൾ, ഉപ്പുവെള്ളം ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കോൺക്രീറ്റിംഗ്, കൃത്യമായ മേൽനോട്ടത്തിന്റെ അഭാവം, ഗുണപരിശോധന നടന്നിട്ടില്ല, ജീവൻ പണയം വെച്ചാണ് താമസം. പലരും ഈ വീടിനായി ജീവിതകാലത്തെ സമ്പാദ്യം ചെലവഴിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. റിട്ടയർഡ് കേണൽ സിബി ജോർജ്. ന്യൂസ് ഡെസ്ക്, കേരള കൗമുദി.
This video I have shown here in the two aspects. One is in the water, salt water used for construction, again water quality, and the second one I wanted to tell the project management. So my topic is related to risk management in the project management. That is very clear. If you have this type of 160 houses, nearly 100 crore projects. So the 100 crore project means at least you can spend 10 crore for engineering, design, analyzing, quality control and everything. But even it is maybe some 5 crore spent. Maybe without spending we cannot make a building. So if you added 5 crores and we made some quality assurance and quality control, we can save the 160 flats. If now rethinking, what is the risk? Risk is very high. Even if you are 300 crores, we cannot do anything now because we wanted a time. We wanted a space. We wanted to demolish the building. We wanted time being, we wanted to accommodate. And the bank loan is taken, most of them that ex-militaries that took the bank loans. Bank will also in a heavy risk. So the quality management in the project management, how much is the cost? The cost is not because they added the correct cement and they added the aggregates. The only thing they may change the water cement ratio, poor compaction and added salt water instead of pure water. So the project manager, it is applicable for all type of our major projects. So we are, the cost of quality may be 0.5%. If you are engaging civil engineers, the quality control is not a big issue. They will look everything and they will test the quantity cubes, 7 days, 24 days, 26 days, everything. And we can have a lot of tests and even compression tests, everything in our site. Most of the construction site, we have every equipments. But if we have no quality assurance, if we have no quality plan, if we have no quality control, we will be reaching a very huge trap. Even now the JJM project, we are spending in a country 3.5 billion. In the sewage sector, we are going to billions and billions, we are pumping. But if you want it in the sewage sector, I know very well that if you are using ordinary concrete, if you are not using sulfate resistance cement, the sewage sector will make a very big trap. So the thing is that the engineers, in the morning session, I have listened one presenting one paper in that, the stakeholders should be involved in the beginning of any project itself. So that is very, very, very important. So then most of the risk we will tell that this is public sector, we will give it to private. If the private or government, the risk will not avoid. If you strictly follow the engineering standards, if you strictly follow the communication channel, strictly follow the procurement standards, you strictly follow the human resources management, otherwise the project will be trapped, even private or in the government. You see, this is the another work I wanted to show just previously. See, this is the L&T constructed tunnel, Prakriti Maidan, New Delhi. This recently commissioned. It's fully submerged with the water, with a small rain itself. It is fully submerged in the rain, and the L&T fined 500 crores. So most of the time, our engineers and we ourselves tell we will give privatization, we will make it privatization. See, L&T is the #1 company in engineering in India. So if that company can also fail, if you are not adopting the engineering standards. This is another story I have taken from the net. This audit report. In this audit report, it is electricity department altogether made some 31,000 crores in the hydroelectrical power project and 41,000 crores in the case of 26 thermal plant, and the cumulative made a delay of 127 years. So this is taken from the net only. This is audit report. That is taken. So how much delay, how much overrun, how much fund, we don't know how much is the impact of the poor project management. Most of the time the poor project management, finally we will reach in a vigilance case and somebody will lose their pension and we will each other blame. But if your standard project management is adopted, nobody will go in the vigilance case, everybody is safe, win-win situation can be made. But the culture is not by making an individual, it is a system, it is an organization can only make the work culture. In Kerala, we can see the change that the population is changed 26 million to 34 million. It took nearly how much years? Some 46 years. But our growth of population is we can see that the urbanization is 40 times. The population growth is comparatively very less in Kerala. For the 26 million is only reached 34 million. Some 1971 to 2060. How many years? Some 46 years. So the urbanization area is increased 40 times. And the scattered settlement pattern is making a big problem for infrastructure engineers. Because if you take the Punjab or even in Tamil Nadu, the colony settlement is there, water supply is very easy, sewerage system is very easy. But in the scattered settlement, both are very tough. Not only tough, very other environmental impact may be faced by the people. Even in the endosulfan, I am doubtful because we are staying in the agriculture, we are accommodating in the agriculture area itself. That plantation area, maybe they are a helicopter using an endosulfan is applying for the trees. That time, this endosulfan may be directly fall into the well. And if you are applying some coconut, some furidine or some chemicals, it will reach to your dug well. That is the distance, vertical filtration and horizontal filtration is very less. So that type of agricultural chemicals and fertilizers and even our pesticides will directly applying our dug wells. That is the situation in Kerala now. Service including water, sewerage, electricity, etc. in addition to causing difficulty proper service and delivery as per satisfaction of the consumers. I don't want to take yesterday and all, lot of classes are there. I don't want to see the situation. That is, I can tell that in Trivandrum we have now supplying around 323 mld of water. So we are actually collecting Muttathara around 60 mld water only, wastewater only. So that 20-25% is groundwater. In the rainy season, we will get the maximum even collection of 110 mld. That means our almost all drainage system is mixed with rainwater. Sewerage system is highly mixed with rainwater. That is the situation. So any new concession, any new sewerage system, we must give the stormwater management the top priority. Otherwise, all our water, because the rain in Kerala and also the climate change making a very big rain, rain per minute or rain per particular rain density, and the number of rainy days fastly changing. So the situation is the stormwater generation. Even in the Vadakad, if you go and sit in the Vadakad, stand in the Vadakad area, you can see that some manhole is pumping with rainwater and the excreta directly, just like a fountain. So this is the ground reality. And again, in our Kollam and even Guruvayur, we commissioned the sewage treatment plant. That is only 1.5 mld, but the water supply of Guruvayur city is 12 mld. And even Kochi, if you are taking our water supply is around 230 mld. So we are only commissioned 5 mld water treatment plant. So what we are collecting and how much is the rainwater mixing, and even BOD of our sewage treatment plant in Muttathara is only 140 to 160 only. So because of the rainwater only, because all our system will be it will be go to highly inefficient manner because of this adding of the rainwater. That not only that, the rainwater mixed with the rainwater will overflow the adjacent manhole. So the thing is that there is no effective sewerage system at all. That will be the situation. The city area have been, that I don't want to tell because yesterday and all Naushad sir was telling. This is the main situation that is mainly happening in our contract management. It is, in my view, maybe different engineers, different managers having different opinion. Because the poor contract management, both selection and execution. Delay getting permission, road getting is the most important because both are government. Both the money is spending by the government, but there is no coordination. I worked in Qatar. There is infrastructure project, everything, road and water supply and sewerage will be managed by one agency. Up to the public health engineer will deal only up to the main water tank. After that, the distribution system, everything is managed by the road engineer. Even the sewerage system, even the electricity in the grassroots level maintained by the road engineer. Because otherwise this hundreds and roads is tendering by him, he don't know the plan of the water supply engineer. This never happened, never coincide. So the government of India and government of Kerala must plan an integrated management in the road system. Otherwise we are not only losing the money, most of our project is shrinkling or wriggling or dying because of the road issues. So that is not time for leaving the project like this because people are dying for the water supply because of the impact of the sewage system. So then we cannot even see in the poor dispute resolution mechanism. If the contractor is only going high court is the mechanism, so that will take a lot of time. Now land acquisition is already completed at baseline. In Trivandrum, the land acquisition is already completed. The problem is that the land acquired is not properly fenced. So the encroachment of the land already taken in the Gendrum may not be useful in the next sewerage system project. Actually, I don't want to tell. This is actually one example. I will tell that one of my senior engineer, retired engineer, told me about the JICA project. That time the pipeline was affected because of the public protest. One young engineer, a young sociologist from Japan reached the senior engineer and asked, "Sir, there is no water in their well, but still they are objecting to the laying of the pipe. What is the reason?" And this is something very, very clear. There is a communication gap. There is no water or salt water in their well, but they are protesting to digging the well, because water is very important, more than important than the road. But the people are thinking these people will lay the pipe, will not give water. So the body language is 58%. 37% is only the tune and tone. The 7% is the real words meaning. So any our mistake in our previous projects, people will take into account and they will make all type of disturbance. So the project, once we established our poor performance, that will be impact on the next projects. The risk management I don't want to tell because there is not much time. See, this is my presentation. This I can tell that. We studied a vulnerability assessment with the help of KSREC, Kerala State Remote Sensing and Environmental Center, and we made some vulnerability map. Previously, people are used to make the vulnerability map by using drastic. I searched some website and I made that it is more useful. Vulnerability map can be prepared by LTH. What is LTH? Land use, topography and hydrogeology. So if you put this land use, if you put the topography, and if you put the land use, topography and the hydrogeology, and then you can overlay water supply and you can overlay the sewerage system. So the most vulnerable area, which area you wanted to start the sewerage system. So you have the money, then you can make the LTH, you can make easily the vulnerability map, and you can select the place where the most vulnerable place. And the same way you can plan the water supply also. So this is the study and that KSRC and myself involved, and it will take merely 1.5 years. So this is the Trivandrum cooperation. We identified that vulnerable place and we understood that the water table in the Trivandrum urban core area is increasing because we pumping daily 300 mld water, and then the water is taking only 30 mld only. So the water table in the Trivandrum core area is increasing day by day. So I don't want to much add one more thing. We wanted to make any project, we wanted to special purpose vehicle. Without making any special purpose vehicle, any project, major project, it will be nearly put money in a tray. That is what I wanted to do. Thank you very much.
As a child, I was this is a quote that I came across when I was preparing for this conclave. As a child, I was aware of the widely held attitude that the ocean is so big, so resilient, that we could use the sea as the ultimate place to dispose of anything we did not want, from garbage and nuclear waste to sludge, from sewage to entire ships that had reached the end of their useful life. How different is that attitude which brings us here today? On World Water Day 2024, we have convened to discuss how best we may serve ourselves and future generations through wise used water management. Our hope is that all participants here have managed to carry back key messages from these last 3 days, whether in the form of policy, governance, technology, circularity, or resilience. While we leave the application to you, believe us when we say a holistic perspective towards used water management contains all these aspects. We now move on to our valedictory session. I invite all dignitaries on the stage. Shri Santosh Kumar RV, Deputy Chief Engineer, Kerala Water Authority. Shri Shashank Velidandla, Director, Government Advisory, Wash Institute. Shri Dineshan Cheruvat IAS, Joint Managing Director, Kerala Water Authority. Shri UV Jose IAS, Executive Director, Suchitwa Mission. Srimati Srikala S., Chairman, Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Shri Varghese Paul, Deputy Director, Environmental and WASH, General Development Office, USAID. Shri S. Sethukumar, Technical Member, Kerala Water Authority. Shri Sijit FM and CAO, Finance Wing, Kerala Water Authority. And Shri Akhilesh Ramesh, IEC CB Specialist, WASH Institute. I invite you all on stage. There is a slight change to our original agenda, but we would like to request Shri Dineshan Cheruvat, Joint Managing Director, Kerala Water Authority, to deliver the keynote address.
Sorry to make these slight changes because from today morning 6:30 onwards we were having the World Water Day celebrations, and the morning we were and now at 4 p.m. we have another program starting in front of our office. So myself and our technical member Sethu sir will be leaving soon, so I make an excuse for this. So sorry, and just a few words only. And I hope during the last 3 days I could attend here only a few hours only because we are having so many other programs during all these 3 days. Still, I hope that these 3-day sessions would be much useful to all of us attended here, because during a few sessions I could learn that there are so many options before us for this used water management in rural areas or semi-urban areas. We have different solutions, and in urban areas we have so many solutions. We have small solutions, we have moderate solutions, and we have high-end solutions, and we have natural solutions also. I was in that session because that seems to be very interesting to me also, because in our rural areas some of the natural solutions suggested may be useful. Still, in a highly urbanized situation, sometimes we need to go for high-end solutions for these STP as well as the FSTPs. And one thing I want to stress is that this issue is everybody's responsibility, from individuals to neighborhood to the local bodies and to the government. So there is a saying that എന്താണ് മാലിന്യം നമ്മുടെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമാണെന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഓരോ വ്യക്തികളുടെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമാണ്. So we should have our own household solutions. എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ the organic waste doesn't go out. It is made compost and we use it for agriculture and our gardening. And most of the grey water also we use for some having few filtering devices we use for our irrigation purposes. So we can reduce the load. In city environs where we have less space, we are in a difficult situation. So there must be the elaborate sewerage network systems and treatment plants as we have made it in Trivandrum. Trivandrum, we are having a very legacy and history for water supply system from the installed by our Maharaja, and also the system is still running well. Whereas in case of this used water management sewerage systems, we have to achieve more, because our present network system is not that elaborate that we can treat all the city waste at our plant at Muttathara. So we are trying to have more networks from the Karakotam area. We are hardly trying to lay additional networks, but we are facing a lot of challenges. And now there is a work going on which has to be finished before monsoon. So thing is that when we go for elaborate systems, we are facing a lot of challenges. So from this, these 3-day sessions, I hope our engineers and the participants got an idea to have the solutions for site-specific solutions for our future planning in used water management. So once again I wish and I hope the programs like this would help us a lot in managing used water in coming years. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We invite Shri S. Sedukumar, Water Authority, to deliver special remarks.
Respected Joe sir, Dineshan sir, and dear colleagues. As my joint managing director, Dineshan sir, was telling, in Trivandrum we have a Pakka sewerage scheme that has been started somewhere in 1945. I mean, it started in 45, and of course in Kerala the land is very expensive. It's one of the very expensive resource. So finding land for this, I mean, treatment facilities, everything is a bit difficult. And if people find, some kind of sanitation, I mean, well or something comes in their area, they are protesting. But as we had a system there, we introduced then 107 MLD STP there. We treat that water, and the treated effluent is as good as, in those days we didn't have any biological life there. Now when we discharge these effluent there, we are having fish and everything in that near to that discharge of that effluent. So the treatment is very good. We are also allowing people to come and collect that effluent, treated effluent for other uses. Of course, free of cost, but the acceptability, I think the user acceptability is, people are having other sources, so they are not coming up to that plant and to collect that water. But maybe I think in years to come and generation, maybe it may take 1 or 2 generations to accept it, but it has to be accepted by the people, I mean, by the new generation, because you will have to use that used water for other purposes. Because in Trivandrum, I think we are giving water at about 200 LPCD or so, even though we have designed it for 150 maximum. So in construction and all, people will have to use it. I heard that gentleman, he is having on presentation with treatment facilities with court treatment and all. For the past 3 days, I mean, you are having a very good technical session, and probably the recommendations of this program we can forward to government, and we can include some policy guidelines in the government planning as well. I wish all success for this program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The dais recognizes 2 more dignitaries. Shri Sajeev Ratnakaran, Chief Engineer, Kerala Water Authority, Sewerage PPD and Vascon. So we request you on stage. Also Shri S. Subramanian IIS, Managing Director, Impact Kerala. So kindly, would you come to the stage, please? Before we formally begin our valedictory session, I also invite Shri Varghese Paul, Deputy Director, Environment and Wash, General Development Office, to kindly felicitate our last speakers. I invite Shri Jeevan Roy SL, Urban Planner from Boda, South Asia. Shri Narayanan Nambudri TV, Chief Engineer, Southern Region Authority. Thank you, panel speakers. Thank you, sir. We in our valedictory session with the welcome address by Shri Santosh Kumar RV, Deputy Chief Engineer, Kerala Water Authority.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I stand before you with a sense of profound immense importance and a sense of responsibility, as we have gathered here for the last 3 days to address the topic of critical significance, that is used water management. Water, the source of life, is a precious resource that sustains all the living beings on our planet. However, the sustainability of this vital resource is increasingly threatened by the pollution, overuse, and improper management practices. As we have to discuss used water management, we are taking a critical step for generation to come. Furthermore, it is essential to recognize that used water management is not merely a technical as environmental issue, but also merely a technical issue, but also a social and economic issue. Access to clean water and sanitation to our sustainable development goal, it's a goal number 6. By managing used water effectively, we can improve public health, enhance livelihood, and promote sustainable development. Actually, through our conclave, we have discussed. The conclave serves as a critical platform for us to come together, share insights, and chart out our course of action that ensures the well-being of our communities and the preservation of our environment. Officially, നമ്മളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഈ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാം നമുക്ക് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിച്ചത് കേരള വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഒരു റിക്വസ്റ്റ് നമ്മുടെ LSTD സെക്രട്ടറിക്കും ശാരദാ മാഡത്തിനും ഒരു 2 മാസം മുമ്പ് നമ്മൾ നൽകിയിരുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ MD ആണ്, വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെ MD ആണ് ആ ലെറ്റർ നൽകിയിരുന്നത്. വിത്തൗട്ട് എനി ഹെസിറ്റേഷൻ നമുക്ക് ആ ഒരു പെർമിഷൻ മാഡം തന്നിരുന്നു. ആ പെർമിഷന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ദിസ് ഗ്യാതറിംഗ് ഈസ് ഹാപ്പൻഡ് ഹിയർ. നമ്മളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം വാട്ടർ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെ നിലനിൽപ്പിന്, സമൂഹത്തിന്റെ നിലനിൽപ്പിന്, സിവറേജ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ഇസ് ഇൻ എ പോസിറ്റീവ് വേ വി ഹാവ് ടു മൂവ്. As far as the Kerala situation is concerned, the prioritizing the problem is not, even now we are not settled. So whether what we need, this FSTPs, FSSM, or the schemes, big schemes like the network-based schemes, whether we have to focus. As far as the SBM guideline is concerned, we have to concentrate on the plant itself. Unfortunately, the funding problem is there. In order to curb the funding problem, what we need to get the money through the government provisions. Last 2 weeks back, we have the Kerala Water Authority has represented through the subject committee to the government that we need at least 500 crores rupees for the coming years. I think for the demand for grant, it may come. We request to this gathering and to the Vash Institute and others who are sitting here to make a resolution to put before the government for getting the money problem to be solved first. In addition to it, a lot of problem we are facing in this area. So we have gathered with all the departments which is doing the sewerage activities in Kerala, that is Kerala Water Authority, Sujitha Mission, Impact Kerala, the Amrit, and the Pollution Control Board. Every unit is here to make a new policy that new policy has to be named as the Kerala sewerage policy. That has to be emerged. After the election, we have to represent these matters before the government for getting a clear picture for this sewerage area. That's the object of our conclave here. Anyway, my duty is to give the സ്വാഗതം പറയുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ഇവിടെ ഒരു അഭാവം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ ആദ്യമായിട്ടും തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും സ്വാഗതം പറയേണ്ടത് നമ്മുടെ ശാരദാ മുരളീധരൻ മാഡത്തിനാണ്. ഷീ വിൽ ബിക്കം ദ ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറി വിതിൻ 2 years. ആ സമയത്ത് തന്നെ നമുക്കൊരു ഈ നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റേറ്റിന് വലിയൊരു പ്രൊപ്പൽഷൻ ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്നുള്ള പൂർണ്ണമായ വിശ്വാസമുണ്ട്. മാഡത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ഡയറക്ഷനിലും കൂടി മാഡത്തിന്റെ ഒരു പെർമിഷനും മാഡത്തിന്റെ മനസ്സുകൊണ്ടുമാണ് സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും നമ്മൾ ഇങ്ങനൊരു മീറ്റിംഗ് ഇവിടെ കൂടാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചത്. അതിന് മാഡത്തിന്റെ അഭാവത്തിലും മാഡം കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. മാഡത്തിന് ഒരു സ്വാഗതം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ കർത്തവ്യത്തിലേക്ക് കിടക്കുകയാണ്. അതിനോടൊപ്പം LSCD സെക്രട്ടറിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം മാഡത്തിന് നമ്മൾ representation കൊടുത്തപ്പോൾ വിത്തൗട്ട് എനി ഹെസിറ്റേഷൻ ഷി ഹാസ് ഗിവൺ ദ പെർമിഷൻ ടു ഡു ദീസ് ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് ത്രൂ ദ വാഷ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ രണ്ടുപേരെയും ഞാൻ പ്രത്യേകമായിട്ട് സ്വാഗതം ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട്, വി ഹാവ് എ ഡ്രൈവർ ഹിയർ, വി ഹാവ് എ പ്രൊപ്പലർ ഹിയർ. That's, I think, the UV Joseph sir has led he's leading the Sujita mission. I think from his immense knowledge and his drive, I think we will get a more drive in this area in future. So I'm expressing our welcome on behalf of the WASH and all other stakeholders which are conducting this meeting. I'm giving our welcome to sir. Then the second thing is the Shashanga Viladandla, that is the director of the WASH. I think he will brief the entire workshops. Crux will be briefed by him. So I am expressing my welcome to him also. Already the keynote address is given by our joint MD Dineshan Chervatur. We are also giving our welcome to him also. Then the presidential address is carrying out by Ms. Srimati Srikala Madam, the chairman of the Kerala Pollution Control Board. We are expressing our welcome to you, Madam, sir. Then the special address by the Varghese Paul sir, the Deputy Director of Environmental WASH. I am also expressing our welcome. The concluding remarks is done by the Sethi sir. He has also gone. The Shiji sir may come from our authority. We are also welcoming them also. എന്തായാലും ഒന്ന് രണ്ട് കാര്യം കൂടെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഇവിടുന്ന് പിന്മാറാം. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഒരു ലക്ഷ്യബോധത്തോടു കൂടി കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ ഈ മേഖലയ്ക്ക് നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കണം. ഈ ഒരു വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുന്ന കാര്യം നമ്മുടെ ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ, നമ്മുടെ SBM അടക്കമുള്ള നയപ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ, അതിനോടൊപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ സ്ട്രെങ്തനിങ്ങിന്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ, ദീസ് ഓൾ ദ ഫാക്ട്സ് ഹാവ് ബീൻ ഡിസ്കസ്ഡ് ഹിയർ. അതൊരു പേപ്പറിന്റെ രൂപത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇലക്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗവൺമെന്റിലേക്ക് നമ്മുടെ രണ്ട് സെക്രട്ടറിമാരുടെ മുന്നിൽ അവതരിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട്, വാട്ടർ റിസോഴ്സസിന്റെയും LSCD സെക്രട്ടറിയുടെയും മുന്നിലും അവതരിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു കൃത്യമായ ഒരു പോളിസി ബേസിൽ നമുക്ക് പോകേണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു തുടക്കമായിട്ട് ഇത് വരണമെന്നും അതിനോടൊപ്പം നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റാഫിന്റെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ മേഖലയിൽ നമ്മൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന 100 പേരാണ് ഇവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് സഫീഷ്യന്റ്. What we need is more than 1,000 people, at least for the initiation of these activities in Kerala. So that initiation has to be done from this conclave itself. In addition to it, Water Authority have no consultancy service. We have even though our Sujita Mission has a consultancy service with the Wash Institute, but Kerala need a long-standing consultancy for curbing the issues we are facing in this area. That has to be addressed. Anyway, I'm concluding my remarks here. Thank you very much.
I now invite Sri Shashanka Velidandla, Director, Wash Institute, to deliver the conclave briefing.
Good evening again. So as we approach the conclusion of this conclave, I'm actually very glad to see all of you participating for all the last 2-3 days. Very happy, very grateful to all of you for giving us the opportunity to do this, to facilitate such a great workshop in the state of Kerala. Actually, my job has been considerably made easier by Santosh Kumar sir. He has actually very nicely summarized most of the things that I wanted to say. I'll just go through a few things here. So for Wash Institute, it is used water management. This is what we do, in different parts of the country. When we see the state of Kerala, we see a lot of very advantageous things in the state. And to me, I heard a lot of challenges also. Sharda ma'am also mentioned challenges, but there are many things which are set up, ready in Kerala, on which we can build and move forward quickly. And those are things which, there is a continuum, urban-rural continuum. The development is uniform across the state. So many such things are there. There is a core engineering capability that is available in the state. Many advantages are there on which we need to build and crack this problem. I think Kerala led the way in so many human development indexes across the country. I don't see any reason why in used water management also Kerala cannot pick up very, very quickly. So just summarizing, what went on in the last 3 days. To put it in a very simple way, day one, we discussed a lot of questions, challenges, constraints, what is stopping us from doing this in a big way. So day one was about, our own self-introspection, and I was very happy to note that there was a lot of forthrightness, honesty. Different stakeholders came up and said, these are our challenges. And that was good to hear openly. Day two, we looked at more or less around solutions. So you saw everything from nature-based to underground to advanced to, electrode-based to, so many different solutions, not just in treatment. You saw solutions outside in the exhibition around conveyance, transport, emptying of pits. So our private sector partners were also here, and they also enriched our knowledge of what is possible to do, right? Along with innovations and technologies, on day two, we also heard about approaches. My colleague Rajesh presented about how to approach used water management in towns, in urban areas. And the thing that he said repeatedly was, find the right mix to cover 100% of wastewater. So address 100% of the wastewater problem with the right mix of solutions. So the thing is, there's not one solution. We'll have to find multiple solutions in one town, but address the problem comprehensively. So those are things that came out on day two. Day three, we had, of course, forward-looking climate change. What is the impact that might bring? What does inclusion mean? And many things which aspirational solutions should have. So this was, in brief, what we did over the last 3 days. Now, what personally my takeaways, and in discussion with many of you, what we felt we learned from this workshop. And this is, some of this, might be a little uncomfortable for you to hear from us, but it's our duty, our job to tell you these things. So please take it in the right spirit. So what we see is there are many stakeholders. All of us need one common goal, and work towards one common goal. We are defining ourselves in ways which are constraining. If we open up and say, as a state, there is an outcome that we need to work towards, used water management outcomes, which is public health, environment, stakeholder safety, dignity, climate resilience. Those are the outcomes that we need to work towards. All of us have resources. We pool those resources. We come together. All stakeholders come together, pool our resources, whether we have land, whether we have money, whether we have budgets, whether we have engineering resources. All of that come together as a state and work towards these common goals. That is the pathway forward. This is the first and foremost thing that I could take away. Second, of course, multiple technologies are there. There are many different ways of solving this problem. And all of those ways are viable. There is no technology which is inferior, superior in another way. Every technology has its pros and cons. It has to be applied in the right context. And therefore, technology is not our driving force. It is the outcome. Again, what are we trying to achieve? How do we prioritize the public health and the environmental outcomes? Should we protect lakes, ponds, rivers as a priority? Should we protect groundwater? Where we should protect groundwater, where we should protect surface water? All of these questions need to be discussed and deliberated. That is when we need to come to a common agreement. Here, one of the things that stood out for us from working in various places, the standards for treated water are very, very stringent in the state of Kerala. And this has an adverse impact on the cost of the solutions. So my request to the state is to kindly consider, slightly more amenable norms for the treated water, and that will help us to accelerate the implementation of used water management. I think bottom line is we all need to arrive at and agree on one common technical strategy for used water management for the state. Once we do that, I think implementation, you are all capable, you are all having a lot of experience, that will happen. I think facilitating a dialogue among ourselves to see what is our vision for used water management in Kerala. How do we want to approach this problem? Honestly accepting that funds may not be there for what we really want to achieve. So how do we now step by step go there? We don't need to go in one step. We can chart out a path by which we take small steps and ultimately reach there. So this is, now no workshop is complete, especially this kind of workshop where we have so much energy and so much passion. We have come together without identifying the next step. So here I will take 2 more minutes and lay out the next steps in front of you. The first step, half of it is complete. We were actually fortunate enough that a few of the stakeholders, they took time out and spent time with us yesterday evening. Till late in the evening we sat and we discussed many things. And the outcome of that is there is a understanding of the pathway to a common approach. Now we will write it down and circulate it among all the stakeholders. Kindly review it, give your feedback, and this quickly within next week to 10 days we should, at least our approach we should put on paper so that we can all read from the same page and we're all understanding the same way the approach to the problem. So this is the first step which we are happy to facilitate. Second step, under the leadership of Jose sir, we have identified, or we are in the process of identifying 5 pilot towns, 5 pilot villages in different parts of Kerala. So coastal, mid, high and urbanized, rural, different typologies of towns and villages we will identify and study those, plan for those. With your support on the ground, we will conduct planning exercises. From that exercise, we will understand the variations and how we can forge a common strategy. So this is again very important action item. Before the, let us, between us in an informal way I am saying, before the election cycle is complete, we should probably finish this work and be ready so that when the restriction is lifted, we go full steam forward with implementation. So that's the timeline. I should have put it on paper also, but that's the timeline for this. The result of that is, like I said, a state UWM strategy which considers our financial constraints, our land constraints, our high water table, all of those things it considers and brings out one strategy for the state which all of us agree upon. And then of course, we will have to, like we saw both in the urban and in the rural, there is a requirement to go to each town, each village, and in the context of that village and that town, we need to come up with a solution. And to do that, like sir was also saying, we need many, many people. So we need to have a implementation strategy in place, clear roles for all the stakeholders. This is what we will contribute. This is what we will do. And a clear handoff. It's like a relay race. I will run one part, then give it to you, you run one part. It need not be that one organization does the whole job. We can share the work also. So all of those things we need to sit down and probably figure out. So maybe in the next 2 months, starting with this one white paper and figuring out what is the strategy, how do we implement. This is what we feel is the takeaway from this workshop. Of course, our leaders are here, our elders are here to guide us. Thank you very much. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For the keynote and charting the way forward, I request Sri UV Jose IAS, Executive Director, Suchitwa Mission, to kindly share his comments.
Respected Chair, Srimati Srikala, Chairman, Kerala State Pollution Control Board. Respected guests on and off the dais. We are actually coming to the close of a very, very interesting 3-day brainstorming conclave. I personally feel very proud and happy because when I joined Sujitha Mission 2 months back, I never knew that used water management is such an important segment of Sujitha Mission or of the state, because we always know the liquid waste management in a very different way. You know, it's an urban problem to be resolved, and since Kerala doesn't have that culture too much of using STPs and FSTPs, I never thought that this is such a major issue to be resolved. But during the last 2 months, I realized the importance of this sector, and I thank KWA to come forward and request for a workshop. Santosh said, went to Sharada ma'am and then to Sujitha Mission for facilitating this workshop. And when he came, even at that point of time, I never realized that this is going to be in such a grandeur manner. And I owe to USAID and WASH Institute for conducting such a nice workshop, such a professional workshop, and they need a big applause from all of us. Let's give a big applause to both the organization. They spent a lot of money for the state. And I am again very happy to see the participation. All the 100 people who are sitting in this hall are really going to be the ambassadors now, from this day onwards for taking the used water management in the state. And as we wish, as Santosh said, okay, this 100 will become 1,000 and then 10,000. It's not that you are going to immediately get that 100 to 1,000 staff within the KWA. But it's all, what we understand from the workshop is that used water management is a very, very, very different. It's a multi-stakeholder subject, and we need participation from all walks of the society, from individual to, different organization and all that, So, but here the lead role has to be played by the Kerala Water Authority, supported by the LSGIs and then, organization like Sujita Mission Impact and all that, So we all come as support, but the core responsibility is again going to be, and it has to be with Kerala Water Authority, because today we are celebrating Water Day. And the Water Authority is the organization who deal with water. And in water, it's not only the drinking water, it's a used water also, And I think today morning, one of the session, Mr. Praveen, really re-emphasized the need for KWA to look into the used water segment also in their priority. And, the people here are all, here, the people who are attending here have understood that. And the people here are, here because they understood and because they want to take it forward. So please, when you go out of this hall and then get into your, your normal work, please don't forget what you have actually learned. This is going to be a major problem sector for the state, and then we need to work together. Working together can be of different ways. I represent Sujita Mission, and then therefore, we bring in some money from Government of India. We also have some, other money from the state plan. We have the fund of, we can have some access to the fund of the local self-government, which is almost 35% of the state budget. So, it is not only the budget provision of KWA is going to matter, but the budget provision which we can actually mobilize through various segments, it all matters. So it doesn't matter, whether you have the Water Authority has the entire money for that. We need to really find out, from others. And that depends upon how really we are able to kind of pierce through, put our problem in the right manner to the right person. And government will definitely listen. And and also I think, one of the problem which normally we face is the land issue. You all now understood that it is the FSTPs and STPs, we can't differentiate. We can't say that FSTPs are for the LSGIs to manage, and then STP is by, I think that confusion, all that is now gone. This is a complete package. This is a sector problem. Water is a sector. It's not the different compartments who look into this and all that. And that is what from yesterday, Mr. Rajesh is sitting there. He has actually tried to put us into very, very nicely. He has explained the perspective on how we can actually see. It's a continuous process, So it's a cycle basically, and the entire geography need to be covered and in a different manner. And Shashankan and all the other presenters have presented us that the problem need to be resolved in a way, in a planned way. Everywhere, it is not the same. If you go to rural area, if you go to urban area, even urban area, if you go to Mavelikara is always coming as an example. Mavelikara and in Trivandrum, it's not the same. Mavelikara and Alleppey nearby, it's not the same. So we need differentiated approach. So what is really needed is a very planned approach. I mean, that is my take home. Because we have been doing this problem in a very, very piecemeal approach, I should say. So somebody, where, we just send a message that, we need FSTPs, and wherever somebody who came forward with, a willingness or half willingness to have the facility, so we will start some facility there and all that, So that is a very piecemeal approach, we have been taking that approach, but we need a very planned approach. That is what, the briefing, as Shashank said. So we need a planned approach. And for planning, now, the next step which you have forwarded is, put forward is the planning, planning for what to do. Without planning, without knowing what to come where, we cannot go forward. Whether it is an FSTP or STP, I don't know. Now, I am totally confused because I have a lot of projects in front of me. There are 16 projects of FSTP which can go from day one today. Okay, so Impact Kerala has been assigned to. So now I am little skeptical on whether I should go for an FSTP there or a natural based or an STP there, Because that is the learning from the workshop. That's the learning. We have, we need to study the area and come out with customized solution. That is the learning. All should be differentiated approach. So, so we have, the water authority, now you have a problem, you have an urban area, you have some fund, whether you need to go always for an STP can be now rethought, or can we have the FSTP and then, the STP part, the network, seaward part, can it be very limited in the core area and all the peripherals, whether we can actually, instead of going for very high, high cost and high, complex network, so can we have, the decentralized approach of different things, all can be thought of. So we believe that WASH Institute will be able to actually direct us in this direction. So we were sitting together and then working on, how to go about, and decided that, okay, we will take 5 rural and 5 urban area, study well, and then come out with models of, how way forward, and then, we will plan it, accordingly. 5 representatives, 10 LBs are good samples of different kinds. Okay, we will take one coastal area where a lot of, the water table is very high, a midland where the water table probably is this thing, but then the settlement pattern is very different. The highland where water table is too deep, but then the whole geographical, geographical profile is very, very different. So we will take all, different kinds and then try to sit together. We will sit together, okay, and then see, take their presentation and then discuss and then finalize the strategy. So, that is the next step, is coming out with a strategy and then working, forward, projectizing that, and then, going ahead with this thing. So I think, there is tremendous learning from this. And I am very happy that, the chairman, Pollution Control Board is with us. Okay, I'm very, very happy because we have been engaged in this, the resolving the NGT, case, preparing statements in every 3 months, 6 months, and all that. So we're working together. And this is one of the biggest, and the whole NGT is on liquid waste management, use waste management. So probably Chairman PCB Srigala will actually talk to you on that, her experience. And more than that, we want a relook on the norms which you prescribe. Because now, as Sujita Mission Executive Director, now we are supposed to empanel the technology partners. Okay. Now when the technology partners come with their technology and when they present and then they present their solutions, it may not. 3 gram per liter, the BOD, this thing, okay. So milligram, okay. So the BOD 3 to me, I'm finding that it is a drinking water kind of a norm. And that really do we need 3 for all? So I am actually rejecting all the technologies which is coming for empanelment. And after 3 days sitting here, now I feel that what I was doing was totally wrong. Okay, it was based on a norm, but then, you know, I cannot justify what I myself was doing. So if something is not used for, you know, drinking and it is used for only irrigation purpose, why do you want this? And see the cost involved and the resource which is required otherwise also. We need to have a very differentiated norms for, you know, based on the end use which we do. I think PCB will help us in doing that to help the state in coming out with easy solutions. So, you know, we hope to hear from you. And thank you once again. I thank everyone for participating. And I have found that it is very, you know, very interactive type of a session, even though you are actually not directly asking a lot of questions are there, you know, with the organizers. And I think, you know, we had very good interaction. My only urge to you all is, please love this sector and be passionate on this sector and spend your next, you know, the career, the forward career of you for this sector, for this state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Srimati Srikala S., Chairman, Kerala State Pollution Control Board, to deliver the presidential address.
Good evening. Distinguished dignitaries on dais and off dais, and distinguished delegates who are present here. So first of all, I express my thanks to invite me for this conclusion section of this enclave. And first of all, I wish a wonderful water day to all of you who are present here. So being a regulatory authority, PCB, so we are functioning mainly based on 3 major acts. And one of the major acts is Water Prevention and Pollution Control Act. So we know that out of the global water, around 3% of the water can be used for our living organisms. So that quantity of water we need to be preserved. So we human beings are the wise person. We can manage the water very well, eliminating the contamination of the water in all ways. That has to be done by the regulatory authorities as well as the other stakeholder departments. Sir already said, we are looking by National Green Tribunal, various original applications are there. So among which original application 673 is Ministry of Jal Shakti. It is monitoring monthly. So in which we needed to prepare an action plan for the wastewater treatment. So in 19 to 20, I was a member secretary of State Pollution Control Board. So it was a very task to prepare the action plan for the wastewater which are generating in our state. Not even for the state, for the entire country. It is looking or monitoring by the Ministry of Jal Shakti. So in that we needed to prepare how much will be the quantity of the waters to be treated. Some quantity of water we are already treating, and we don't know how much will be the gap of the water to be treated. So presently itself it is in a conflict, how much will be the gap of the water. So we have the confidence that we are treating the wastewater in a centralized way, manner and decentralized way, and in individual household sectors. And previously we have the leachate type of treatment system for the wash water. But now we are confident that we are doing treating the wastewater in a soak pit having the highest specifications for in septic tank as well as soak pit. So we did an analysis based on the population and how much will be the consumption, how much will be the discharge, and we calculated the gap of the water to be treated. And based on the other parameters, Ministry has also calculated the water consumption, discharge and all. So there has discrepancies in this quantity of the water which we have analyzed. So we did the analysis and we prepared action plan and various waste water treatment things. We know that currently we have compact type of wastewater treatment facilities apart from the conventional type of the water treatment facilities we studied in our curriculum. So we can manage, sir already said that based on the topographical characteristics, the wastewater treatment facility can be changed. As I said earlier, in a meeting conducted by NIST. So we have two major cities which are located in Alapi and Ernakulam, where the water table are high. So it is difficult to manage or percolate the treated water, even treated water into ground. So for that we needed to identify other type of disposal facilities. The treatment facilities which are provided in these type of cities are good, but the wash water, we needed to try to use the wash water in a very peculiar manner that we're sure that we not make the water bodies contamination. As a regulatory body, we have so many norms and therefore fixing these treatment facilities, distance from residential, other establishments are there, water bodies are there. So even then, we are trying to give permission to the wastewater treatment systems which are strengthen norms for the parties who are approaching for Pollution Control Board certificate. So we are always happy to give technical support to all the entrepreneurs or any establishments, organizations who are willing to do wastewater in a very good manner. So it is our obligations to do our waste management properly in case of the liquid waste. So with this verse, I conclude this my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Sri Varghese Paul, Deputy Director, Environment and WASH, General Development Office, USAID, to deliver the special address.
Good afternoon. Happy World Water Day to everyone. Distinguished people on the dais, distinguished participants. On behalf of USAID, it's my pleasure to be here with all of you at the closing ceremony of this workshop. We had an excellent discussion, very exciting discussion over the last 3 days. And it's even a greater honor to be with you today on the World Water Day, a day of global significance, a day when we have come together to recognize the importance of water in our life. The theme for this year, as you would note, as mentioned earlier, water for peace. What an appropriate theme. An appropriate theme considering the increasing conflict between nations, increasing conflict between states on water, increasing conflict between communities on water, increasing conflict between communities and governments on water, and between households on water. We all know water is very important for economic development, for human health, for food security, water security, to name a few themes or sectors which are impacted by water. Expanding equitable access to safe, sustainable, and climate resilient water is a global priority for USAID, the agency I come from. The recently launched UN global strategy on water aims to advance the vision of a water-secure world, where people and nation have the water they need to be prosperous, healthy, and resilient. The strategy which I mentioned about the US Global Water Strategy also addresses the important aspect of climate change and looking at innovative solutions to adapt to the impact of climate change. As we all know, climate change is increasing the frequency of extreme weather events like floods, drought, heat waves, which in turn has an impact on the water sources, on the ecosystems, and our existing infrastructure. On the other hand, poor management of water resources contributes to the increasing vulnerability to climate change. In fact, of the most immediate climate adaptation challenges, the most pressing ones are in the water sector. This also brings us to the point of holistic management of water resources, including source protection, judicious and efficient use of water resources, and treating and reusing water. Especially of the youth water management, we discussed very elaborately over the last 3 days, when we discussed various options, whether it's centralized options or centralized solutions or decentralized solutions. Technologies do exist, but there are, as we heard in the first day, especially in the context of Kerala, there are socio-political challenges which prevents implementation of some of these technologies. That's one of my key takeaway from this workshop. And the other key takeaway is that what works in one location, what solution that works in one location might not work for an adjacent locality or a far-off locality. So we need to have customized solution based on the local needs. And the third, which was discussed a little while ago, was the need for a coordinated approach. Various agencies, NGOs, private sector, everybody needs to work together to find solutions which are appropriate. Now, I would take a moment, maybe a couple of minutes, to mention about the work USAID is doing in Kerala. I'll start with the source protection work which we are doing. In India, as we know, many of the rivers originates from forests and are sustained by forested catchments. And that is very true of Kerala also. I'm a forester by training. I happen to lead a project, forestry project, very aptly titled Forest for Water and Prosperity. As part of this project, we developed tools, geospatial tools that can improve forest management planning. We are shifting from the idea was shift from a timber-oriented management to a more holistic management of forests, which we call the ecosystem approach to forest management. Here, one of the things we focused is enhancing the importance of forests for water or enhancing water benefits from forests. And Kerala was one of the success stories under this project. We developed around 13 forest management plans or working plans under the forestry parlance. And 8 of those were approved by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. And in the next couple of years, we would prepare management plans for the rest of the 25 forest divisions in Kerala, of course, in collaboration with the State Forest Department. An interesting aspect of these management plans is that, among other things, it also addresses the important aspect of catchment protection. Now, I mentioned this on the opening day also, or the inaugural session. Through WASH Institutes, we are supporting various agencies in India in improving capacity in fecal sludge and used water management at state, city, and local levels, and we are also in collaboration with the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, or KILA in short, and again, in collaboration with the WASH Institute, we have been training urban local bodies, representatives of Gram Panchayats and other elected representatives on the various components of Shujitva Mission and also waste management in general. And today morning, I had the opportunity to visit the Manikal Gram Panchayat in again in Trivandrum district, and interacted with the Panchayat president, the ward members, and also the Harida Sena, Harida Karma Sena. And some of these people, the Panchayat members and these Harida Karma Sena members, got an opportunity to be trained at Thrissur at Kila. And I was so impressed by their commitment. I was so impressed by the pride in which they are engaged in the work. Such change agents are required if you want to be clean in waste management, if you want to be clean in reuse of water, used water, and all those things. As I said, I was quite impressed with that. At this point, I want to once again thank the government of Kerala, the various agencies involved for our strong and successful collaboration. USAID looks forward to further strengthening that collaboration. We want to explore new ways and partnership of scaling up the WASH solutions within Kerala and beyond. And I want to thank the WASH Institutes also for doing a wonderful job in putting together this workshop and putting together a lot of interesting people with varying perspectives, people who are working on varying technologies, people who have varying perspectives on everything. So it was a wonderful discussion. I immensely benefited from that, and thank you once again. And let's look forward to implementing some of the suggestions which have come from this workshop. Thank you once again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Before we conclude, we would like to felicitate Srimati Srikalai S, Chairman, Kerala State Pollution Control Board, UV Jose IAS, Executive Director, Suchitwa Mission, to kindly do the honors. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. I now request Shri Akhilesh Ramesh, IEC Specialist, WASH Institute, to formally propose the vote of thanks.
Respected Chair and dignitaries of and out of dais. Good evening, everyone. It's my privilege to be here at this wonderful 3 days of incredibly valuable, coinciding perfectly with the World Water Day, and also building so much of knowledge and insights from hearing from almost 54 experts in these 3 days in 13 thematic areas with almost 35 sessions. And adding to the whole thing, it is another 3 panel discussions of another 15-member teams, like 5 in each panel. So it was incredibly 3 days for us. And on behalf of WASH Institute, I extend heartfelt gratitude to the Government of Kerala, especially Shujitwa Mission, Kerala Water Authority, Impact Kerala, KILA, KRWSA, Kerala PCB, and other partnering organizations being part of this informative and engaging Kerala Used Water Management Conclave 2024. We also want to express our gratitude to all the speakers who shared their time and knowledge, which made this event very enriching. Secondly, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our donors, USAID India, without whose support and guidance this event would have not happened. Thank you, USAID. We sincerely thankful for the opportunity, gaining insights from the insightful presentations and discussions on the cutting-edge technologies and innovations, engaging in constructive dialogues with policymakers, practitioners, academicians, and industry experts. A special thanks goes to ACS Madam, Sharda Madam, for inspiring us and clearly framing out the outcomes of this conclave. Thank you, Madam. The dedicated team at WASH Institute who was in support and in organizing, I couldn't miss them out. My own team, thank you all. The esteemed speakers, panelists, then there are the people who supported us in framing this whole event successfully. Thank you, everyone. And also, not the least, the Hotel Hilton Garden, EVOS Events, all were in support for us they were working with us almost
past 2 weeks to make this event successful. Thank you everyone, and the least, not the least, the most important people who are our participants. We have participants from almost 10 plus organizations from the government and from the private. So all of you, without you, this won't be like fruitful. So thank you everyone. And once again, thank you everyone involved for their dedication and participation. So I'm concluding my word of thanks here. Thank you.
Thank you to all our participants for joining us these last 3 days. We are now concluding the session. I remind everyone who has checked out their luggage with them when they leave. We thank you for all your participation. Thank you, sir.